Chapter 274, We've Made Up Already. Chapter 274, We've Made Up Already. Boom, boom, boom. Kane, do you think that guy will break the door down? No way, Kane answered. That's a 15-centimeter thick steel door. Not even 15 kilograms of TNT can blash it open. Unless he has tools, Kareem said. There's nothing in there other than ice. Ice. Everyone noticed the problem. Mr. Laurent, I think we should go. Why? If Chun Zhao comes out, Kane said, he'll kill us. Can he really break open the door? He might be smashing the door with ice wrapped in clothes, Kane said, expression serious. How long will it take for him to open it? Don't know, but it's definitely dangerous for us to stay here. There were dents in the door now. The crashes kept ringing in their minds. Kane, Kareem, and Howard were terrified to stand outside and watch. If they were caught by the creature inside, they'd definitely be dismembered. If they'd known this, they wouldn't help Laurent plan this. They didn't get any benefits, and would instead be remembered by Chun Zhao. The three looked over at Laurent, making him unhappy. He'd clearly won by bringing Chun Zhao into his trap. How come they had to escape so pitifully as if they'd lost? But staying here really was too dangerous. Chun Zhao had been trapped for more than an hour. If he really broke out, no one knew what he would do. Go, Laurent said. I don't want to see him. The four fled from the factory. Laurent, how come you're back so early? Winip asked, surprised to see Laurent back. Why isn't Chin with you? L.A. doesn't have anywhere fun, Laurent replied, unhappy. That guy doesn't know of any places either. It was a mistake to have him take me out. Winip, when will we go home? Not so soon. We're finally at L.A., so we have to walk around. Oh, I want to visit the Walk of Fame tomorrow. Chun Zhao wrapped the ice with his clothes, but after half an hour, the shirt was completely ragged. It couldn't cover the ice anymore. He started using his fists, but it really hurt. He couldn't continue after a few punches. He could only turn to his feet, but it didn't last long either. This door was too thick. He wasn't strong enough at all. There was only one way to get out. The mouth of Glutton on his right hand. Only it could open the door. Chun Zhao took out the scroll for soul connection. He'd read it a few times before, but he couldn't remember it completely. He could only wing it now, but there wasn't much hope. But without the noise and bustle outside, he was calmer than before. Chun Zhao moved his right hand. It didn't work. When he activated the soul connection, Chun Zhao felt more like he was turning magic power into a plug to put into a socket. It wasn't easy to plug into the socket. The plug couldn't be too big or small. It had to be just right. Chun Zhao pulled back a bit of the magic power and tried to control the mouth of Glutton. He failed again. He might have released too much magic power. He had to readjust it. He tried again and failed. Tried again and failed. A few more tries later, Chun Zhao felt dizzy. He couldn't continue and coldness seized him. He shivered and felt more awake. He took out some dragon meat to replenish his strength and energy. He tried the soul connection to the mouth of Glutton again. This time, pain pricked his head and his arm shuddered. Chun Zhao quickly stopped. The pain came quickly, but also left quickly. It was like nothing had happened. Had he been using magic too often? He had no idea, but he tried to activate the soul connection again. Surprisingly, it was much smoother than before. He'd succeeded. It was connected. Chun Zhao finally felt something different with his right arm. He could control it freely, as if it was his own. His arm expanded and was covered in a metallic glint. Not only could he control the mouth of Glutton, but he could also sense its feelings. And its hunger. The mouth of Glutton wasn't interested in the steel gate. Chun Zhao took a deep breath and waved his arm. Boom! The tempered glass shattered and the door was completely dented. A large amount of cold air started leaking out. That punch had been countless times stronger than Chen Zhao's own. He built up power to punch again. This punch was even stronger than before. The entire wall shook and the sound echoed throughout the room. The door flew out with a boom. Finally, Chen Zhao could breathe fresh air and enjoy the warm current. It was deep at night now. As Chen Zhao walked out of the factory, the outside was silent. It was empty of people. This was an abandoned neighborhood in the first place. No one lived here anymore. Not only had Laurent locked him in the freezer for 8 hours, but he'd also driven the car away. Chen Zhao didn't even have a phone, so he could only go back on foot. After 1 hour, Chen Zhao finally ran the 50 kilometers back home. Chen, you're back. Fei Lai saw that Chen Zhao was back, but he was completely drenched in sweat. How was it with Dad today? Did you have fun? Yes, very happy. Chen Zhao smiled brightly. How did things go? I think we've made up already, Chen Zhao said, smiling. We decided to go out again tomorrow. Really? That's great. I finally don't have to worry anymore. Fei Lai hugged Chen Zhao, feeling the concern in her dissolving. Oh, did your phone die? I couldn't call you. Yeah, it died. I left it with your dad. I'll go get it from him tomorrow. Where did you go today? It's men's secret. Don't ask. Fine. I'm happy to see you two interact nicely. I'm happy too. I think I can become good friends with your dad. Did you eat dinner yet? I want to eat you first. Chen Zhao hugged Fei Lai from behind, starting to get scandalous. You're so dirty. Go shower first. No, we'll shower together later. Let's eat first. Chen Zhao already pulled down Fei Lai's straps and was kissing her. A few moves later, Fei Lai was already moaning. Chapter 275, I don't mind it at all. Chapter 275, I don't mind it at all. The next day, Chen Zhao woke up very early. Fei Lai used her hand to block the sunlight that was shining into the room. Despite having sex for a long time last night, Chen Zhao still woke up this early. Chen, why are you up now? Your dad and I agreed that we'll go out and play together today, so I should prepare earlier, Chen Zhao said. Can you drive me to the hotel? Okay. Fei Lai dragged her exhausted body out of the bed. She did not expect Chen Zhao and her father to turn from enemies into best friends in just a day. Nonetheless, she was happy to see it. Didn't you drive your car back yesterday? I wasn't feeling well yesterday, so I left my car with your dad. You weren't feeling well? Then why did you continue till midnight? Don't mind the details. Chen Zhao urged Fei Lai, who finally finished her makeup. Why are you in such a hurry? Dad and Mom will be here for a few days. No, it has to be today, Chen Zhao said. Is it a special day today? It's a secret. Is it a man's secret again? After they arrived at the hotel, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai waited for the elevator. Cain, Kareem, and Howard just happened to come out from the elevator. When they saw Chen Zhao and Fei Lai, their expressions immediately changed. Hey, Cain, Kareem, Howard, do you miss me? Chen. The three really wanted to run away. They did not want to face Chen Zhao at all. I have suddenly thought of a fun place to go today. Make sure you're there. The three smiled bitterly. Chen Zhao put his hand on Cain's shoulder. Cain did not want to move, but he was still pushed back into the elevator. Cain, Kareem, and I have something else. You can go and play with Chen. Hope you'll have fun. Howard and Kareem escaped out of the elevator. Cain stared at the two traitors with much resentment. Fei Lai had still not realized the strange behaviors of Chen Zhao and Cain. She naively thought that they were just fooling around as friends. The men in the coastal rescue team would fool with each other in similar ways. With Cain and Fei Lai beside him, Chen Zhao knocked on the door of Winnip's and Lawrence's room. Fei Lai, Chen, here you are. Winnip hugged Fei Lai. What's your plan for today? Laurent and I agreed that we'll go out and play together. Huh. Winnip turned her head and looked at her husband, confused. Laurent had just told her the day before that they did not have much fun. Could he be too embarrassed to tell her the truth? After all, Laurent and Chen Zhao had restored their relationship in just a day. Laurent, let's go. By the way, return me my phone and car keys first. Laurent's cheeks twitched. I feel ill today. I don't really want to go out. It's okay. Ask Chin to take a look, Feilai said. Mom, let's go and have breakfast. Feilai, don't you have to go to work today? Mom, why don't we go to Angel Beach in the afternoon? Let's go together. Laurent immediately wanted to follow them. Laurent, just let them go. We'll play ourselves. Smiling, Chen Zhao pressed Laurent back onto his chair. Winnip, Feilai, have fun. We will. Have fun too. Cain and Laurent were both terror-stricken at the moment. Chen Zhao's face was filled with a bright smile, as if nothing had happened the day before. However, a cold aura was being emitted from him. He clearly did not come here to play with them. Chen, I'm very sorry. Actually, I was just joking with you yesterday. I don't mind it at all. Really? Yes. I really don't mind it. Chen Zhao nodded with a very serious and sincere expression. I really feel unwell today. I don't want to go out. Then I'll go and tell Winnip and Feilai what you did to me. Didn't you say you don't mind it? Laurent quickly stopped Chen Zhao. For me to not mind it, you need to play with me today. You're not going to lock me in an ice room too, right? I'm too old. You can lock Cain and the rest in though. No, it's Mr. Laurent's idea. We're not involved. Don't worry. I won't lock any of you in an ice room. I won't even hurt you. Trust me. Chen Zhao looked sincerely at Laurent. I really just want to repair our relationship. Not for me, just for Feilai. Really? Of course. You promise you won't lock me in an ice room? Absolutely. Swear in the name of God. I swear in the name of God that I won't attack you or lock you in an ice room. You won't force me to eat anything disgusting, right? Or let your pets attack me. Yes, I promise I won't. Despite Chen Zhao's promises, Laurent was still worried. Cain was even more worried. However, Laurent really did not want Winnip and Feilai to know what he had done to Chen Zhao in an attempt to force Chen Zhao and Feilai to break up. If Feilai found this out, she would certainly break off all relations with Laurent. Chen Zhao brought Laurent and Cain out of the hotel. A business car was already parked before them. Let's board the car, Chen Zhao said. The two got onto the car and realized that Kareem and Howard were there too. However, there were also a few muscular men and a female T-Rex beside them. Hi, Kareem, Howard. How are you? Chen Zhao greeted. Their faces were completely pale. Laurent and Cain wanted to leave the car at once, but the doors were already locked. Chin, you said you won't hurt me. I'm Feilai's father. You can't hurt me. Why would I hurt you? You're so old, after all. Chen Zhao said to the driver, Go to the dock. The car arrived at the dock. Chen Zhao and Laurent left the car first. Chen, where are we going? Out to the sea. Wait, I watched the news yesterday. There will be a storm 100 nautical miles to the west of the coast, Laurent reminded. Chen Zhao did not reply. Instead, he brought Laurent into the ship rental company. We need a small yacht. Laurent, lend me your credit card. Soon, they successfully rented a 7-meter yacht. Its original price was probably only tens of thousands, and it had just one cockpit. With the help of Gaia and the rest, Cain, Kareem, and Howard were all brought onto the yacht. Then they set sail. Chen, you're going to sink us into the sea? You know it's illegal to kill someone here, right? Please. Of course, I know that. Why would I kill someone? Chen Zhao controlled the rudder. Chen, the sky ahead is dark. There's a storm. We can't go further. Chapter 276. steering into the storm. Chapter 276. Steering into the storm. Qin, please stop the boat, Kane and the others pleaded with Qin Zhao. The small boat was now a dozen nautical miles from the storm. The waves had grown larger, and the ship was starting to shake. Qin Zhao used the fixing rod to fix the steering wheel. Then he turned toward everyone and chased them out of the cockpit. Don't you think that facing the storm is exciting? You're crazy, you know? This boat is so small. We're going to die. It is indeed dangerous, Qin Zhao said. Please put on your life vests. Chen, I'm sorry. Let's go back. I promise I won't stop you and Fei Lai from being together. I'll give my blessings. Loran and the others were terrified. They'd never seen someone so crazy. It was one thing to make the others drown at sea, but there was no need to drown yourself. You're not a true man until you've experienced a storm. Qin Zhao stood on the deck, gazing at the approaching storm with a tragic yet heroic expression. I lived 50 years like this, and it's great. I don't want to be a true man. Loran was crying. We're already here, so there's no reason to go back, Qin Zhao said nonchalantly. There's a Chinese saying, since we are here, then let us settle. Kane, Kareem, Howard, Loran yelled. If you don't want to die, we must stop him. Qin Zhao picked up the baseball bat beside him. He'd prepared this beforehand. Loran and the others were frightened by the bat. It was used just to scare them. However, Qin Zhao wasn't going to scare them by holding it. He wrenched and snapped the solid wooden bat. Does anyone want to experience getting his arm broken? Chen, I know you're angry at us. You can take revenge however you'd like once we get back to land, but we'll really die like this. Kane's face was filled with pleading. Yeah, you can't joke about this. Is locking me inside the freezer a joke then? You said you don't mind. Yeah, I didn't lock you in a freezer or hit you, right? At least for now. You know that you'll die too, right? Do you think I'm afraid? Just then, a huge wave crashed down. The entire boat was lifted 4 or 5 meters. It fell back onto the surface of the sea, and everyone toppled to the ground. Qin Zhao held the railing with one hand, admiring how pathetic the others looked. The sky suddenly darkened. The wind and waves grew angrier too. It was too late to go back now. They'd already entered the storm zone. A terrible wave slammed down. The boat was overturned instantly. Everyone fell into the water. The waves kept crashing down on them. Qin Zhao reached out and pulled Loran out of the water. He didn't have to care about Kane, Kareem, or Howard. They were fit, since they were bodyguards. They could totally survive being in the water. At least, they won't die for the time being. You asshole, Loran cursed at Qin Zhao wildly. Psycho, idiot, you're gonna kill us all. Cough, cough. A wave came and Loran choked on some mouthfuls of water. Qin Zhao kept his eyes on Kane and the others, so they won't be washed away by the waves. They all wore life vests, so their lives weren't in danger for now. To be honest, facing the storm in the sea was safer than being on the boat. Plus, sea storms came and passed quickly. Within 10 minutes, the sky brightened again. But now came the true test. The hot sun baked the people on the surface of the sea. Qin, I know you brought the SOS instrument. Hurry and call people to save us. Please, you think I have something like that? Qin Zhao didn't even wear a life vest. When they reached the storm zone, he'd also taken off his clothes and was only left with swim trunks. You really didn't bring it? Of course. We're at least 100 nautical miles from land. You psycho, how are we going back now? Swimming, of course. Qin Zhao said matter-of-factly. You see how I'm wearing swim trunks? This should explain my intentions. Crazy, 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 crazy. You best save your energy, Qin Zhao said easily. If you keep yelling, you'll be dehydrated. He turned to Kane, Kareem, and Howard. Hey, you guys good? Not good at all. Kane said with gritted teeth. I really regret angering you, madman. Swimming a bit is just exercise. This is 100 nautical miles. No matter how fit we are, we can't swim all that under the sun. It depends on the person. Believe in yourself. Believe your ass, Kane said without energy. Even a marathon athlete can't do 100 nautical miles. Some professional swimmers could swim dozens of kilometers across a strait, but that was under conditions where they could receive food and fresh water. Even Chen Zhao couldn't swim 200 kilometers. However, he acted very calm as if there was nothing to worry about. An hour later, the others had no more energy left. They could only float on the surface. Chen Zhao was still spirited. He swam around them all. Come on. We haven't even swum 2 kilometers. How come you all stopped? We still have a long way to go. Crazy, crazy, fuck you, Laurent swore. They all thought that they would die on the sea. They didn't know if Chen Zhao would die, but they were sure that they would die. After floating for 2 more hours, it was already noon. Laurent didn't even have the energy to speak anymore. Everyone was dehydrated and the sun was even brighter now. Chen Zhao was still very lively. This bastard is too fit, everyone thought. He clearly moved more than them, but he still wasn't tired. Everyone had surrendered to their fate. They were too small. Compared to the vast sea, they were nothing. They couldn't see land, couldn't see hope. Look, what's that? Chen Zhao suddenly called out, pointing into the distance. Everyone saw a black 2-meter-tall fin on the water surface. They were all shocked. A killer whale. Kane yelled. It's a killer whale. We're dead, we're dead. We're gonna get eaten. Chapter 277. Used your credit card? Chapter 277. Used your credit card. Swim faster. Chen Zhao shouted. Indeed, humans have potential. The originally dying group was greatly motivated, once again. They swam wildly. Even Laurent kept moving his arms tirelessly. However, such a burst of energy was meant to be short-lived. Very soon, everyone was exhausted and could no longer swim. Faster, faster. Don't stop. The killer whale's right behind us. I can't. Chen, if you live, take care of Feilai. Tell them that I love them. Laurent's face was wet with tears. It's not the time for desperation yet. We still have hope. Come on. I really can't. Bastard, stop talking to me. Just let the whale eat me. Can you really not swim anymore? Yes. Really? Yes. Really? Asshole, what are you doing? Just swim. Chen Zhao approached Kane, Kareem, and Howard. Can you not swim anymore too? You demon. Asshole. Why are you not tired? Just then, Chen Zhao started to rise higher and higher. With their eyes widened, Laurent, Kane, Kareem, and Howard all stared at Chen Zhao, who was standing on the sea. You. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's body shot up into the air. An enormous creature jumped out of the sea and then landed hard into the water again. Chen Zhao was standing on the killer whale. Chen Zhao held onto the fin and stared at the rest. Air, do you want to come up here and rest for a while? What? Isn't the killer whale going to eat us? You swam too fast just now. I forgot to introduce you. This is Amon, my pet. Asshole. Bastard. Prick. Jerk. Laurent had somehow regained his strength. He was almost floating on the sea in exhaustion just now, but now he had the energy to curse Chen Zhao again. Chen Zhao pulled the rest onto Amon's back, after which he patted Amon's back. All right, send us to the shore. So you've planned it all. Asshole, I thought I was really going to die. Laurent leaped at Chen Zhao, attempting to choke him to death. Laurent, do you want to be submerged in the sea again? Chen Zhao stopped Laurent. With his face filled with indignation, Laurent gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Zhao. He's huge. Kane looked at the shadow in the sea. He estimated the killer whale to be about 15 meters long. Most killer whales could only reach 10 meters. Amon was really a super beast. Now we're even. Who's even with you? Laurent looked at Chun Zhao in anger. You almost killed me. You locked me in an ice room for 8 hours yesterday. You stayed for 8 hours. What do you think? I only got back at 8 at night with my feet. Chun Zhao also stared at the others in fury. You should thank me for not letting you spend the whole night on the sea. Wait, you used my credit card to rent the yacht. Laurent suddenly recalled something. Yes. You knew that the yacht will be overturned. Return me my money. How could you do this? Laurent wanted to cry, but had no tears. It cost tens of thousands. Chun Zhao ignored Laurent's screams. Letting him lose tens of thousands was already a light punishment. Amon's speed in water was extremely fast, almost 3 times as fast as an ordinary killer whale. In just over an hour, they were already close to the shore. At Angel Beach, a lifeguard was looking through a pair of binoculars on the stand. Just then he saw something on the sea. A few people seemed to be standing on the sea in the distance. The lifeguard immediately charged back into the HQ. Come out. I think there are people in trouble. Many lifeguards ran out from the HQ and looked at the sea with their binoculars. Chen? He looks like Chen. Let me take a look. Fei Lai snatched the binoculars. Apart from Chun Zhao, she also saw her father. Did Chun Zhao and her father play on the sea today? Wait, they're not on a ship. Amon? They were sitting on Amon's back. By then, the tourists at the beach had also discovered them. The part of Amon's back exposed above the surface was very large. It looked like a black ship. Look, is that Amon? That's the Amon from the videos. Who are those people? They look like they've just lost their ship. Did Amon save people again? By then, Amon had already reached the shallow water zone. Killer whales could leave the sea temporarily without dying. This was even more true for Amon. When he charged to the shore, the tourists around him all ran back in shock. Chun Zhao and the rest jumped down from Amon's back. Chun Zhao also patted Amon's head. Amon moved his body and slowly returned to the sea. Just then, Winnip walked out from the crowd and approached Laurent. Laurent, Chin, why were you on Amon's back? Winnip, why are you here? How did you know Amon? Amon's the legendary whale. Who doesn't know him? Fei Lai also walked out and pulled everyone back into the HQ. Chen, what happened? Why were you on the sea? Laurent wanted to see Amon, so I brought him there, Chin Zhao said, looking at Laurent. Why didn't you bring me? Winnip was clearly unhappy. I want to sit on Amon's back too. Laurent, Kane, Kareem, and Howard almost cried. They would rather not have such an experience. Winnip had no idea what they had just encountered. Mom, Amon is Chen's pet. If you want to interact with Amon, you can find Chen. Chen, am I right? Of course. Chen Zhao had a bright smile on his face. He glanced at Laurent and the bodyguards with a threatening look. Only then did Winnip's mood turn better. She had always liked aquatic mammals. She had zero immunity against dolphins and whales. When she saw Chun Zhao and Laurent left Amon's back just now, she felt as if she had just lost $1 billion. Chin, is Amon really your pet? Yes. How did you tame Amon? Mon, don't even think about it. You won't be able to do it. Only Chin can do it. While Laurent really did not want to, he still had to admit that Chun Zhao was an excellent animal trainer. It was almost unbelievable how Chun Zhao could tame such a wild killer whale and ask him to save all of them. Chapter 278, I'm only worth 1 killer whale? Chapter 278, I'm only worth 1 killer whale. Chen, take me to see Amon now. Winnip looked seriously at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao, glanced at Feilai. Go. Be careful. Feilai trusted Chen Zhao. You're not coming? Chen Zhao asked her. She'd interacted with Aman when they fought with the Mexican gang, so they weren't strangers. Okay, I'll go too. Chen Zhao and Feilai were there, but they still made Winnip put on a life vest. The three rowed out to sea in a kayak. A while later, Aman appeared. When the huge head poked out of the water, Winnip was still a bit frightened. After all, the huge mouth could swallow her. It won't bite, right? It won't, Chen Zhao promised. What does it eat? Winnip wanted to feed Aman. Chen Zhao was speechless, thinking, Dear mother-in-law, we didn't bring anything, other than yourself. You have nothing to feed him with. Still, Chen Zhao let Winnip ride him on and go out on a few spins. Feilai, you won't go on. Nope. There'll be more chances, right? Of course. You can go on at any time. Chen Zhao lay in the kayak hugging Feilai. Right now, Winnip was like a young girl. She rode the waves while yelling happily. After a leap, Winnip finally came off of Aman with satisfaction. Chen Zhao went into the water to feed Aman a demonic crystal and dragon meat. Returning to the kayak, Winnip was still excited. She couldn't calm down. Jen, if you can help me train a killer whale, I'll let you take Feilai. Mom, I'm only worth 1 killer whale. Oh, then how about 2? Okay, this queen was a bit funny. After returning to land, Winnip grabbed Loran and kept talking about her time with Aman. Loran and Chen Zhao had a tacit understanding not to mention things that could hurt each other. The video of Chen Zhao, Loran, and the others riding Aman once again went viral online. Different from the unclear video from that night, Chen Zhao and the others' faces were finally shown. Ronnie, Vera, and Faith were playing in the grass. Laffer sat there, letting the kids rest against it. Laffer wasn't as smart as Black Ma and White Ma, but it was still loyal. Faith, is that Uncle Chen? Ronnie grabbed Faith. She held a tablet and pointed with her chubby fingers. Faith studied the screen. Yeah, that's Uncle Chen. His fish is so big. I want to play with a big fish too. Just then, Risvar and Laura walked out. Ronnie ran over with the tablet. Mom, Dad, I want to go play at Uncle Chen's house. He has a big fish. What big fish? Look at the big fish. Risvar and Laura accepted the tablet with suspicion. This can't be Chen's pet too, right? Don't know. Maybe it's a wild killer whale. Mom, Dad, can we get a big fish too? Risvar had a headache. This type of fish couldn't be raised so easily. Daddy, you won't do it? You don't love me anymore? Risvar's headache grew worse. This girl was a drama queen. Should we ask Chin? But that's a killer whale. If anything happens, Risvar wasn't really willing. Going to watch a performance at the aquarium was one thing. Letting his daughter get close with a killer whale was something else altogether. I think Chin should have his own judgment. If he thinks it's dangerous, he won't agree. Ever since Chen Zhao cured Laura, she became very trusting of him. I'll ask Del. Risvar called Del immediately. Del, I have a question. Do you know if Chin has a killer whale as a pet? Oh, you mean Aman? I know. I asked him so many times for me to see Aman, but he won't let me. That killer whale is called Aman. You haven't seen the video? Half a month ago, he and his friends ran into a Mexican gang out at sea. Aman saved them. Apparently, this is the biggest killer whale known to humanity now. I have no clue how Chin trained it. Right now, your daughter and my daughters all want to go see Aman or have us raise a killer whale too. I have a headache. How about we go and eat dinner at Chen's with the kids today? You call him to prepare more dinner, else there won't be enough food. Chen, me, Johnny, Laura, and our kids want to eat dinner at your place tonight. Is that okay? Sure. Feilai's parents are here too. Oh, bring some groceries. We might not have enough. After notifying Risvar, they raced over to Chen Zhao's home. Risvar took 2 bottles of red wine from his wine cabinet. Seeing everyone here, Chun Zhao first hugged Laura affectionately. "Laura, how have you been these days?" "I've been great. Thank you, Chen." "Chen, I brought some wine." "These aren't $1 million bottles again, right?" Chun Zhao was still heartbroken over the last bottle. "Don't worry. These are only a few 10,000. A few $10,000 was already a lot." Chun Zhao led everyone inside. Seeing that Chun Zhao had guests, Laurent didn't embarrass him. He didn't like Chun Zhao, but he wouldn't cause trouble in front of outsiders. The 3 kids went straight for Black Ma, White Ma, and Abitos. "I'm a dragon knight, rar," Faith yelled, sitting on Abitos. "I'm the White Wolf Knight." "I'm the Black Wolf Knight." There were too many people here tonight. Chun Zhao had Kane, Kareem, and Howard set up 2 grills in the yard. Risfar, Del, and Laurent stood by the grill. They chatted while barbecuing. Laura, Phalai, and Winnip sat by the pool to talk. Just then, Faith came over on Abitos. "Uncle Chen, where's the big fish?" "Where is it? Why don't I see it?" "What big fish?" Chun Zhao had no clue. "That really, really big black and white one." "Faith is talking about Amon," Del said. "That killer whale." "I rode Amon today," Winnip said. "It was so fun. Chin brought me. I never imagined that there could be such an obedient killer whale. It's much more obedient and smarter than the ones in the aquarium." Faith, Ronnie, and Vera stared at Chin Zhao with puppy eyes. Chapter 279 Barbecue. Chapter 279 Barbecue. "Chin, you won't disappoint them, will you?" Risfar looked at Chun Zhao. "Maybe when I'm free. I'm quite busy these few days," Chin Zhao said. "Chin, you can guarantee their safety, right?" Laura was still rather worried. "Rest assured, my pets won't hurt people." "Risfar, are you the chairman of GDB Ocean Shipping?" Winnip found Risfar somewhat familiar, but she could not confirm. Winnip was operating a supermarket chain whose stores were distributed among 4 cities in California. There was a store in Los Angeles, too. Of course, she was not as rich as Risfar. They also had no business relations with each other. Winnip found Risfar familiar because Risfar had appeared on a few business magazines before. "Ms. Winnip, I know you're the owner of a supermarket chain. I actually agree with your business philosophy a lot. Maybe we can cooperate in the future if there's a chance." Risfar was just being polite. Ocean shipping and opening a supermarket were almost totally irrelevant. Although supermarkets also needed to import items, most of it was done by the air or the land, not the ocean. Super firms like Walmart could use ocean shipping, but not Winnip's supermarkets. "How did you know Chin?" Winnip asked. "My wife was unwell. Chin healed her illness." "Huh. Laura doesn't look like she was sick." Laura smiled and took down her wig. "It's hair loss." Laura's head was still quite bare, but there was already a very short layer of hair. "Chin, I've also been experiencing hair loss recently. At my age, can I still be treated?" Winnip asked. "From your look, it's probably caused by too much stress at work. It's not a big problem and can be treated easily. I have some self-made medicine. Try it. It should solve the problem." "Winnip, let's not use such a non-standard medicine," Laurent interrupted. After holding in for an entire night, Laurent finally argued with Chin Zhao again. "Laurent, your hair loss is caused by sex dysfunction. I can't really do much about that." "Who has sex dysfunction? Stop bullshitting." "All right, stop. We just thought you've already fixed your relationship today. After a bit of alcohol, you're starting again." Luckily, Chin Zhao and Laurent stopped and did not worsen their conflict. They were both very careful, worried that what they had done to each other would be exposed. During the barbecue, everyone ate and drank together. The kids played freely at the place. Everyone had fun. Kane, Kareem, and Howard did not drink. While they seemed to be very timid before Chin Zhao, They were actually professional bodyguards. When the party ended, they drove Del and Risvar home. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai had to clean up the mess. They worked until 10 at night. The next day, Chun Zhao went to the construction site at Mirror Lake to check the progress of his new house. Felwood Cisco came out to welcome him. Mr. Chen. Felwood, how's the house? We've already finished the main body, which is supposed to be fast, but we need more time for the external and internal constructions, as well as the decorations. Just tell me how long you need. You know that my old house was burnt down. Now I'm staying at my friend's place, so I hope you can make it quicker. Mr. Chen, I can't make it any quicker because I need to guarantee its quality first. After all, the house is beside the lake. If its quality is substandard, the entire building might be in danger, so we need to do it slowly. I know. Just tell me straight how long you need. Chen Zhao was quite anxious. Even though his relationship with Rasva and Zola was really good, it was still not his own house. Fei Lai had the same feeling. No matter how good the hillside villa was, they could not treat it like their home. They felt more like staying in a hotel. At least 2 months. All right. Chun Zhao glanced at the main body of the building. It could not even be considered as an undecorated house. Chun Zhao's new house had a unique design. Its main material was not bricks and mortar, but rather carbonized steel and glass. These materials were as strong as steel and also had higher plasticity. They were lighter than steel reinforcements and could also avoid getting struck by lightning. Of course, there still had to be bearing walls to support the main building. Both Chen Zhao and Fei Lai preferred modern buildings. Therefore, the house which Robio had designed for them looked really modern and technological. At the lakeside, there was a wooden bridge that was over 10 meters long. A small dock had already been built. The dock should be the easiest part of the project. Nevertheless, given Mirror Lake's depth, only small ships would be able to dock here. Medium ships might not even be able to come in. The water engineering team that Risvar had hired had also started to widen and deepen the water channel. While Chen Zhao really hoped that the new house could be finished as soon as possible, it was not made of Legos. He could only wait patiently. Moreover, Chen Zhao also had to earn more money in the meantime. Furniture and electronic sets would not be cheap. For example, a high-class home theater cost about $80,000 to $90,000. A kitchen set also cost about $10,000 or $20,000, so did a bathroom set. Chen Zhao did not calculate the exact amount, but he estimated that he needed about $300,000. In terms of furniture, Chen Zhao had agreed that he would get customized ones from Bant and his friends would workshop. It similarly cost $20,000 or $30,000. Chen Zhao's current saving was actually more than enough for electronic devices and furniture. However, he felt that since he had built a dock, he might as well buy a yacht. Chen Zhao would rather get a second-hand yacht. A new yacht would cost 3 to 4 times as much as its second-hand counterpart. As Chen Zhao's new home was under construction, Blackie was building his new house too. Chen Zhao had no idea what Blackie's progress was. Chen Zhao had been to the old space crevice twice. Hellhound was somewhat depressed because Blackie was not around and Chen Zhao had also not brought their playmates with him. Chapter 280, Client with Overly High Price. Chapter 280, Client with Overly High Price. Blackie, are you sure you'll take this pile of bones too? Chen Zhao looked at the hundreds of skeletons in the ditch. He was honestly speechless. Couldn't they just move the essentials? How come everything had to be moved? They could just leave unnecessary things behind. Why did the new home need these skeletons? I think I need to show off my status as the Grim Reaper. After spending so much time with Chen Zhao, Blackie learned how to be playful too. Who can you show off to other than me? Didn't you always emphasize that you're the Soulbringer and not Grim Reaper? After meeting you, I discovered that the Grim Reaper is cooler. Fine, keep a skeleton. I learned a dead soul spell. After taking the skeletons over, I can have them help me construct my new home. Oh, can you help find a designer for me to fix up my new home? Are you serious? Chen Zhao was speechless. Yes, I'm serious. How come you humans can have pretty homes, but I can't? When Chen Zhao came out of the basement, Ethan happened to be there. He didn't think too much, though. He just thought that Chen Zhao came to find something he'd forgotten. Blackie was right beside Chen Zhao. Usually, Blackie would sit in the shotgun seat if Chen Zhao was driving and no one else was there. Hey, Chen, there's a complicated client. Will you take it? What client? Chen Zhao asked. I don't know the specifics of the condition, but I heard that 2 other doctors were traumatized and went to the mental hospital. He's not a psycho killer, right? I wouldn't introduce you to a psycho killer. What price? $200,000. That much? Chen Zhao said, shocked. I was afraid you'd be in danger. Ethan was genuine with this phrase. He and Chen Zhao had only known each other for half a year, but Ethan had helped Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had also helped him without holding back. They often bickered, but when they really needed the other, they would help as much as possible. Ethan didn't want anything to happen to Chen Zhao, so he would help Chen Zhao decide if the clients were problematic or not. If the client was problematic, Ethan would warn Chen Zhao and ask for his opinion. Of course, only an idiot will reject such a big client. I hope I won't see you at the mental hospital next. Mental hospital? You're the one who should go. It was a vintage red brick house surrounded by a wall. The plants were luscious inside. It looked like an ancient house hidden deep in the woods. Chen Zhao, the deathly aura is so heavy here. Blackie floated above Chen Zhao's head. Evil spirits. Don't feel any. Blackie shook his head. Maybe it's something else. If there were evil spirits, Chen Zhao wouldn't be afraid. Blackie was able to destroy an entire ghost ship alone. Evil spirits were nothing to be afraid of. Blackie had said that regular evil souls were like lambs to him, while evil spirits were mountain goats. Either way, they were all sheep. Before a tiger, the only difference between having horns or not was that there were more nutrients in the horns. Chen Zhao rang the bell on the metal gate. The old house's gate opened. A withered figure stood in the shadows and waved toward him. Chen Zhao pushed the metal gate and walked in. He saw a hunched man wrapped tightly in clothing. It was only January, but it wasn't cold during the day. It could reach the 70s and make one feel hot and annoyed. Chen Zhao only wore a t-shirt and a simple jacket. He even took the jacket off at noon. It was dark in the house. All the curtains were drawn and no lights were on, so Chen Zhao couldn't see the client's features clearly. Excuse me, are you the patient? Yes. What can I call you by? Chen Zhao asked. Movich. Can you tell me about your condition? You didn't hear about my condition before you came. You mean about how you sent 2 doctors to the mental hospital in fright? I don't want you to become the third. Do you know how annoying it is for me to call the ambulance? I'm not ignorant, Chen Zhao said. I've seen all types of patients. Are you sure? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. The man turned on the lights. Chen Zhao realized that he wasn't old, at most 30 years old. Judging from his face, he didn't seem sickly either. You don't look sick, Chen Zhao said straightforwardly. Prepare yourself, the man said solemnly, looking at Chen Zhao. Are you ready? What are you taking your clothes off for? So you can see my body. I'm not gay. The client's expression turned colder. Okay, I just wanted to lighten things up. The client started taking his clothes off, layer by layer. The jacket came off. The moment he took off his last shirt, a piercing scream came. The client had 3 twisted faces on his chest and stomach. They let out shrill screams. Chen Zhao felt like his head was about to explode. He covered his ears but couldn't block the sound. Read more chapter at VIP Novel. Go to sleep. Chen Zhao cried. All he wanted was for these three faces to shut up. The three faces instantly closed their eyes and mouths and went to sleep. Chen Zhao touched his ears. He was bleeding. If the three things kept screaming, his head might actually explode. Thankfully, he used the Banshee's charm out of desperation. Otherwise, he might be sent to the mental hospital too. The client looked at him in surprise. You stopped them? You could stop them? What are those things? Are you a mutant? Chen Zhao's ears were still ringing. It was too painful. Who the hell knows? It happened last month, during Christmas. I just got these three faces on me. Get rid of them for me. It's too painful. Wait, let me calm down. Don't talk. I can't hear half of what you're saying. My ears are ringing. And please put your clothes on. It took half an hour for Chen Zhao to recover. I'm Movich Tudis. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chin. Okay, tell me about your problem now. Movich recounted everything that had happened, but his words were disorganized and didn't provide any information. He didn't know where the three demons came from either. Before Chen Zhao came, he'd already sent two guys into the mental hospital. Chen Zhao almost became the third. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was Ethan. Chen, how are you? Did you see the patient? Ethan still cared for Chen Zhao. He called just to confirm his safety. I'm okay. I saw him. His condition is a bit complicated. Gotta go. Great. With $200,000, I can get $40,000. You don't care about me? You only care about your money. We're over. Chapter 281, Hiring him on as an actor. Chapter 281, Hiring him on as an actor. Chen Zhao. Someone used the spell Bloodline Blend to forcibly attach his relatives' souls to his body. Can you pull these three souls out? They're definitely his close relatives. If I pull their souls out, I'll be killing them. Are you sure you want that? Blackie asked. Movich Tudis looked at Chen Zhao anxiously. Chen, you have a solution, right? Chen Zhao looked at Movich. Do you find the three faces familiar? Familiar? What do you mean? Have you not observed the three faces carefully? How do you expect me to observe such frightening faces? Also, whenever they appear, they'll scream. Bring up your shirt, slowly. Perhaps they're still asleep. Chen Zhao was still scared. Movich slowly lifted his shirt, exposing the three fearsome faces. Chen Zhao extended his hand and rubbed Movich's chest. A woman's face gradually appeared. Movich shouted in surprise, Mom. She's your mom. I don't know. Little had Movich expected the strange face to be his mother's. How about this one? He's my dad. And this? My grandmother. She raised me during my childhood. Here's the situation. Someone has placed them in your body. I can remove them, but it'll kill them. But they're already dead, right? Yes, they'll die again. Then how? Stop asking me. What do you want to do? Is there no other way? Dunno. It's also the first time I've encountered such a situation. I need to think about it. Please, you must think of a solution. I'll try my best. Here's your pay. Please take it. Movich gave Chen Zhao a 200,000 check. Chen Zhao pushed the check away. I won't take the money until your problem is solved. Please take it. It's the deposit. Movich had been in desperation. Now he could finally see some hope. He was afraid that Chen Zhao would never return after leaving. He would only be relieved if Chen Zhao took the money. Are you very rich? In Chen Zhao's opinion, Movich's house was very ordinary. However, he did not hesitate to give Chen Zhao the $200,000 check. He even took it to be the deposit only. This is my maternal grandmother's house. I hid here to avoid my servants. I still won't take the money. Wait for me to think of a solution first. Then give me your number, Muvich said, uneasy. After giving Muvich his number, Chen Zhao left. Chen Zhao could feel Muvich's helpless and anticipating look as he left the house. Then he went to Ethan's place for free lunch. Chen, how is it? The client's condition is rather complicated. I can't heal him for now, Chen Zhao sighed. Ethan also sighed in disappointment. But there's still a chance. I need to think about it. It seems that he's only taking the 200,000 as the deposit. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Ethan's face was filled with delight. Really? Anyway, it won't be less than 200,000, provided I can heal him. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly think of a solution. I'm hungry. Get me some food first. So you're just here for the free food. Displeased, Ethan threw Chen Zhao a packed sandwich. Chen Zhao took a can of Coke himself. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from Stephen. Chen, are you free? Why? Are you unwell? No, just want to have a meal with you. Fine. Where do I go? Silver Building, 23rd floor. I'll be right there. When Chen Zhao exited from the elevator, he turned left and saw a restaurant before him. There were two men in black jackets at the door. The restaurant was very empty. Chen Zhao called Stephen. Stephen, I'm at the door. One of the men seemed to have received a message through his earphones. He walked up and asked, Sir, are you Mr. Chen? Yes. Please come in. Mister. Stephen is waiting for you inside. When Chen Zhao walked into the restaurant, he realized that Stephen was the only customer. He was sitting by the window. Chen Zhao approached him. Stephen called the waiter. You can start serving the dishes now. Chen, I accepted the PLM film about you and your friends. Huh? Why? Do you want me to act? Chen Zhao did not even believe this himself. After all, Chen Zhao was an Asian. In most American movies, the main characters were not Asians. As far as he knew, there was already a preliminary script for the movie he had sold, and he was only a secondary character. Of course, Chen Zhao did not really mind it. PLM had bought the copyright to earn money in the first place. If he insisted that the protagonist had to be an Asian, the box office might collapse. It would be bad for both him and PLM. If you really want to act, I won't mind, Stephen said, smiling. Forget it. Just tell me what you want. I want to borrow Amon for filming. Chen Zhao did not know if the lazy Amon would be able to tolerate it. Would it be too difficult a task for him? I'm paying him at the highest rate for Hollywood animal actors. Hollywood CG can be very realistic, right? Do you know how much 1 minute of CG costs? For most Hollywood films, as long as the time and money needed do not cost more than CG, CG will not be used. No matter how realistic CG is, it cannot be compared with filming the actual thing, Stephen said. Chen Zhao thought about it. How much are you paying exactly? I need to know how well Amon can cooperate. You can ask him to do anything that he can physically do, provided I'm around. If you want him to fly, you probably need to find a helicopter first. So, as long as you're present, you can ask him to do anything, right? Kind of. Then I'll pay you 15,000 per hour. How long do you need him for? About 3 to 4 days. We'll be filming for about 30 hours, Stephen said. The exact time depends on the actual effects. Can you make the pay higher? Chen, I'm just the director, not the investor. Stephen gave a dry laugh. Chapter 282, Female Lead. Chapter 282, Female Lead. Chen Zhao could manage to accept this price. When does shooting start? He asked. I'll let you know. The cast is still preparing. Oh, Vincent has a role in this too. Oh, what's his role? One of the robbers, the getaway driver in a bank robbery case. He gets killed by the Mexicans. Chen Zhao didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Oh, my character won't die, right? He asked. Of course not. I promise, Stephen replied, half joking. Right, did you hire those 2 bodyguards recently? Stephen nodded. A few days ago, I attended an event and a stranger tried to approach me, but the event's guard stopped him. He took out a gun and injured one of the guards. I hired these 2 that same day. Did you get hurt? I'm fine, just had a fright. Stephen shook his head. He had everything at this age, making him fear death even more. This was normal. Even Qin Zhao feared death, let alone Stephen. Stephen already prepared the contract, so Chen Zhao signed it. Oh, Stephen asked, do you still have contact with Yafin Livana? Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Hollywood was a realistic place. The main reason that she'd gotten that role before was because of him. She didn't have a foundation in Hollywood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked for his help after acting in Stephen's movie. If this path was blocked, all her past efforts might go to waste. If possible, give her a chance. I think she'll be a good actress. Yafin didn't have a representative work in Hollywood yet. Without that, no one would remember her. If no one remembered her, she would fail. There were too many actresses like her in Hollywood. It was a homogeneous group. Yafin wasn't the most extraordinary. If she didn't have a representative work, a memorable role, she would be lost in the sea of people. You still have feelings for her. She's a good actress, Chen Zhao said vaguely. She works hard too. Feelings? Chen Zhao didn't think that he had any special feelings for Yafin. They'd had something before, though, and had ended things without problems. Yafin had even given her blessings when Chen Zhao told her he had a girlfriend. Whether she was genuine or not, Chen Zhao still hoped that she could succeed in Hollywood. At least, she wouldn't be as miserable as right now, laboring for the tiniest roles. Do you think she can take the female lead? Stephen asked. The role of Kate, the reporter. In the script, David became the main character. The female lead was Kate, who was brave enough to expose the truth. If you think she can, I won't object, Qin Zhao said. But could Stephen decide on the female lead? Qin Zhao wasn't part of Hollywood, but he knew that the casting wasn't only the director's decision. He might be able to decide the second and third leads, but there were too many considerations for the female lead. It's my movie, Stephen said nonchalantly. I'm in charge. Chen Zhao glanced at Stephen. He'd almost forgotten that this man was a renowned director in Hollywood. Stephen's box office totaled to a few billion. He didn't rely on the accumulation from sequels either. He never filmed sequels. Even if the 6 major film companies wanted him to direct a movie, they wouldn't get involved in the cast. This was Hollywood. This was reality. As long as you proved your talent and was able to attract box office numbers, then you could do whatever you wanted. As one of Hollywood and the world's most successful directors, Stephen was able to ask for even more authority, even to the editing of the film. Many times, the movie filmed by the director and the final product were completely different. This was a problem in editing. This was also the difference between major and ordinary directors. Qin Zhao didn't even pay attention to the entertainment industry, but even he'd heard of Stephen back in China. If she can have this chance, I'll thank you for her. If you really want to thank me, cut down Amon's cost by half. In your dreams. Just then, a guard in black walked in. Sir, a woman wants to see you. Name? Lucy. Oh, her? Tell her I'm busy. Stephen waved his hand. I should go, Stephen. Okay. Stephen rose to embrace Qin Zhao. Can I take this lobster to go? You asshole, Stephen said, laughing. You scammed me out of tens of thousands of dollars just then. This lobster costs $8,000. Bye. Exiting the restaurant, Qin Zhao took out his phone. Hi, Yafin. Qin, how come you have the time to call me today? Did you break up with your girlfriend? If you need comfort, I'm just a call away. I just talked to Stephen. You might have a chance at being the female lead in his new movie. Prepare a bit for it. I can't make promises, but you have a big chance. Really? Chin, are you serious? Female lead? Can I really? Please, it's not confirmed now. Chin Zhao said nonchalantly. Don't get so excited. The female lead is a reporter. She's the type to act on her own. I can't reveal too much, but I hope you can get this chance. Chin, thank you. If you have any needs, I can satisfy you. Any position. Yafan teased Chin Zhao without holding back. Thinking of her sexy figure, Chin Zhao grew heated. However, he kept calm. He thought for a moment and gave up on it. Having sex for exchange was too much. Chen Zhao might not be an extremely dedicated person, but he would never be the first to betray his significant other. A polyamorous relationship was great, but not many women were willing to share her man and feelings with someone else. At least, Chen Zhao felt like he wasn't that lucky. Just then, a pair of long legs appeared before him. Chen Zhao looked up those long legs to see a gorgeous woman. Chen Zhao recognized her. He'd treated her before. You're Lucy, did you forget? You saw my body before. 1. Chen Zhao remembered Lucy, albeit only remembering that she'd suspected she had STDs. As for seeing her body, it was only for a checkup. Chen Zhao had seen Norman's body a handful times now. Looking with the eyes of a doctor and a man were completely different feelings. Chapter 283, Faith's Complaint. Chapter 283, Faith's Complaint. Hi, Lucy, what a surprise. Chin, are you very close to Mr. Stephen? No, I'm just his personal doctor, Chin Zhao said. I would like to ask you some questions. Are you free? If you want to ask about Mr. Stephen, I'm afraid I can't tell you much. I'm busy. Bye. Chin, don't you want to have a deeper conversation with me? No. If it was in the past, Chin Zhao would not mind sleeping with Lucy. Lucy pulled Chen Zhao's hand. She took out a stack of notes from her handbag and pushed it into Chen Zhao's hand. What do you want to know? Chin Zhao weighed the stack of money. There should be a few $1,000s. She brought so much cash with her. Isn't she afraid of getting robbed? I heard Mr. Stephen has another project with PLM, right? Yes, Chin Zhao nodded. Do you know Mr. Stephen's role arrangement? Lucy, I'm just a doctor. Do you think I know this kind of thing? Lucy was unhappy. If this is all you can tell me, return me my money. You know, I'm just a private doctor, so you should know that I can't provide you with too much information. Lucy was even more displeased. To be honest, a few $1,000s for confirming a suspicion was really too expensive. A few thousand was no small amount for her. A hard-fought role would give her at most 100,000. Moreover, she would get only 2 to 3 such roles in an entire year. If Mr. Stephen knows that his doctor accepted a bribe and betrayed him, I wonder what he will do. Chen Zhao found Lucy really weird. She wanted to force him to say more and was not even willing to waste a few $1,000s. Then you better tell him quickly that you bribed me with a few thousand to get information about him. Chen Zhao smiled. Your thoughts are even more naive than your appearance. Lucy gritted her teeth and watched as Chen Zhao left. Chen Zhao was right in that she was unclean in the first place. If Stephen found it out, she would lose the opportunity to fairly compete for a role. Just then, Lucy's phone rang. Lucy, there's a personal job. Do you want it? It was Lucy's agent, who had a really wide social circle. However, Lucy knew that her agent would always arrange improper work for the actors, against the company's will. When Lucy heard her agent's words, she began to hesitate. Her current position in Hollywood was really awkward. It was neither high enough or too low. She was somewhat famous, but she had almost zero influence in the industry. She was both a star and a social butterfly. In fact, she had used her body to exchange for a role before. By personal job, her agent was referring to selling her body. Nevertheless, it would earn her much more money. She could just close her eyes and the night would be over. It could also greatly improve her financial condition. Although she was a star and could earn at least $1 million a year, including business activities and advertisement, she similarly had to spend a lot. It was like how she had just given Chen Zhao a few thousand to buy information. It was not a rare occurrence. Sometimes she had to find a few insiders before competing for a role. Even those top-tier female stars might not have been cleaner than Lucy before they became famous. Lucy gave it a thought. How much is it? 800,000. That's very low. Lucy felt that the price should at least double. She was a star, not a cheap whore. His status is quite special. If you can form a good relationship with him, it'll help your career greatly. Lucy's eyes brightened. The most pressing thing she had to do now was to widen her social circle. After all, she had just come from Australia half a year ago and did not know many people in Hollywood. Her work had all been organized by her agent. A relationship was probably the most important thing in Hollywood. Many times, the setting of a character could be changed because of it. Give me his address. Soon, Lucy arrived at Beverly Hills. It was not very far from the place she lived in, but the manor before her was way bigger than her small villa. Lucy dreamed of staying in such a manor. It was the life that she longed for. When she entered the manor, she saw a swimming pool, which was itself larger than her villa. A maid and a child were playing in the pool. Mary lifted her head and glanced at Lucy. With her high heels, Lucy walked past her, scanning her with a proud look. Lucy walked into the house, admiring the extravagant decorations. All of them were indicating the extreme wealth of the owner. For example, there was an oil painting on the wall. Even with Lucy's shallow knowledge, she knew that it cost a lot, at least much higher than the amount she was going to get. Hi, Lucy. Dell was half naked and wearing a loose pair of pants. When Lucy saw Dell, she found him slightly familiar. She had probably seen the young face somewhere before, but she could not recall. Hi, have we met before? You probably saw me in some magazine, Dell said, smiling. He had been eyeing Lucy for a long time. Her delicate face and perfect body were irresistible. Lucy thought that Dell must be very famous to be able to appear in a magazine. Judging from the size of the manor, Dell was definitely no ordinary man. How should I address you? You can call me Dell. That's how all my friends call me. Dell, your house is beautiful. Lucy gently touched her rosy lips and crooked her finger. What are you waiting for? Let's go to my room. It's even nicer, Dell said. Don't you feel it's more exciting here? Lucy pulled her low-cut shirt even lower. Dell could not move his eyes away from the deep cleavage. Dell seized Lucy's slim waist, and the two kissed each other wildly. Ah! Suddenly, Faith's scream interrupted the two. Mr. Dell, this is too much. Mary walked in and stared at Dell in anger. Dell's expression froze, and he quickly explained, we were just kissing. Lucy, go to my room. I'm calling Uncle. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want Daddy anymore. Faith pouted to display her dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, she took out her phone. Uncle, come and fetch me. I don't want to stay here anymore. I don't want Daddy. Wait. Faith, don't tell your uncle about it. It's Daddy's fault. I'm sorry. Dell immediately snatched the phone from Faith. Hey, Dell, what did you do again? Qinzhao said. Listen, it's a misunderstanding. Daddy and a woman are doing bad things in the living room. I didn't, Dell was about to explain, but Qinzhao had already hung up. Lucy looked at Dell, not knowing what to do. Dell, what happened? Dell's face darkened. Nah, it's nothing. Chapter 284 Exchange. Chapter 284 Exchange. A while later, Qinzhao came. Seeing him, Faith ran into his arms. Uncle. Zhao picked her up and turned toward Dell, with Lucy beside him. When Lucy saw him, she was surprised. She didn't expect that Zhao would come here. Zhao handed Faith to Mary. Take her outside to play. Then he looked at Dell and Lucy. Lucy took the initiative to greet him. "Hi, Chen. We meet again." "Ha," Chen Zhao scoffed. "Dell, come here. Let's talk privately." "Chen, let's make a deal. You can't hit me." Dell was really afraid that Chen Zhao would attack. "You want me to hit you here?" Chen Zhao asked. Dell rose immediately. "Lucy, we're going outside for a bit." He and Chen Zhao walked outside. Lucy looked at them through the floor-to-ceiling window. It seemed that Chen Zhao and this Dell were very close. "Dell, I don't care how messed up your private life is, but can't you think about faith? Can you go to your room when you mess with women?" "Chen, this really is an exception. I was too impulsive just then, but we were only kissing. We didn't get to that point yet." Chen Zhao glanced at Lucy in the living room. He didn't have a good impression of her in the first place. "You know her?" "No. I paid $150,000 for her." "Oh, you know her too?" "She was my patient." "What was her condition?" Chen Zhao thought for a moment. It would be too much to reveal a woman's sickness. Plus, not breaching a client's privacy was the rule for private doctors. "Just a small thing, but remember to wear condoms when you play with outside women. I don't want to treat your STDs, got it?" Chen Zhao patted Dell's shoulder. "I'll take Faith to my house tonight. Come get her tomorrow." "Okay. I promise I won't do it in the living room next time. If there's a next time, I'll send you to the hospital." Dell shuddered. Ignoring him, Chen Zhao turned to leave. "Mary, hand Faith over to me. You can have a day off. Go home and see Bant. Did you make it clear with Mr. Dell? I'm sure he won't do it again." "Dell, Chen is only a doctor. Why are you so scared of him?" Lucy lay on Dell, murmuring, "Ah, that hurts." "Don't try to sow discord between Chen and me so immaturely," Dell said coldly. "We're brothers, and you're nothing. If you mention our relationship again, there won't be a place for you in Hollywood anymore." "I'm sorry. Dell, that's not what I meant." Dell was an ass, but he wasn't stupid. He'd seen too many girls like Lucy. She just thought she was smart, but to Dell, she was just a high-end prostitute. She was pretty, but she could be fucked with money. On the other hand, Dell's relationship with Chen Zhao couldn't be explained in a few words. Lucy quickly paid for her mistake. After they finished, Dell drove her out of the manor. She didn't receive anything other than the check. She was pissed, but she'd already thought of Dell's status. He was a big shareholder of CAA. That was the biggest management company of Hollywood with countless celebrities. CAA's connections were spread across the entirety of Hollywood. If she'd snatched this chance to sign with CAA, she would get more opportunities for herself. Unfortunately, she'd underestimated Dell's relationship with Chen Zhao. She'd also underestimated Dell's intelligence. No one who could thrive in Hollywood was an actual idiot. She'd only said one thing, and Dell already saw her ulterior motive. "Lucy, did you finish?" "Yes," Lucy told her manager calmly. "How was it? How was his impression of you? You really want me to get into CAA? If I do, won't you lose me?" "Ha! I trust you'll be able to get me into CAA too." The manager wasn't stupid. He wouldn't do unprofitable business. "But you'll have to be let down. He doesn't plan on signing me." Lucy wouldn't reveal that she'd offended Dell. "Really? What a pity, it was such a good chance." The manager didn't think too much into it and continued. "Oh, there's a fashion show in 2 days. Do you want to go?" "Watch a fashion show?" "No, as a model," the manager said. "It's for the famous high-fashion brand Baroness. The boss has very deep connections and can even affect Hollywood. You can help me endorse Baroness?" Lucy asked, eyes brightening. "They don't need endorsements. With your status, you can't get it either." "Then what's the point of me going?" "Of course there's a point. Disregarding the pay, if you can meet the owner, you'll be able to become the female lead of a movie with her single word." "Is she really that powerful in Hollywood?" "Of course. The Baroness influence in Hollywood is substantial. Practically every celebrity has one or a few tailored outfits from it. The owner's family is also influential and vast. Okay, I'll take this job. Lucy understood that she couldn't reject or choose this job. After coming to Hollywood, she'd only done two things: act and get connections. She was willing to do everything to be connected to those big figures. Unfortunately, to them, she was only a pretty ornament. Hollywood was full of girls like her. So far, not a single big figure appreciated her. She gave up everything she could give to no avail. Oftentimes, it wasn't like she could just hook her finger and she could get in bed with someone. She didn't even have the power to reject when she wasn't willing. Any producer with a bit of fame could make her strip. She started off feeling disgust. Now she was numb. Lucy didn't know how many people she'd fucked now. Getting money like today was good. Some might not even fulfill their promises or give an empty check. She couldn't even count how many empty checks she had now. Chapter 285, An Unkillable Man. Chapter 285, An Unkillable Man. Feilai was giving Faith a shower, while Chen Zhao was in the swimming pool outside. At the moment, Chen Zhao was surrounded by all his demons, including Blackie. Still the same problem. It's not difficult to eliminate the three attached spirits, but how can I separate them from the host without harming them? Kill the host, Abidos said proudly. He was the first to come out with a solution. Yes, a very unique and refined solution, which we shall leave for further discussion later. Does anyone have any other solutions? Chen Zhao asked. Blackie was the expert here, but even he could not think of a solution, not to mention the other demons. Blackie, what do you think? First, I can confirm that Movich was hit with bloodline blend. The three evil spirits are his closest family members, and they were forcibly attached to his body. Feature-wise, they have actually already become part of the host. It's like you have 5 fingers, and you feel that 5 is too many, so you cut off a few fingers and still want them to move. It's impossible. There's an old saying in Chinese which has the same meaning as where there's a will, there's a way. Nothing is absolutely impossible. Chen Zhao did not want to give up. After all, it would affect Movich's entire life and Chen Zhao's payment. Human can't think of anything. The more I think, the hungrier I get. Beelzebub had already lain on the ground and stopped thinking. The other demons were also dawdling. No demon wanted to waste their time and brain power on such a matter. I'll give the one who can think of a solution 1 year worth of demonic crystals. All the demons were energized at once. However, they only suggested ridiculous solutions, which were even worse than Abido's. Don't you have a more reliable solution? Chen Zhao slapped his forehead and looked at the demons. Just then, Feilai also walked out, carrying Faith, who was wrapped up in a towel. Feilai asked, "What are you talking about?" "I have a troublesome patient." "How?" Feilai knew that Chen Zhao's medical skills were excellent. Hence, she wanted to know what illness Chen Zhao would describe as being troublesome. To be accurate, the person's not ill. There are evil spirits attached to his body. Then it should be an exorcism, right? Can you not do it? It won't be a problem if they're ordinary spirits. The thing is, he was hit by a spell. The 3 spirits turned out to be his father, mother, and grandmother who had raised him up. Will the 3 spirits harm the host? No. Then what's the problem? Oh, he just has 3 distorted faces on his chest. Whenever they see light, they'll scream and cause everyone to have concussion except the host. Apart from those, he's just fine. Can you not pull the 3 spirits out of his body by force? No, they've already totally fused with each other. Pulling them out will be like cutting off your fingers and still wanting them to function. Forget it, I can't help you. I'll bring Faith to bed first. Don't stay in the pool for too long. The more Chen Zhao thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He swam a few laps in the pool. The water at night was still somewhat cold. After swimming, Chen Zhao left the pool and dried himself up. Then he changed to his sportswear. He informed Fei Lai and then went out for a night run. Chen Zhao would not usually go for night runs, but he really could not fall asleep tonight. Normally, whenever he could not sleep, he would not let Fei Lai sleep too. He would spend all his energy on Fei Lai. However, Faith was there, and he could not do anything. Therefore, he could only expend his energy by exercising. It was not too late, only just over 8, but the coastal road was already rather empty. Chen Zhao enjoyed the sea breeze as he jogged on the sidewalk. Suddenly, a person appeared on the path. The person was still wearing a hood, hiding his face. Chen Zhao did not notice him and collided into him directly. The person was blown backward by a meter and collapsed on the ground. "Sorry, are you all right?" Chen Zhao wanted to help the person to get up, but when he touched the person's hand, he felt a sharp, burning sensation. "Ah, what's in your hand?" Chen Zhao withdrew his hand and realized that there was a brand. "Chen, it's the imprint of a demonic badge. There's something wrong with that guy." Chen Zhao looked at the person before him. "Stop!" Just then, a car on the road lost control and charged toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao quickly jumped away and barely dodged the car. "Buddy, are you okay?" the driver asked, sticking his head out. Chen Zhao was not hit. He saw the hooded man walking away and immediately gave chase. Realizing that Chen Zhao was chasing him, the hooded man also started to run. He was not slow at all. Chen Zhao followed him closely. Smith sped up, but soon he was short on stamina. "Damn, why isn't he dead yet?" Smith cursed as he ran. He would find his prey using the same method every night, and it was really simple. As long as he touched the victim's body with his hand, he would leave an imprint. Bad luck would quickly kill the victim. Smith would obtain the victim's luck, while the cursed coin would obtain the victim's soul. Just as Chen Zhao was chasing Smith, a lamppost by the road suddenly fell down without warning and smashed onto Chen Zhao's body. It was really a heavy hit. Smith stopped and looked at Chen Zhao, heaving a long sigh of relief. "He's finally dead." Just as Smith thought that it was over, Chen Zhao got up from the ground again. "Not dead? What's wrong with him?" Pushing the lamppost aside, Chen Zhao raised his head and looked at Smith. He finally saw Smith's face clearly. "It's you!" Chen Zhao had seen Smith at the entrance of the abandoned college building when Sienna called him for help. That time, both Chen Zhao and Blackie found Smith somewhat strange, but they did not investigate it in depth. Now, Chen Zhao could finally confirm that there was something wrong. Smith immediately ran away, and Chen Zhao obviously continued to chase him. The two raced against each other. Chen Zhao followed Smith closely, not planning to let him go. When Smith reached a car park, he could not run anymore. Just when Chen Zhao thought Smith was going to surrender, a car hit Chen Zhao from the back. Chen Zhao flew forward for a few meters, but the car still drove toward him. Chen Zhao made a roll and dodged the car. However, the car beside him also started its engine. "Chen Zhao, he's releasing evil spirits to control the cars. Don't fight with him here." Chapter 286. Different Function of Angelic Crystals. Chapter 286. Different Function of Angelic Crystals. Chen Zhao didn't know how many evil spirits this guy controlled. A dozen cars in the parking lot all had their lights on. Blackie swooped forward and destroyed 2 evil spirits. Chen Zhao suddenly had a strange feeling. It came from the mark on his left hand. Another car crashed toward him. This time he was prepared and dodged it easily. Smith was about to escape again. "Blackie," Chen Zhao called, "take out all these evil spirits. I'll go after him." These evil spirit cars gave Chen Zhao a headache, but it was nothing to Blackie. Plus, it could also give Chen Zhao more angelic crystals. As soon as he left the parking lot, Chen Zhao caught up to Smith. He jumped and tackled Smith to the ground. Just then, Smith released another evil spirit. Chun Zhao immediately activated the mouth of Glutton on his right arm and swallowed the evil spirit. Seeing Chun Zhao's right arm, Smith instantly understood that he wasn't a regular guy. Let me see how many you can swallow. Die. This time, he released a dozen spirits. Chun Zhao cursed inwardly. Just how many evil spirits did this asshole control? Chun Zhao controlled the mouth of Glutton to swallow these evil spirits. By now, he felt that the mouth of Glutton was full. Apparently, it could get full too. It couldn't eat any more evil spirits. But Chun Zhao saw an even more terrifying scene. Countless evil spirits appeared behind Smith. Fuck! Without even thinking, Chun Zhao took out a bag of angelic crystals and shattered them. The countless evil spirits were already charging at him. He scattered the powder of the angelic crystals. Whoosh! The moment that the powder from the angelic crystals touched the hundreds of evil spirits, the entire sky lit up. It was like someone setting off fireworks. Like peeling silk from silkworms, threads of light flew out of the ignited evil spirits and went toward the mark on Chun Zhao's left palm. The feeling was weird. It wasn't painful or comfortable. At the same time, Smith's face was ashen. What else can you do? Do it all. Chun Zhao sneered at Smith. Smith wanted to escape again, but he suddenly heard a crack. Then Chun Zhao saw Smith's leg snap. He fell forward, hitting his head on the ground. Blood flowed out. Chun Zhao froze. No way. He couldn't just die like that, right? That was too easy, wasn't it? Chun Zhao still wanted to fight hundreds of more rounds. The cursed coin that had been embedded into Smith's palm fell off and rolled to Chun Zhao's feet. Chun Zhao was about to pick it up when he sensed desire from the mouth of Glutton. Weren't you full earlier? Why do you want to eat again? Chun Zhao controlled the mouth of Glutton. The desire to eat became more obvious when it appeared. The coin didn't seem like a good thing, so he had the mouth of Glutton bite it. A few chomps later, the coin was completely digested. Blackie floated over. Looking at him, Chun Zhao said, Blackie, you were kind of slow this time. These evil spirits are unique. They're well preserved and very useful, so I imprison them. He looked at the soul fragments scattered on the ground. It's a pity that you exploded the angelic crystals. If only you could have delayed him more until I came over. By the time you got here, I would have been ripped apart. Chun Zhao didn't think he could have survived before so many evil spirits. Blackie was still looking around, picking up the fragments. These pieces would evaporate with time, so he couldn't find many. However, Chun Zhao noticed that the surrounding grass was growing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blackie, do soul fragments help plants grow? It probably isn't the soul fragments. I never heard that they could help plants grow. Then what's going on? It could be the angelic crystals, Blackie said. Demonic crystals are effective toward demons, animals, and humans. Basically everything that has blood and flesh. Perhaps angelic crystals are effective toward plants. You skipped yourself. Demonic crystals are useful for you too. Let's find time to experiment and we'll know. Before this, Chun Zhao had angelic crystals but had very limited research. He only knew that it could counter demons. Now, it seemed that angelic crystals weren't so useless. Plus, they destroyed so many evil spirits this time. It should have produced some angelic crystals. Blackie, do you know what's with that guy? This should be a demonic badge left by ancient demons. What's the effect? It should be the cursed coin, Blackie said. The cursed coin has two sides, luck and bad luck. Luck is always for itself and bad luck is for the others. After touching the coin, it'll absorb the other's luck or fortune and have the victim get attacked by bad luck. Your car accident earlier and getting hit by the streetlight were all examples. If the cursed coin can suck away other people's luck, how come he fell to his death himself? I guessed the general idea. The cursed coin will preserve the souls of the victims. No matter if it's luck or bad luck, it's all related to the victim. Even if they become spirits, their luck will still be preserved. You purified so many souls, which also took away his luck. When his luck disappeared, it brought to him his worst fate. What about this mark? Will it be stuck on my hand forever? No, nothing is forever. Even luck and bad luck will disappear one day. It's the same for this mark. Plus, the cursed coin has disappeared completely. It won't affect you at all. When I destroyed the evil spirits earlier, I think some light threads went into the mark. Do you know what that was? No. Qin Zhao squeezed his shoulders. It seemed like he'd taken Smith out easily today. However, it wasn't easy at all. He was injured. Of course, it was due to the bad luck and not the enemy's attacks. Chen Zhao didn't dare to imagine what troubles he'd face in the coming days if he didn't catch up to Smith. It's even possible that he could choke on alcohol and die. Suddenly, he heard a woman crying for help. Chapter 287, Permanently Disabled. Chapter 287, Permanently Disabled. Qin Zhao knew the lady. It was Lucy. At the moment, she was being pressed onto the ground by a few men, the upper part of her dress already torn apart. Chen Zhao did not know why Lucy was alone here at this hour. Nevertheless, he did what a man should do. Chen Zhao charged forward and kicked away the man who was about to leap at Lucy. "Fuck! Kill this fucking Asian," one of the gangsters shouted. However, he immediately received a punch in the face which knocked him out. In just over 10 seconds, the 4 gangsters were all half unconscious. Chen Zhao helped Lucy to get up. "Should we call the police?" There were still tear marks on Lucy's face. She quietly tidied her dress. "I'm a star. If this gets exposed, I would have to leave Hollywood," Lucy said in a very calm tone as she stared at Chen Zhao. Nonetheless, she looked somewhat fragile. Her face was filled with tear marks, and her hair was rather messy. Her left cheek was red, probably caused by a slap. Her dress was already torn, with one of the slings broken. Even the hemline was damaged. There were also bruises on her body due to contact with the ground. Chen Zhao looked at the 4 people on the ground and approached them. Ah. Chen Zhao permanently disabled them. "Let me walk you back. I remember you don't live far away," Chen Zhao said. Lucy nodded in silence. Chen Zhao did not ask her any questions and only walked with her quietly. Lucy seemed to be stumbling. Chen Zhao lowered his head and realized that one of her high-heeled shoes was broken. Chen Zhao removed his own shoes. "Were these?" Lucy looked at Chen Zhao and hesitated for a moment. "Thank you." When they arrived at Lucy's house, Chen Zhao gave her a small can of ointment. "Apply it to your face." "Do you bring it with you all the time?" Lucy smiled gently, but her smile looked very forced. "I'm a doctor," Chen Zhao explained. "Do you want to come in?" "No, I should leave now." Lucy looked at Chen Zhao's back. "Chen, thank you. Don't walk alone at night again." Chen Zhao did not turn around. He only sympathized with Lucy's predicament. Indeed, he would have shown up regardless of who the lady was. When Chen Zhao returned home, it was already over 10. Fei Lai had just gotten out of bed to get some water when she saw Chen Zhao. "Chen, why are you all dirty?" Chen Zhao walked to the bedroom door and looked inside. "Is Faith asleep?" "Yes." Chen Zhao closed the door. "Fei Lai, let's take a bath in the swimming pool." "You can't even hold it for one night?" Fei Lai stared at Chen Zhao, speechless. Ignoring Fei Lai's objection, Chen Zhao carried her and walked toward the pool. "Wait, I'm still in my pajamas." Splash. Chen Zhao had already jumped into the pool with Fei Lai, who was still resisting. "Asshole, my pajamas are wet." The phone rang. Chen Zhao looked at the time. It had only just passed 7 in the morning. He had been sleeping on the sofa, while Falai and Faith slept in the bedroom. "Hello." "Chen, it's me, Movich." "Mr. Movich, do you know what time it is now?" "I know I must have woken you up. I'm very sorry." "What is it?" "Chen, have you thought of a way to heal me?" "Not yet." Chen Zhao also had a headache. "Please, you must help me. I don't want to stay here forever." As Movich spoke, he started to cry. Chen Zhao did not know how to comfort Movich. Without thinking, he said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely solve your problem in 10 days. Movich immediately stopped crying and asked in delight, "Really?" Chen Zhao regretted his words. It was too firm a promise. However, it was too late now. If Chen Zhao broke his promise, Movich would be even more desperate. Just then, Chen Zhao saw Winnip and Laurent standing outside, waving at him. "I'll call you when I have a solution. Bye." Chen Zhao hung up and went to open the door. "Winnip, Laurent, why are you here so early? Why did you sleep on the sofa? Were you chased out of the room by Falai yesterday?" Winnip asked curiously. "Did you argue with each other? And now you're going to break up?" Laurent asked excitedly. "Dell's daughter slept here, so I could only sleep on the sofa," Chen Zhao sighed. "You're more caring than I thought." Winnip nodded in satisfaction. Chen Zhao felt that sleeping on the sofa last night was totally worth it, now that he had received Winnip's recognition. Anyway, he had done everything last night. "Winnip, your standard for caring is too low," Laurent said, displeased. "At least he's better than you. When Falai and Four were only 3 months, you were still sleeping like a dead pig." Laurent did not deny it. Chen Zhao was used to ignoring Laurent long ago. No matter what Chen Zhao did, Laurent would not be happy. Chen Zhao might as well please Winnip. After all, Winnip was the real decision-maker. "Is Falai still sleeping?" Chen Zhao looked at the time. Falai should be waking up soon. Indeed, after a short while, Falai also woke up. "Dad, Mom, morning." "Falai, we're leaving," Winnip said. "You're going home already? Why don't you stay here for a bit longer?" "It's all Winnip." She said that there are a lot of things waiting for her to settle. Laurent loved his daughters, and he was also retired. Clearly, he wanted to play in Los Angeles for a few more days. Unfortunately, Winnip still had work to settle. They had to leave. Chen Zhao and Falai sent Winnip and Laurent to the airport. Laurent pulled Chen Zhao to the side and threatened fiercely. "Kid, I suggest you quickly break up with Falai. If I see you again next time, I'll throw you into the sea and feed the sharks," Chen Zhao answered. "Although I'm retired now, I still know many political figures. I'll get you in jail. I'll throw you into the sea and feed the sharks. I'm not joking with you. I'll find a gang to kill you. I'll throw you into the sea and feed the sharks. Is that the only sentence you know? Then I'll throw you in a desert." Winnip, Laurent, and bodyguards A, B, and C left. Falai glanced at Chen Zhao. "What did you say to my dad?" He was almost mad. "Nothing. I only told him that I'll bring him out to play again next time. But he doesn't like the places I suggested." Chapter 288. Hardy Life Depends on Peace Not. Chapter 288. Hardy Life Depends on Peace Not. "I'll take you to Angel Beach," Chen Zhao said. Falai didn't drive, so Chen Zhao brought her from the airport to the Coastal Rescue Team's office. Along the way, he got a call. It was Zola. "Chin, there's a show at my company tomorrow night. Do you want to come?" "What show?" "The fashion show for my company's new products. You can come with your girlfriend." Chen Zhao thought for a bit. He wasn't interested in fashion shows. After all, he didn't understand that kind of fashion. He'd rather watch Victoria's Secret. However, he didn't know if Falai was interested. Turning, he asked, "Falai, my friend has a fashion show tomorrow. She invited us. Do you want to go?" "Sure." Women would always be women. They couldn't resist things about clothes. Falai answered without hesitation and asked, But we have to dress formally for that kind of event, right? Should I go dress shopping with you tonight? Sure. Chen Odutra is imprisoned here. Caprice called Chen Zhao. When do you want to visit him? Chen Zhao remembered Odutra. Originally, he thought it would take half a year for Odutra to be put through trial and be imprisoned. He didn't expect it to take less than a month. He's in prison so soon. Chen Zhao asked doubtfully. He's a top criminal. The court doesn't feel confident if he's only detained. Plus, his crime and evidence are all clear, so the L.A. court quickly gave him a sentence. How long is it? For life and without parole. Is there a possibility for him to come out? Technically, yes, Caprice said. But if you're worried that he'll come out in 30 or 40 years and take revenge on you, there's no need. He won't live that long. The average criminal could live a few decades in prison if they didn't do anything stupid. However, Odutra was a gang leader. He had more rivals than followers. Would his rivals let him be released? Plus, his men probably wanted him to die in prison, right? Odutra had planned on gang-raping Feilai that night. Chen Zhao would never let him go so easily. After all, he disabled 4 rapists just last night. This was just the basic punishment. Odutra would definitely get something more. You guys help me think. What is very painful but won't have any visible signs? Master, Carrie said, I have a good friend who's a painful torturer. She's amazing at torturing souls. Is she in hell right now? Yes. You just have to kill your enemy and have his soul go to hell. Chen Zhao shook his head. Killing his enemy felt nice, but it was too costly. It could affect Caprice too. Human, Raymond said. I thought of an idea. What idea? Let me give him great sexual desire, hee, Raymond said while snickering. He had a good idea, but this couldn't satisfy Chen Zhao. Not enough. This is just appetizer at most. Make him never be able to feel full, Beelzebub added. Make him feel starved forever. Still a bit lacking. Keep thinking. Why are you making it complicated? Blackie asked. Why can't you just use what you did to Philip Quinn? No, that's too obvious. Chen Zhao declined the suggestion. Philip Quinn's case was too unique. If another case came up, it would be easily connected to him. Then I'll learn a spell. Oh, what about the age spell? Chen Zhao's eyes brightened. Which of you know age? No. 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 Chen Zhao was speechless. None of you. The effect is too low for demons. There's no point in learning it, so no demon would go learn it. Is the effect that weak? Humans have no resistance against magic, so age can make them die from old age within 30 days. Beelzebub, who in your territory knows the spell. Chen Zhao had the demonic ritual implements of many inferior demons of Beelzebub's territory. He thought that if he was lucky, one of them would know age. I don't know. I don't care about those lowly bastards. Chen Zhao wanted to kick Beelzebub. He only knew how to say useless words, but couldn't do anything he was asked to. I have an idea, Blackie said. Feel free to speak up. We're not very familiar with curses, but I know necromancer spells. And then, in necromancing, there's a type of marrow-eating insect. The host loses as much vitality as the insect sucks away. Are they easy to discover? There's a possibility they'll be discovered with X-ray because they're visible to the naked eye, but they can be taken out. Chen Zhao had to learn how to summon the marrow-eating insects, though. Blackie couldn't hurt living creatures directly, not even a horribly sinful criminal. Chen Zhao thought and then called Caprice. Caprice, I'm not ready yet. I need a few days to prepare. What are you planning? Obviously something that can take revenge without hurting you or me, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. There's more than enough time, Caprice said. No hurries. After hanging up, Chen Zhao drove to Ethan's motel. Ethan's clients for Chen Zhao had decreased dramatically, but they were all big cases. Ethan must have chosen them specifically because he knew Chen Zhao needed money. Of course, he would also earn much more. Auntie Lee, where's Ethan? When Chen Zhao entered, he saw Li Qing standing behind the front desk. Li Qing looked at him, and her brows furrowed. Mr. Chen, where's your peace knot? Huh, it's in my wallet. Chen Zhao took out his wallet, but discovered that the peace knot was untied. Hey, what happened? It was still fine yesterday. Mr. Chen, did you run into danger yesterday? Chapter 289, Disease That Can Defeat Right. Chapter 289, Disease That Can Defeat Right. It was the first time Chen Zhao observed Li Qing so carefully. Li Qing bit her lower lip and looked rather reluctant to speak. Auntie Li, is the piece not special? Chen Zhao stared at Li Qing. After thinking, Li Qing said, Mr. Chen, I'll make another one for you later. Is the piece not very difficult to make? Not really. It just takes some time. Li Qing smiled. By the way, Ethan went out to play. I don't think he'll be back today. Did he say where he was going? No. All right, Chen Zhao sighed. Auntie Li, I'm leaving. Be careful out there. If you run into trouble again, tell me. I can't do much, but I can at least try to think of a solution with you. Sure. Auntie Li, thank you. Chen Zhao nodded. Chen Zhao drove his car, deep in thought. Just then, his phone rang again. Hi, Chen, it's right. Yes. Are you free now? Yep. Are you unwell? Yes. I'm not sure. I just feel weak, Wright said. I'm worried that I might have gotten ALS. Chen Zhao frowned. ALS stands for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and is also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It is a very troublesome illness. At the moment, it cannot be cured. Even cancer has a small chance of full recovery. Sometimes it can be removed physically. However, ALS is really incurable. Chen Zhao could only pray that it was not ALS. Right, have you gotten checkup? No, I don't dare to go. There were not many things that could scare Wright. Even when she had cancer, she continued to stay by herself. She was not scared of death, or rather she was not beaten by cancer. However, the thought of having ALS really frightened her. Chen Zhao had seen ALS patients before. It is really a terrifying disease. Many ALS patients would rather die than live in that state. Nonetheless, it was good news that Wright had not done a checkup. She merely suspected the disease. Given Wright's age, she was probably just scaring herself. Many common elderly diseases would also cause muscle weakness. It is very normal. Chen Zhao went to the supermarket and bought a bottle of red wine, after which he went straight to UCLA. When Chen Zhao found Wright, he realized that she was still giving a lecture. Chen Zhao even saw Diana and Evely in the lecture room. He quietly walked in from the side and found himself an empty seat. When the lecture ended, Diana and Evely approached him. Diana was delighted to see Chen Zhao. Chen, are you here to find me? Air. And you have red wine too. Great. We can have a candle dinner. Sorry, I'm not here for you, Diana, Chen Zhao said, speechless. I'm waiting for Wright. The wine is for her as well. Just then, Wright had also finished packing her lecture materials. She looked at Diana and Evely. Ladies, excuse me, please. Fine. If it's Ms. Wright, I'll quit. Diana smiled. Chen, come and find me next time. Diana waved her hand and left with Evely. Let's go to my office, Wright said. Wright brought Chen Zhao to her office and then locked the door. Chen, can you do a checkup for me? Chen Zhao nodded and started the examination. Where are you experiencing the weakness? Left arm. Chen Zhao held Wright's arm. Contract your muscles. Chen Zhao pressed Wright's arm again. Wright cooperated with the checkup very well. What have you been eating recently? Today, a sandwich for breakfast and a medium steak for lunch. Have you been contacting Ethan? I'm not contacting that asshole. Chun Zhao smiled. Right, I can guarantee you that it's not ALS. Really? Wright was relaxed at once. Yes, you probably just have muscle fatigue due to too much stress. If you're still worried, you can go to a hospital, but you should get the same conclusion. Chun Zhao found out what Wright had been eating recently. The early symptoms of ALS normally include difficulty chewing and swallowing and slurred speech. However, Wright's meals and words were all very normal. She showed no symptoms of ALS, so she was probably just scaring herself. Wright, bring this bottle of wine back and finish it all at once. Wright looked at Chun Zhao, confused. Please, I have mild high blood sugar. I can't drink a bottle of wine all at once. Are you trying to kill me? If you can't finish it, remember to pour the rest away, Chun Zhao said with a serious tone. Can you promise me that? Wright looked at the red wine. It was a very ordinary one bought from a supermarket. However, Chun Zhao seemed to have opened it already. Wright looked at Chun Zhao. Is there something special with the wine? It can make you healthier. If you trust me, do what I told you, all right? Why must I pour it away if I can't finish it? So that we won't get into trouble. Don't let anyone else drink it. All right. Wright rubbed her forehead. I'm indeed quite stressed now that I'm the principal. This could be an opportunity for me to rest. You're the principal? Chun Zhao asked in surprise. Yeah. Brewster fell to death due to an elevator accident, and then I was chosen to be the principal. I should congratulate you. It's a tough job. Just 2 days ago, 2 ladies tricksters came here. They said Brewster had hired them as special safety consultants and demanded that we pay them their salary of $10,000, Wright said. And then, of course I chased them away, Wright said. They also said that they would curse me to lie on a bed forever. Chun Zhao did not know whether to cry or laugh. I think I know the 2 tricksters you're talking about. Huh? Are they your friends? Yes, and they're not tricksters. In fact, I was present when Brewster hired them. Brewster also did promise them a monthly salary of $10,000. Special safety consultant? What exactly does it mean? You may not believe it, but they're supernatural event experts, Chun Zhao said, rubbing his nose. Wright stared at Chun Zhao as if she had just seen a ghost. Are you serious? I know it's hard to believe, but it's the fact. Remember how the abandoned college building used to have many accidents? Yes, Wright nodded. They were hired by Brewster to solve the problem in that building. Chin, are you sure Brewster promised it himself? I can promise you that. It's real. So they're not tricksters. No. Chapter 290, Work at University? Chapter 290, Work at University. Okay, I'll call them over and have a good chat with them, Wright said. Oh, do you have their numbers? Yes, wait a minute. Sienna, Chris, come to UCLA. I'm in the principal's office. A while later, Sienna and Chris arrived. When they saw Wright, their eyes burned with anger. I think there's been a misunderstanding between you all. Chun Zhao acted like a peacemaker. Since I know about this now, I hope the misunderstanding can be resolved. Mrs., I apologize for my brashness earlier. I prepared this just for you two. Wright handed a check to Chun Zhao, who gave it to Sienna and Chris. Seeing it, Sienna's expression softened quite a lot. I forgive you, but do you still need us as special safety consultants? Sienna said, pocketing the check. You can lower our salary a bit. Sienna's biggest characteristic was that she needed money. She really needed money. Her appetite grew bigger, especially after taking in a girl who ate tons. Not currently. Even though Chun Zhao had promised, Wright was an ardent philosophical materialist. She wasn't willing to believe in the supernatural. She gave this check only because of Bruce's promise. All right. I hope you save my card, though. You can call us whenever you need us. Wright accepted the card. Sienna and Chris didn't plan on dallying here. They'd gotten such a large amount of money and wanted to celebrate. Sienna, wait. I need to talk to you. Qin Zhao turned toward Wright. Excuse me. Qin Zhao and Sienna walked outside. He looked at Sienna. Did you curse, Wright? Just a weak curse. It'll disappear in a few days. Don't do it again. I don't care if you curse other people, but Wright is already so old. Plus, she's my friend. I didn't know she's your friend, Sienna refuted. To be honest, they both had their own perspectives. Neither was right or wrong. However, Sienna's curse really scared Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao returned to the office. Wright looked at him with a slight smile. What's their relationship with you? Didn't I tell you? They're my friends. Nothing more. No, I have a girlfriend. What about Diana and Evely? Please, I have even less of a relationship with them. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Really? Why would I hide from you? Fine, I'll trust you for now. Wright wasn't an old-fashioned person. Her mindset was quite open. Plus, she had a good impression of Qin Zhao and even saw him as her kid. Qin, come work here. You can teach whatever you want. When Wright had invited Qin Zhao before, she'd also been confident. But Qin Zhao would have only been a lecturer at most. It was different now. She was the principal and could make most decisions directly. I don't have time to teach, Qin Zhao said. You can just put your name in. How about that? Sure. Qin Zhao thought for a moment. There weren't any negatives, so he could just have a title. What major do you want to teach? Traditional Chinese medicine, Qin Zhao said. He at least had the confidence to talk about this in a classroom. Wright didn't doubt him at all and agreed easily. As soon as Qin Zhao left the office, Tiger walked over. When Tiger saw him, his steps faltered. However, Qin Zhao didn't do anything. Tiger gathered his courage and walked past Qin Zhao, entering Wright's office. A while later, Tiger came out. He was clearly more relaxed. He saw that Qin Zhao hadn't gotten far, so he ran over. Sir. Qin Zhao turned around. Yes. I'm sorry about what happened last time. I apologize for my actions. Qin Zhao didn't think that this aggressive-looking big guy would voluntarily apologize. It's okay. He'd beaten Tiger up badly last time. Qin Zhao thought that the lesson was already deep enough. There was no need to be hung up on it. The conflict hadn't been some deep rivalry hatred. More importantly, Qin Zhao wasn't the one who'd lost. Tiger had only come over to apologize. After getting Qin Zhao's forgiveness, he left. When Qin Zhao went downstairs, he saw that Diana was waiting. When she saw Qin Zhao, she pounced and hooked her arms around his neck. Qin, did you miss me? Diana, let go. I have a girlfriend. We're not suitable. Qin Zhao undid Diana's arms. I promise no one will know about our relationship. When a woman said that she should never be trusted. As the saying went, there were no walls that wind couldn't get through. Many times the cheating woman would be the one who personally dug a hole. Only an idiot would believe a woman when she said that she wouldn't let others know about their relationship. Diana, I love my girlfriend, Qin Zhao said. Diana's face finally fell. Tears filled her eyes. But I love you too. Please, we've only met 3 times. You said you loved me the first time. Diana, you're a great girl, Qin Zhao said softly. You'll find someone better than me. It was Qin Zhao's first time saying that cliched line. Diana wiped her tears as she left. Qin Zhao felt a little bad, but he couldn't let these things continue. It was best to make things clear early on. A while later, Evely came over. A group of university students followed her, mostly girls. Hi, Evely. What a coincidence. Qin Zhao's smile was a bit forced. Did Evely come to stop him? Did you bully Diana? Evely looked at him coldly. No, you misunderstood. Diana came back, saying that you dumped her. We've never dated. How could I dump her? So you bullied her. Can we be reasonable here? Why should I reason with you? Evely, I'm a professor here now. You know there are grave consequences for beating up professors, right? Evely sneered at him. Sorry, I'm not afraid. But are they willing to be punished with you? Zhao pointed at the students behind her. Some of the ones behind Evely indeed showed signs of retreat. They were mostly guys too. Instead, the girls all had murderous looks. If you're a man, you won't hide under your title as a professor. Even if you beat up a student or a regular person, you'll still get punished. If you're a man, you'll accept the challenge. Stop joking. You have dozens of people, and I'm alone. Why should I accept your challenge? And what the heck is this challenge? It's the rule of the Youth Society. What? Our club, Evely said. Chapter 291, Youth Society. Chapter 291, Youth Society. What if I don't accept your challenge? Then you shall never step into UCLA again. Also, I know which car is yours. If you don't want your tires to be punctured, you better accept the challenge. What's the challenge? We'll choose 5 sports students, and you'll compete with them in their strongest sports. If you can win 3 rounds, we'll ignore what you have done. If you lose, you have to apologize to Diana. All right, choose 5 people then. I want boxing, sansho, taekwondo, judo, and wrestling. Chen Zhao glanced at the students. He was confident that he could defeat even the strongest of them. However, Evely shook her finger. No, not fighting. Diana said that you even defeated Tiger. None of us can defeat Tiger, so we're definitely no match for you. Hearing Evely's words, the students behind her all took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Luckily, they did not fight Chen Zhao directly, or many of them would be injured by now. Tiger was famous in the college. He was a rising star in professional boxing. Those students who originally intended to beat Chen Zhao gave up their plan. Bob, come out, Evely shouted. A very tall student walked out. Evely, you're not going to ask me to fight him, are you? I can't fight. Of course not. Didn't you hear what I said? Use your strength to defeat him. Bob's eyes brightened. Are you sure he'll compete with me in long jump? Evely looked at Chen Zhao. Do you dare to compete with him? Aren't you bullying me? His limbs are so long. How could I possibly win? This is Youth Society's rule. It's bad for me to lose, and I also gain nothing by winning. Why should I accept the challenge? How about a bet? Chen Zhao smiled. He felt that it was really satisfying to deceive these students' money. You want to bet money? Are you sure? Of course. I had sports lessons in primary school too, Chen Zhao said in a serious tone. It's not funny. Evely stared at Chen Zhao with a cold look. What are you thinking? In Evely's opinion, there was no way Chen Zhao could win. She only came here to vent her anger because of what Chen Zhao had done to Diana. In addition, she also set up the challenge in a way that Chen Zhao could not possibly win. Didn't you come here to see me lose? Now I accept it. Everyone, come and place your bets. Chen Zhao took out $1,000. You're Bob? We're going to compete in the long jump, right? If you bet 2 and win, this is yours. Bob was also stunned. He was a long jumper, and Chen Zhao was forcing him to bet on their competition. What? Is he an idiot? Chen Zhao was not short, only when compared to the common man. Bob was 95 meters tall and had the standard track, or long jump build. Chen Zhao already lost because his shape was not even suitable for long jump. Bob might even achieve a better result doing a standing long jump than Chen Zhao sprinting and jumping. Bet with him. Evely gave a cold humph. We have no reason to reject free money. I don't have that much money with me, 1,000 was not a small amount for a student. Indeed, most students present did not have that much money. I do, Evely said. Meanwhile, she took out a card and gave it to another female student. Go and draw 1,000 for me. The password is, let's go to the stadium. Chen Zhao followed the group of students to the sandpit in the stadium. Evely looked at Chen Zhao and Bob. Which of you first? Evely asked. Him. Oh, everyone thought that Chen Zhao was scared to lose. With his thick skin, Chen Zhao did not mind them at all. Bob, you go first. Bob did not care since their difference was so big. He could jump further than Chen Zhao even with his eyes closed. Bob walked back for about 50 meters. Sprinting was allowed for long jump. Of course, the distance could not be too long. If someone wanted to run a marathon's distance before the long jump, he would probably be sent to the mental hospital first. Bob started running, sprinting. Long jumpers were all excellent sprinters too. When Bob's speed reached its maximum, he kicked hard on the ground. Puff! He landed. A student went up to check the result. 12 meters. It was an outstanding result, close to that of a professional long jumper. Panting slightly, Bob approached Chen Zhao. It's your turn. Chen Zhao pointed at the start line. You touched the line, so it doesn't count. Bob turned his head and looked at Evely. Do we have to be that strict? Evely wanted to tell Chen Zhao that since he was going to lose anyway, he might as well just jump. However, she quickly realized that Chen Zhao was deliberately delaying his turn and also making Bob more tired. Nevertheless, all tricks were useless before absolute power. Evely said to Bob, jump again. Don't touch the line. Although Bob was displeased, he still decided to do it for the money. Bob walked back for 50 meters again and then sprinted. Puff! He made a smoother arc in the air. 35 meters! Everyone exclaimed. The result was even better. It's valid this time, right? Bob said with a provoking tone. Of course. Chen Zhao put down his toolbox. All right, your turn, Evely said impatiently. In her opinion, Chen Zhao was going to lose for sure. There was no need for him to waste any time. Chen Zhao's original plan clearly failed. He surely did not expect Bob to achieve a better result the second time. If he had known it earlier, perhaps he would have admitted defeat. What are you doing? Aren't you going to jump? Warming up, of course, Chen Zhao said. Without warming up, it's easy for muscles to be strained. Ask Bob if you don't believe me. Bob, am I right? Bob turned his head and ignored Chen Zhao. Fine, I'll let you warm up, Evely said, gritting her teeth. Can't this bastard just accept his fate to be defeated? Oh, yeah. Does anyone else want to bet? Chen Zhao suddenly asked. Are you sure? Evely looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. Isn't it boring for all of you to just stand here and watch? I'll be the banker. You can bet as much as you want. Really? A student asked. Of course. We can bet any amount. At least $10 or it's too boring. I bet $100 that Bob wins. 50 for me. $100 too. I'll bet 200. Evely felt that she was going to burn in anger. Must this asshole turn this into a mess? Chapter 292. Chatter Endlessly. Chapter 292. Chatter Endlessly. Are you done or not? Evely yelled. Wait, I'm collecting money. Oh, what's your name? Chen Zhao was taking notes. Pete. Okay, Pete, $200. If you lose, you'll pay us all, right? Of course. You have so many people. I won't even dare to not pay up, right? He collected more than $1,000. No one else made bets, so he put the money away. He retreated to 30 meters away, jogged, sprinted, and jumped. He created an arc in the air and landed steadily in the sand. 51 meters. Everyone stared at him, dumbfounded. No one moved. No way. You're cheating. Evely couldn't figure this out, so she reflexively thought that Chen Zhao was cheating. It wasn't possible under everyone's scrutiny, though. Did you step on the line? Go look. The line was drawn in white paint. It was easy to see if he stepped on the line or not. It's also possible that you crossed the line, Evely insisted, unwilling to accept reality. Okay, cheating like this is boring. I won, right? Bob's expression was down. He lost? He really lost. He'd lost to an average Asian man who was 15 centimeters shorter than himself. Wait, I don't accept defeat. Bob suddenly yelled. Since we're going with the official rules, I have another chance. Chun shrugged and made an inviting gesture. As you wish. He sat on the side and started counting the wad of cash. Seeing how annoying he was, everyone wanted to beat him up. Bob jumped again and got 42 meters, still not surpassing Chen Zhao's record. He sat in the sand, unwilling to get up. He was too hurt. The other students had no time to comfort him either. They were all provoked by Chen Zhao. After counting the money, Chen Zhao was satisfied. Not bad. $2,120. Thanks, Evely. Evely clenched her jaw and looked at him. Her eyes were filled with a dangerous red light. The next challenge is a 10K meter run. Do you dare? Anyone take bets? Chen Zhao asked. Hearing this, Evely felt angry for some reason. Grint, you're up. Grint was a slim African-American, but when he took his jacket off, everyone saw his lean muscles. He was the type that looked skinny with clothes on and muscular without. Grint. Evely called. Don't lose to him. Evely, don't worry. I won't lose to an amateur. As he spoke, he also glanced at Bob. It seemed that they had conflicts too. How about 5K? Chen Zhao asked with a worried expression. 10,000 meters is too much. I don't even know if I can do it. No choice. You either stand at the starting line or surrender. No one's going to bet. There's no commotion. Listless, Chen Zhao continued. Plus, I just finished jumping. I feel so tired. I need to rest. Wait for half an hour. Rest for half an hour? No way. Get up and run right now. No, I'm tired. I bet $2,000, Evely said through clenched teeth. Chen Zhao stood up immediately. Anyone else want to bet? Pete, who'd lost $200 earlier, walked over hesitantly. You'll lose this time, right? Please, Asians are horrible at track. Plus, do I look like a professional? I might not even do 5K. Fine, I'll bet $200 more. Pete made a difficult decision and took out $200. That much. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Not allowed. I'm afraid I won't be able to pay with what I just earned, Chen Zhao said reluctantly. I'm betting too. Me too, $100. As expected, these kids were still too naive. The pieces Chen Zhao got added up to $1,200. Taking off his jacket, he pushed up his sleeves and did some warm-up exercises. Go get ready. Grint has been waiting. Chen Zhao unwillingly went to the starting line and looked at Grint. Hey, how about you go easy on me? If I win, I'll give you half of the money. Grint looked at him coldly. Don't even think about it. Fine. Evely held up the pistol. Get ready, stop talking. She really wanted to aim at Chen Zhao and shoot him in the head. Bang! Chen Zhao and Grint started at the same time. Chen Zhao ran shoulder to shoulder with Grint, matching his pace. Grint sneered. Running with him? Didn't Chen Zhao know how fit he was? Grint could keep this speed for the first 3,000 meters. This didn't mean others could. Long-distance running was a strategic sport. If you had a good strategy that suited your characteristics, you would get a good result. If you used the wrong strategy, you might not even be able to run 10K meters. Go Grint! Go Grint! All the students were cheering for Grint. This excited him, but after 2 laps he realized that Chen Zhao was still beside him. He got an idea. Trick Chen Zhao. Thinking of this, Grint sped up. As expected, Chen Zhao sped up too. Grint snickered inside. Chen Zhao was an amateur and was easily tricked. If he was a professional athlete, he definitely wouldn't be affected by other athletes and change his strategy. But after 3 laps at the increased speed, Chen Zhao was still stuck to Grint. He wasn't left behind at all. On the other hand, Grint had disturbed his own strategy and his energy went down. It was okay though. Grint thought that Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to keep it up. Maybe he'd be exhausted next lap or the one after that. Are you tired? Should we stop and rest? Grint ignored Chen Zhao. Talking now was basically suicide. Oh, so tired. I think I'm going to lay down. Chen Zhao was still talking endlessly. Can you check if my hair is messed up? He fixed his hairstyle as he ran. Grint almost laughed in anger. I think after 2 laps, no, 1 lap, I'll be down. Chen Zhao's breaths grew heavy. How do you do it? Why is your breathing still so smooth? Have you been to China? If you have a chance, you must go. It's a great place. Oh, I saw on TV. Before that you can drink water during a race, right? That's a marathon. Grint finally couldn't help but answer. You finally spoke. I thought you're mute. You're mute. Your whole family is mute. Grint ignored Chen Zhao. Why hadn't this asshole given up yet? Didn't he say he'd give up in another lap? Chapter 293, Showing Off. Chapter 293, Showing Off. The two had already run 25 laps, or 5,000 meters. Even the onlooking students could not stand anymore. They were sitting on the ground. Of course, Chen Zhao and Grint were still running on the track. Chen Zhao was still talking incessantly, while Grint was already exhausted. His pace had been completely disrupted by Chen Zhao. Actually, he should have slowed down after 3,000 meters to conserve his stamina. However, he forgot to slow down due to Chen Zhao's voice. Bastard, can you shut up? Grint finally erupted. You don't want to hear me speak? Fine, I'll stay away from you. Chen Zhao suddenly sped up. Grint was left behind. He was surprised that Chen Zhao actually still had the stamina to accelerate. Moreover, Chen Zhao's speed was very fast. Was he sprinting with his last bit of energy? It was still more than 4,000 meters away from the finishing line. Sprinting so quickly would only kill him faster. However, after a while, Grint heard Chen Zhao's voice from behind. What a coincidence. We meet again. Chen Zhao ran alongside Grint once again. Grint stared at Chen Zhao in puzzlement, after which he turned to look at the audience. Did he take a shortcut? Evely shook her head. In fact, all the students saw Chen Zhao actually run 1 more lap than Grint. That is to say, as long as Chen Zhao could persist until the end, he would win. Everyone's face turned pale. They were going to lose money again. Indeed, their worry came true. Grint suddenly collapsed onto the ground, and foam flowed out from his mouth. Chen Zhao immediately stopped to check his condition. Then he waved his hand at the other students. He originally thought that Grint would at least be able to finish the 10,000-meter race. He was trained in this, after all. Chen Zhao did not expect Grint to collapse when there were still 10 laps left. Luckily, Grint was only severely dehydrated. Chen Zhao approached Evely and smiled. I win this, right? I thought you can't even run 5,000 meters. I outperformed myself today, but can you please find a more professional one next time? Chen Zhao said with a bright smile. Chen Zhao was not panting at all. He clearly did not look like he could only run 5,000 meters. What a lovely day. I won again. Chen Zhao started counting the money again. Evely almost went mad. She had never met such an obnoxious person before. The eyes of those students who had lost their money all grew red. Shameless. Despicable. Evely stared at Chen Zhao in anger. You've been hiding your true capacities. How? Since when? You're actually good at long-distance running and long jump. And then, I told you I practiced long jump in primary school. And I also said I'm unsure if I can run 10,000 meters. What am I hiding? You're just being unreasonable. All right, let's start the third round. This whole thing will be over if I win again, right? What are we competing next? Let's do it quick. Evely turned her head and stared at the other students. Most of them tried to avoid her look. They were not confident that they could win Qin Zhao anymore. No one knew what Qin Zhao was good at. If they were beaten by an outsider in their strongest field, it would really be embarrassing. Chen Zhao looked at Evely and then at the other students. Does the college not have a single person who's good at sports? Don't you feel humiliated to lose to an outsider twice in a row? All the students were triggered by Chen Zhao's words. They clenched their fists, their eyes burning with fury. I'll play basketball with you. Street basketball, another tall student shouted. Chen Zhao glanced at him. Buddy, you know that some forms of physical contact are allowed in basketball, right? You better stop challenging me, unless you want to visit the hospital. Even though Qin Zhao was significantly shorter than the student, he still threatened bluntly. Tarek, forget it. Evely did not plan to get anyone injured. She knew that Chen Zhao had beaten Tiger up. Tiger was taller and stronger than Tarek, but he was still injured. If Tarek and Chen Zhao really played basketball, Qin Zhao might not win in terms of basketball skills, but he would definitely win the matchup, given his shamelessness. Therefore, they had to choose a sport that did not involve physical contact between players. Just then, another student walked out. He was not as big as Tiger. In fact, he was even shorter than Chen Zhao, but he was very, very muscular. I'll do it. Evely's eyes brightened. This is going to work. Harrison was the strongest man in the entire college. He was the champion of the National College weightlifting competition. Weighing 94 kilograms, he was the record holder of the competition for his weight category. His snatch record was 145 kilograms, and his clean and jerk record was 210 kilograms, which was already an Olympic standard. His snatch was slightly weaker. In fact, he had been practicing the snatch and was planning to sign up for the next Olympics. What is it? Wrestling. It was Chen Zhao's first impression of Harrison. Weightlifting, Harrison said. That's too much. How heavy is he and how heavy am I? We're not even in the same weight category. You said yourself that all of us are even weaker than an outsider. What, are you scared now? Are you going to retreat? But we can't ignore the rules. I don't care, unless you admit defeat and we go on to the next round. Admit defeat is not in my dictionary. Then you better add it now. Evely could finally heave a sigh of relief. At least Chen Zhao would lose once. She would enjoy mocking him afterward. Does anyone want to bet? I'm definitely going to lose. Immediately, Evely felt something was wrong. Given Chen Zhao's greedy nature, why would he continue to bet if he was not confident? But he can't possibly win. Qin Zhao was certainly not as muscular as Harrison. It was different from Bob and Grint. While they were much stronger than normal people, they were still weaker than professional athletes. Harrison was different. He had the standards of a professional athlete or even an Olympic athlete. Harrison, are you confident of winning? Of course. There's no way such a small guy can beat me. Harrison was very confident in his strength. You must win, Evely said. Of course. Leave it to me. Chapter 294, Surrender? Chapter 294, Surrender. Come on, consider it. Come bet again. Qin Zhao exclaimed. Pete, trust me. I'll definitely lose this round. Look at the difference in size. I'll definitely lose. Come on, place a bet. Motherfucker, you already won my pocket money for this month. Then, Miss Sunderland come bet. Michelle, place a bet. Qin Zhao went through them all, but no one was willing to bet. Trust me one more time, all right? Everyone ignored him. Even if they thought that Chen Zhao couldn't win, they still weren't willing to place another bet. Oh, I don't have energy, Chen Zhao said weakly. I need a break. You're doing this again. Evely glared at him. No motivation. Chun Zhao sat down without spirit. I don't care. You're going up anyway. The bars were ready. A few students started putting on the weights. Harrison started testing. Okay, we can start, he said. First snatch, 140 kilograms. He picked up the weight without using much effort. 3 seconds later, it landed on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sounds showed the weight of the bar. Want to try a heavier weight? Evely asked. Harrison loosened his shoulders. He hadn't used much power, so he felt like he was in a good state. Add 10 more kilograms. I'll do a snatch again. Second snatch, 150 kilograms. Harrison let out a roar and lifted the bar, pushing it above his head. 3, 2, 1. Success again. Take a break and try the clean and jerk, Evely said. She turned to Qin Zhao. Your turn. How much weight do you want? 200 kilograms. Qin Zhao grinned, face full of confidence. Are you sure? Of course. Snatch. Yes. Do you know the world record for your weight class? No. The world record for snatches in the 77-kilogram weight class is 173. 5 kilograms, Harrison answered. I want to challenge the world record. Qin Zhao said matter-of-factly. Is there a problem? No. Go on. Qin Zhao went forward and stuck his butt up. Huh. The bar moved. Everyone got goosebumps at that moment. He was so strong. The bar was 10 millimeters off the ground. Evely widened her eyes. Could he really lift it? Could he break the world record? The next moment, the bar returned to the ground. He couldn't lift it. I surrender. Qin Zhao shrugged and left the zone coolly. I knew it. Evely was about to spit out blood. For a moment, she thought that Chen Zhao really could create a miracle. You can lose too? She finally got a chance to mock Qin Zhao. Tell me what the next round is, Qin Zhao said. Evely's eyes turned and she smiled. Arm wrestling. With who? Still Harrison. What? How can you do that? You're bullying. Qin Zhao freaked out. Ha, you can surrender like last time, Evely said proudly. She was proud of her smarts. Let's bet. Anyone want to bet? Evely was speechless. This guy started a bet when he could win, and still did so when he knew he would lose. She didn't understand Chen Zhao's mind. As expected, Pete was the first to run to Qin Zhao. I'll bet $300. Pete, didn't you say that you're broke? I borrowed it, Pete answered. $300. Write it down so you don't forget. I'll bet 2. I'll bet 2. Me too, $100. Qin Zhao had thought that he'd sucked them all dry. He didn't think that there was still so much left. This time, he'd made $3,000. Wait, I want to bet too, Evely said. If you want. Qin Zhao glanced at him. Don't bet too much. It's just for fun. $3,000. Do you dare take it? You want me to die? You started the bet. It's not my fault. Can it be a little less? No. Qin Zhao clenched his jaw. If you dare bet, then I'll dare to accept. Can I bet that I'll win? Harrison asked. Of course. Qin Zhao nodded. I bet $500. Just then, someone walked into the gym. Qin Zhao turned to look. Normans, it's you? Qin, how come you're here? Norman's was shocked too. She didn't think she could meet Qin Zhao here. Norman's. Evely immediately walked over to say hi. It seemed that they were friends. How did you know that we're here? I went to the Youth Society's place, and they said that you're all at the gym, Norman said. Right, what are you guys playing? Him, Evely said. He bullied our sister, so we're punishing him now. Punishing? Him. Norman's looked at him with a strange gaze. Qin Zhao greeted her with a grin. How many rounds have you lost? Norman's asked. Norman's, how did you know we lost? Are you familiar with him? This guy can swim dozens of kilometers in the sea or hundreds of laps in the pool, talking the entire time. He can run 2 marathons without stop. He's just a monster. It's most possible that you'll lose against him. Everyone was dumbfounded and turned to Qin Zhao. They really didn't imagine that this average-looking man would be so scary. We won a round and lost 2. Wow, you won a round. Norman's looked at Qin Zhao. What's the 4th round? Norman's, let me introduce you to Harrison. He's a future Olympic champion. He beat this asshole in weightlifting. Next, they'll compete in arm wrestling. The other students moved a table over, placing it before Qin Zhao and Harrison. Which arm are you best at? Harrison asked. Either. Qin Zhao shrugged. Then right arm. Sure, let's go. Qin Zhao and Harrison grasped each other's hand. Norman narrowed her eyes at Qin Zhao. She knew that he was very strong. He'd been able to lift her with 2 hands when she'd been at the peak of her weight. It had felt like it was easy for him too. Norman's didn't think Harrison could win this match. Chapter 295. What's the point of winning a group of kids? Chapter 295. What's the point of winning a group of kids? Start. Huh. Harrison shouted. He held a table leg with his left hand and tried to move his right hand to the left with all his might. Huh. Have we started? Qin Zhao looked around him. Harrison, have you started? By then, Harrison's face was already red, and all his arm muscles were bulging. On the other hand, Qin Zhao looked very relaxed. Moreover, he did not even hold a table leg with his left hand. Harrison, go. Qin Zhao shouted. Use more strength. You can do it. Everyone was speechless. Qin Zhao was cheering for Harrison as his opponent. Stop disturbing Harrison. Evely was the most nervous person. She was already extremely displeased with the current situation. Qin Zhao's words were piercing her ears. Fine, I won't disturb him anymore. Qin Zhao still looked very relaxed. Norman's, how are you? Everyone was speechless again. It was too much. Qin Zhao stopped disturbing Harrison, but he started chatting with another person. On the other hand, Harrison had already used all his strength. Harrison, you can do it. For my pocket money this month, you have to win. Pete almost cried. What pocket money? Norman's asked, confused. He asked us to bet on the outcome of each round. Norman's was speechless. And then all of you bet that he loses. Everyone nodded. Norman's was more speechless. This bastard's clearly playing them. And these kids all jumped into the trap one after another. Can you not be so naive? Anyhow, Norman's was still surprised by Qin Zhao's strength. A weightlifter could not even make Qin Zhao tired with all his strength. Qin Zhao had not been serious since the start. His hand had been vertical, moving neither to the left nor to the right. Suddenly, Norman's had an idea. She walked up and pulled Qin Zhao's hand to the left. However, Qin Zhao still did not move a bit. Evely, she's breaking the rule, right? You should chase her out. Evely also walked up to move Qin Zhao's hand. She did not believe that the 3 of them still could not win Qin Zhao. But it was the fact. Qin Zhao's arm did not move at all, as if it was a piece of iron fixed in place. Perhaps he already had enough fun. Qin Zhao suddenly used more strength. Bang. Yes. I won. I won, Chen Zhao shouted. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao in silence. Nobody cheered with him. Normans looked at Chen Zhao, speechless. What's the point of winning a group of kids? Return them their money. Why? I won the money. Do you know you can be sued for obtaining more than $1,000 by fraud? Normans threatened. Chen Zhao returned the money to the students, his face wet with tears. Nevertheless, all of them were too embarrassed to speak. They looked really dispirited. Chen Zhao picked up his jacket and carried his toolbox. All right, now you can't stop me anymore. While Evely was unhappy, she could not do anything. All right, leave now. Normans clapped her hands as if she was the big sister. Finally, all the students except Evely left. Normans, I see you've restored your shape. Yes. I remember 3 months ago you were still. Evely shivered at the thought of Norman's body at that time. It was a horrifying thought. Norman's had literally been a moving ball of flesh. Evely even had a nightmare where she became like that as well. If she really turned that fat, she would rather die. It's that asshole just now. He tortured me for a month. So I slimmed down, Norman said. He? Yes, it's that asshole. Do you even know? He threw me into the sea, and I was chased by a killer whale. Can you even imagine how I survived that period? Evely shivered. How did he dare to treat you like that? He just did. Did you not take revenge? I hired a few gangsters, but they were all beaten up by him and sent to the hospital. After that, the torturing became worse. Anyway, the familiar Normans is back again. He's a very good coach. He's not only a monster himself, but he also trained me into one. Yesterday, I tested my own swimming. I actually hit 24 seconds for 50-meter freestyle. Evely gasped. It was close to the world record. Is he a professional coach? I don't know, but he's really good. You can tell how strong he is himself. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be an athlete, or I'll surely hire him as my coach. Can I hire him as my coach? First, you need to prepare $400,000 for a month, Norman said. That's expensive. Evely widened her eyes at the amount. While her family was very rich, she did not have that much money. Oh, you said he bullied our people from Youth Society. What happened? Before Normans graduated, she had also been a member of Youth Society. In fact, she was the former president. Youth Society was a society in the college, but it only had female members. It had quite a huge influence in the college. Almost all the beautiful ladies would join Youth Society. Because of that, the society could summon and instruct most of the guys in the college. He left Diana. Diana? Does he have a relationship with Diana? No, but Diana likes him. And then, he rejected Diana? Yes. All of you must have been really bored. Diana cried really badly because of him, so he has to be punished. But the punishment failed. You don't have a reason to trouble him anymore. Youth Society called this the punishment. It was supposed to be a blow to both the soul and the body. Until today, it had never failed. However, the record ended because of Chen Zhao. By the way, when are you returning to San Diego? Why? My dad has something for you to bring back. Ask Uncle to mail it to my house. Why must I bring it back myself? It's too big. Mailing is inconvenient. Is it dead or alive? It's just an object. We won't ask you to bring a rat back again. Don't remind me. I almost rubbed my skin off with alcohol afterward. Chapter 296, Tailored Dress. Chapter 296, Tailored Dress. Chen Zhao sped up and ran to his car. A policewoman was standing before his car, writing him a ticket. Hi, miss. Excuse me, is there something wrong with my car? Chen Zhao hurriedly stopped her from sticking the ticket on. He was parked in a roadside parking space. He had a bunch of pets inside, but the window was open. The policewoman looked at him. This is a temporary spot. You're half an hour over, she explained simply. Then she stuck the ticket onto the windshield. Be careful next time. Fuck, Qin Zhao swore. The officer turned around immediately and glared at him. What did you just say? Repeat it. I didn't say anything. You misheard. Qin Zhao was pissed. He opened the door, wanting to leave immediately. But the officer called out, Get out. I suspect you're an illegal immigrant. Take out your ID. I'm going to search you. What? I'm suspecting you. Is there a problem? Qin Zhao couldn't say anything. American cops were idealists. If they didn't like you, then they could search you and check your ID. I'm going to report you for racism. Qin Zhao shot back without backing off. Now I suspect you're doing drugs. Come with me to the station. The officer's expression was serious. Fine, but I need to bring my pets. When the officer saw the big and small pets get out of Qin Zhao's car, she was taken aback. Qin Zhao secretly gestured at Black Ma. He ran over to the officer's feet, raised his legs, and peed. Ah. The officer jumped aside and pointed her gun at Black Ma. You're attacking an officer. Qin Zhao made a face and studied the officer. It's your fault for standing there like a pole. Your figure is quite like a pole, too. I'm going to report you for disrupting official duties and personal attacks. I'm reporting you for racism. Get into the car. The officer quickly found out that she couldn't get in at all. Black Ma, sitting in the back, stuck his head in front of her. Make it move its head. I can't see the road. Where do you think he can move his head to? Qin Zhao sat in the shotgun. The officer turned with difficulty and saw that the other pets had filled the back seat. Why do you bring so many pets out? I like to. None of your business. The officer really wanted to shoot Qin Zhao with her gun. She managed to drive to the station, but her face was completely wet. It was all from Black Ma's licking. Her hair, too. Qin Zhao grinned at the officer. Pissed off. She wiped her face of the saliva. What are you laughing at? Get in. Across from them, David and a few colleagues walked over. Vice Captain. The policewoman saluted to David. Hi, David. Chen? How come you're here? Oh, Black Ma, White Ma. David went up to pet the silly twins. Did you all come to visit me? No, I'm suspected of disrupting official duties, personal attacks, and attacking the police, so I was brought over. Qin Zhao showed the handcuffs on his hands. David was shocked. Attacking the police? You hit Sharon? Black Ma peed on her foot. David looked at him with a dark expression. No need to explain. I bet you told him to do it. Qin Zhao shrugged. He couldn't deny it. He and David were too familiar with each other. David guessed without thinking that they must have had a conflict, so Qin Zhao ordered Black Ma to do it. Okay, this is it. Vice Captain, Sharon wanted to say something else. David looked at her. If you want to be reassigned to my team next month, listen to me. Or you can keep being a street patrol. David was more and more authoritative now. The surrounding colleagues all looked at him with respect. Chen, I won't accompany you. I need to go out. Okay, bye. Qin Zhao hadn't planned on disturbing him anyway. David seemed really busy. He and his partner left in his car without saying anything else to Qin Zhao. Give me your hand. The policewoman looked at Qin Zhao with a dark expression. Qin Zhao separated his hands, breaking the handcuffs. The officer gaped. The next moment, she said furiously, You're purposely destroying public property. Qin Zhao snapped the two handcuffs. Okay, remember to mail me the bill. Qin, do you and your girlfriend have formal wear? Zola called. Qin Zhao was taken aback. We planned on renting clothes tonight. You and your girlfriend can come to the Baron Mansion tonight. For what? To make a tailored outfit for you too, obviously. You're my important guests. If you wear rented clothes, that's a bit too much. But the fashion show is tomorrow night, right? Is it enough time? You don't have to worry about that. If my designers can't even do this small task, there's no need for me to keep them in the company. Okay then, Baron Mansion, right? Do you have the address? Qin Zhao hadn't heard of it before. He didn't know where it was either. Seeing that it was about time, he drove to Angel Beach to pick Fei Lai up. Fei Lai noticed that the route was weird. Where are we going? My friend said that her designer can help design an outfit for us. We should be going to get our measurements. The Baron Mansion was in the center of L.A. It was a beautiful park surrounded by verdure. There was a white building in the middle. It looked like a castle. But when Chen Zhao got to the gate, he was stopped. Excuse me, sir. May I ask what you are here for? The guard's voice was polite with only a tinge of an interrogatory tone. He studied Qin Zhao, Fei Lai, and the group of pets in the back. Fei Lai was a bit nervous. She had a well-off family, but she'd never been somewhere like this before. Miss Zola called us here, Qin Zhao said. Do you have an invitation? The guard asked. No. I'm sorry, sir. You cannot go in without an invitation. The guard clearly didn't believe Qin Zhao. Also, can you move your car, Sot? He one behind, you can come in. Qin Zhao looked back. There was a sports car. The driver was Lucy. Lucy also saw Qin Zhao. She came out and said, Qin, how come you're here? Oh, my friend called me over, Qin Zhao said. But she might have forgotten to give me an invitation, so I got stopped. Lucy nodded. She took off her sunglasses and smoothed her hair. At the same time, she took out her own invitation. Sir, they're my friends. The guard recognized Lucy. After all, she had a bit of fame too. Looking back at Qin Zhao, he said, Okay, but I hope Miss Lucy can be responsible for them. If they do anything wrong, it might affect you. Chapter 297. Are all designers as puckish as you? Chapter 297. Are all designers as puckish as you? Once Lucy brought Chen Zhao and Fei Lai into Baron Mansion, she said, Chen, I'm leaving. Bye. Goodbye. Qin Zhao and Lucy had a handshake, after which they separated. She's pretty. Fei Lai sounded rather jealous. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes, but not as pretty as you. He would never praise another lady before his girlfriend. If he really continued Fei Lai's words, he would probably have to attend his own death anniversary next year. Fei Lai rolled her eyes back, but her face was filled with a sweet smile. Where do we go now? Fei Lai asked. Let me ask. Qin Zhao called Zola. Zola, we're already at Baron Mansion. Are you inside? I forgot to tell you that you need an invitation card to enter. We're already inside. Met a friend at the entrance, and she brought us in. We don't know where to go now. I'll go and fetch you. Very soon, Zola found Chen Zhao and Fei Lai. She first stared at Fei Lai with a judgmental look. You must be Fei Lai. You're beautiful. Hi, Ms. Zola. Fei Lai did not want to embarrass Chen Zhao in front of his friend, so she shook Zola's hand. Zola was glowing with health and energy. In the past, she had truly been a female devil in her company. Recently, however, she seemed to have changed completely. By the way, take this card so that you won't be stopped at the entrance again. Zola gave Qin Zhao a gold card. No matter how common the card looked, gold was a symbol of status. Thanks. Qin Zhao took the card. Let's go and meet my designers. When Chen Zhao and Fei Lai entered the mansion, they looked like two farmers entering a big city. The place was filled with lavish decorations. When they passed by the stage, Qin Zhao saw many hot models rehearsing with various kinds of clothes. The stage was not a usual catwalk. Instead, it was circular with a very unique design. The models were also not catwalking. They were moving in another kind of slow and elegant way. Chen Zhao did not dare to stare at them. He had only glanced at the models briefly, and Fei Lai was already pinching the side of his waist. When Zola saw this, she only smiled gently. Soon they reached the backstage. Zola took out a walkie-talkie. Tris, Nat, Cooper, come to the backstage. Nobody dared to be slow toward the female boss. Even the chief designers of Baron Mansion had to tremble before Zola. Soon, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai saw 3 designers with strong personal styles walk in. Tris' hair was very messy, as if she had not tidied it before. She had 2 dark patches near her eyes, but they were only part of her smoky makeup. She had a slim body and a purple lipstick. Nat was a sissy. From his fancy clothes, it was obvious that he liked to display himself. He was bending his pinky and applying makeup on his face, even before Zola. Cooper had an orthodox, handsome face with some beard. His hair was neatly combed into a braid. Zola introduced the 3 designers to the 2. They're the chief designers in my company. Which of them do you want your formal wear to be designed by? Maybe Tris for Fei Lai's formal wear. Chen Zhao appointed Tris to design for Fei Lai. How about you? Zola asked. Hey, handsome young man. Nat blew Chen Zhao a kiss. Chen Zhao shivered. While he was not homophobic, he could not get used to it. He could get along with people like Robio Moore. Mr. Cooper. Thank you. Cooper looked serious, maybe a bit too serious. Nat did not mind it at all. He approached Zola and massaged her shoulders. Zola, I made a new lip gloss recently. Do you want to try it? Sure. Chin, Fei Lai, excuse me for a while. Tris brought Fei Lai to another room, while Cooper stayed in the same room with Chen Zhao. Sir, how should I address you? Mr. Cooper, just call me Chen. Chin, I'll measure your sizes first. Remove your clothes. All of them. Except for your underwear. When Cooper saw Chen Zhao's body, his eyes glowed. God, your body is simply perfect. Chen Zhao felt as if Cooper had turned into Nat. He can't be gay too. Chen Zhao subconsciously covered his groin, thinking that the place was too dangerous for him. Cooper extended his hand toward Chen Zhao's chest. Chen Zhao immediately dodged. Cooper, stop. Air. Cooper suddenly realized his inappropriate behavior. Sorry, I was just too excited. You have the most perfect body I've ever seen. Really? Those male models are all tall and muscular. They can't be worse than me? No, it's a completely different feeling. Cooper shook his head. This is the body proportions a man should have. You're Venus. Although I'm Chinese, I know that Venus is female. That's not important. Cooper shook his hand. Of course it is. Chen Zhao widened his eyes. Cooper kept measuring Chen Zhao's body and scribbling on a piece of paper with a pencil. If someone asked Chen Zhao what was the most painful experience in his life, he would surely say it was being a stationary model, especially when he was the model for a paranoid designer. Chen Zhao thought that Cooper looked normal, but he changed completely after starting to work. While it showed how professional Cooper was, Chen Zhao still felt uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. Chen, what color do you like? Just choose the most suitable color in your opinion. You're attending the show tomorrow with Ms. Fei Lai, right? Yes. According to my understanding of Tris, she will probably design a white dress for Ms. Fei Lai, so you should get something black. Sounds great to me. Chen Zhao did not know anything about it. Listening to a professional designer surely could not go wrong. This is my design. What do you think? Cooper gave Chen Zhao his design diagram. It was only a simple sketch, but the clothes looked really matching and comfortable. Chen Zhao had to admit that Cooper was indeed an excellent designer. Even though it was only a brief design, Chen Zhao felt that the formal wear would really suit him. If you have any objections, let me know. Will you change it? No. Are all designers as puckish as you? Chapter 298. Girls Who Cry in Cars All Have Stories. Chapter 298. Girls who cry in cars all have stories. Excuse me, when is Mr. Nat free? Lucy had waited for an hour, but Tris still hadn't come. Lucy could only grab Nat's assistant and ask. The assistant turned to look at her. She knew that Lucy was a small celebrity, but there were countless celebrities who asked for Tris. She couldn't meet with everyone, so not all of the requests were accepted. A top designer must act like a top designer. If everyone could have his design, then his stuff would seem too cheap. If some people could have it, but others couldn't, he would become more coveted. As for small celebrities like Lucy, Nat wouldn't help her design a dress, even if she could get an appointment. I'm sorry, Miss Lucy. Mr. Nat is working right now. He's busy. Lucy was upset. Since they'd made this appointment and so much time had passed, why did Nat come to see her? Did even fashion designers look down on her? Anger flared in her. In that case, I'll return now, she said with a cold expression. She had to repress her anger. This wasn't the place for her to throw a tantrum in. This was the Barron Mansion. If she made a scene here, she could just buy a ticket back to Australia. Miss Lucy, I think you should wait a bit more. Mr. Nat's work will be over soon. My time is precious. I don't wish to just wait here. Mr. Nat's time is already arranged. Miss Lucy, he delayed other clients just to see you. If you leave now, it'll be disrespectful to him. Did he respect me by making me wait for an hour? Lucy asked coldly. She didn't plan on wasting her breath with this assistant and turned to leave. When she got to the door, she saw Nat finally coming. Miss Lucy, where are you going? I'm leaving, Lucy said, pushing her anger down. Since you're so busy, I won't disturb you anymore. Seeming indifferent, Nat pulled out the handkerchief from his chest pocket and put it before his nose. Acting like a diva, he said, Miss Lucy, I had to meet someone very important, but I still made time to see you. Do you know how big the loss is? But I'm here, and you want to leave. This is disrespectful to me. Mr. Nat, I waited for you for an hour. A whole hour. And then you tell me I'm disrespectful? Lucy lost control, and her voice rose an octave. I told you that I was with someone very important. I won't force you to understand this. But if you leave, you'll be put on the Barron Mansion's blacklist. You can think about it. I'm the Barron Mansion's special guest tomorrow, but you want to blacklist me. Lucy sneered. I'm afraid you don't have the right. You think being a special guest is important? Nat scoffed. I'm one of those who recommend special guests, and you're only one of those guests. There are people to take your place. At that time, Zola heard the argument and walked over. What's wrong? I can hear the noise from my room. Seeing Zola, Nat instantly turned from the aggressive guy to a simpering follower. He clung to Zola with a coquettish expression. Zola, this little celebrity thought that I wasted her time by accompanying you. She's throwing a tantrum now. Lucy's expression changed. Before coming, she already knew that this mature woman before her eyes was the owner of the Barron Mansion. Miss Zola, I can explain. Lucy panicked. Offending Nat was a small matter. No matter how talented he was only a fashion designer. It wasn't like Lucy wouldn't have anything to wear if Nat wouldn't design something for her. Zola was different, though. She was actually powerful in Hollywood. It was evident from the guest list for tomorrow's fashion show. Lucy was practically the lowest-ranked guest on the list. She only got this chance because her manager had bribed them. She would get paid $250,000 for this job, but her manager had paid $100,000. Both she and the manager placed great importance on this chance to get closer to Zola. Now, reality was going against her wishes. Not only did she not get closer to Zola, she even offended the woman. Zola waved her hand. I don't care about your argument. Just please be quiet. I have another important guest here, and people are rehearsing on stage. No matter who keeps arguing, please get out of here. With that, Zola left. Nat returned to his aggressive self after Zola left. "Did you hear that? We don't welcome you here. Please get out." Lucy clenched her teeth, unable to vent out her anger. She walked out with a cold face, but when she reached the parking lot, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Breaking down, she leaned on the steering wheel and sobbed. It felt like the world was ending. Everything became dark and dreary. She'd struggled in Hollywood for close to a year now, but she was always a step away from success. Now, she defended someone with true power. If Nat said some negative things to the Barron Mansion's boss, she would completely lose this chance. She didn't know what she could do. It just felt like everything was over, truly over. If she returned to Australia, there would be no flowers or applause waiting. The newspapers would report her failures so the entire nation could see. The stronger one was, the worse their breakdown would be. Lucy once thought that she could take any kind of pressure, but now she realized just how fragile she was. She cried louder and louder because no one was here to hear. She could release all her sadness and anger. Knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on her window. Lucy froze. Looking up, she saw two people standing outside. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai were right outside her car. Chun Zhao bent down to look at Lucy. "Lucy, what's wrong?" She hurriedly wiped her tears, but her makeup was all messed up now. "Nothing. I'm fine." Her voice was still choked up. "Lucy," Fei Lai said, "you can say what's wrong. We won't tell anyone." Seeing a woman sobbing in this pitch-black parking lot, Fei Lai thought that she'd definitely been mistreated. She felt like she had to care for this woman. Chapter 299, Standing Up. Chapter 299, Standing Up. Lucy wiped away her tears, but resentment surged into her mind again. "Can I come in?" Fei Lai asked. Lucy was at her weakest moment. She urgently needed someone's care. Fei Lai played the role very well. When she boarded the car, Lucy hugged her tightly. Fei Lai listened to Lucy's story. After a while, she said, "Perhaps Chen will have a solution." "He won't." Lucy shook her head. "Thank you. Now I feel much better. I don't want to get anyone into trouble." Fei Lai looked at Qin Zhao, who had been waiting outside the car, and said, "Qin, that pervert, Nat, bullied Lucy. Can you speak for her? Can you tell me what happened?" Fei Lai told him the story again. Qin Zhao gave it some thought. "All right, Lucy, let's go back in." Fei Lai, "Qin, forget it. It's already over." "Lucy, believe in Qin. He will have a solution," Fei Lai comforted. Lucy was still rather worried. She did not know what Chun Zhao was going to do. If they made a big deal out of it and enraged Zola, it might really destroy Lucy's Hollywood dream entirely. Chun Zhao brought Lucy into the mansion. Cooper was puzzled to see Qin Zhao. "Chen, did you leave something here?" "No, go and ask Nat to come out," Qin Zhao said. "Why?" "He bullied my friend. My friend needs an apology." Cooper glanced at Lucy and thought about it. Wait for a while. Instead of calling Nat out, Cooper went to find Zola. He could tell from Chun Zhao's face that they were probably here to argue with Nat. Chun Zhao was Zola's friend, so clearly he should inform Zola. After a while, Zola appeared. "Chen, what happened?" As Zola asked her question, she glanced at Lucy. Lucy was much more demure before Zola. "Zola, your designer, Nat, humiliated my friend. Lucy needs an apology." After thinking, Zola asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" When Chen Zhao told her the story, Zola's face darkened. Lucy was horrified. She did not expect Chun Zhao and Zola to know each other. Apart from that, Zola was even willing to patiently listen to what he had to say. When Lucy tried to explain herself just now, Zola did not listen and chased her out directly. Soon Nat came. He immediately realized that the atmosphere was not quite right. Nevertheless, he still habitually approached Zola and said in a sweet voice, "Zola, I was preparing things for the show tomorrow night." "What is it?" "Did you have an appointment with Ms. Lucy and then not show up?" Zola asked. Zola, I was keeping you company. Some coldness flashed across Zola's eyes. Is the answer yes or no? Seeing Zola's serious face, Nat did not dare to act cute anymore. Yes, he admitted. Apologize to Ms. Lucy. Zola, she's just a small star. When Lucy heard this, her face darkened further. She would rather a person to not know her than say this before her. It was the worst humiliation she could receive. Zola stared at Nat coldly. Don't forget that you were also a small tailor before I promoted you. Perhaps you miss your days as a tailor. Qin Zhao realized that Nat's rough face was trembling and his thick layer of foundation was falling off. Nat might be a famous designer to an outsider, but Zola's words could really turn him back into a tailor again. Nat approached Lucy. Ms. Lucy, I apologize for my words and behavior just now. Forget it. I forgive you. None of them was being sincere. Some hatred was meant to last for a lifetime. Zola, Lucy is an actress. You won't make her life difficult, will you? Qin Zhao asked. He did not want Zola to chase Lucy out of Hollywood once this was over. Of course I won't since you gave the word. Anyway, if you really want to help her, you can find Steven yourself. I heard from him that you recommended him the female lead for his new movie. Lucy was flabbergasted. She had really thought that Chen Zhao was only Steven's private doctor. However, when she heard Zola's words, she suddenly realized that she actually knew nothing about Chen Zhao. Steven was one of the best directors in the world, but Chen Zhao could recommend an actress for the lead. No private doctors in the world could do that. Lucy regretted not being able to discover Chen Zhao's real influence earlier. If she had seized the opportunity, perhaps she would also be the lead for a famous director. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lucy suddenly envied Feilai. Why could she not get such an outstanding man herself? Ms. Lucy, I hope that it didn't affect your mood. Don't disappoint me on the show tomorrow. Of course, Ms. Zola. Zola, we're leaving now, Qin Zhao said. Can you go and visit my dad when you're free? That old asshole's been fooling around a bit too much recently. Can you go and control him, please? I can't control him. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. See you. Feilai, Qin, thank you so much. Lucy hugged the two and then left reluctantly. She could tell that Chen Zhao and Feilai really loved each other. Chen Zhao had even rejected her seduction the night before. It was therefore impossible for her to get close to Chen Zhao using her body. She only had one other way, to become a friend of Feilai. As long as they could become good friends, Lucy could ask Feilai for help. Lucy's mind was filled with hope again. She had finally thought it through. Different from the past, she did not have to give her body this time. Everything would work, provided she and Feilai could become real friends. Of course, she did not intend to hurt anyone. Even though her initial goal was to use Feilai, they could still become true friends. Qin, who did you recommend as the female lead again? Feilai finally asked. A woman. Yes, who is she? An actress. I know. Stop changing the topic. I can promise you that since we were together, I have never touched her again. Which means you dated each other in the past. Not really. There was just a period in the past when my life was messy. Do you miss your messy life? Of course not. Every day you drain me dry. Why would I think of another woman? Bullshit. You're the one who forces it all the time. Chapter 300 feels great. Chapter 300 feels great. That night, Feilai proved something to Qin Zhao. The saying was, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, no fields that are badly plowed. Of course, the final result was that both sides suffered losses. The next day, Qin Zhao was still spirited while Feilai's body was all sore. Qin Zhao took the group of demons to Dell's in the morning. After all, he had to go to the fashion show with Feilai at night. The Barron mansion was Zola's, but it still wasn't suitable to bring a bunch of pets there. So he'd obediently keep the pets at Dell's for now. When Faith saw the wave of pets, she jumped out of Mary's arms happily. Mary almost freaked out, but thankfully Faith landed safely. Then she watched Faith bring the pets next door to show off. Wright felt that she hadn't slept so comfortably in a long while. She remembered that she'd drunk the wine from Chen Zhao last night. In the beginning, she only planned on taking a few sips. As she drank, she got into the mood. She couldn't resist it. Wright didn't drink at all for many years, but last night, she drank more than half of the bottle. She didn't know when she'd fallen asleep, but she slept on the sofa for the entire night. Technically, with her health condition, she would have to sleep in the hospital for a month after sleeping on the sofa for a night. The strange thing was that she didn't feel any soreness. Instead, she felt relaxed. Her limbs felt strong too. She saw that the bottle of red wine had fallen over on the table. She must have hit it while sleeping. The ground was covered in wine. Wiping the table, she remembered what Qin Zhao had said. If she couldn't finish it, she should dump it. So she emptied the bottle. But when she went to the bathroom and saw herself in the mirror, she had a fright. Where was her trademark white hair? How come it was all black? Had someone slipped in and dyed her hair last night? No one was that stupid, though. Her age spots had decreased too. Wright observed herself, realizing that she'd really changed drastically. She thought of that bottle of wine. Qin Zhao had been very serious when gifting it to her. Could this be the wine's effect? Wright called Qin. "Hello, Qin." "Hi, Wright. How are you?" "I'm great," Wright said. "I've almost forgotten this light feeling. I've never felt this before." "You drank the wine." "Yes, I feel." "Like you got younger, right?" Qin Zhao asked. "Yes, indeed. You should be around 60 years old right now. I'm not sure about the specifics." "Qin, are you saying that I've become younger?" "Only around 30 years younger," Chen Zhao answered. "Oh, did you finish the bottle?" "No, you said that I should dump it if I can't finish. If the wine really has this effect, isn't it better if I drink a few more times?" "It's only effective once. If you got drunk the first time, it means you've already reached the limit. There won't be an effect the next time. And if this bottle gets into someone else's hands, I'll have endless problems." "All right, I understand." Wright was reasonable. She was shocked at Chen Zhao's abilities, but she didn't keep asking. Qin Zhao was willing to help her for some things. For other things, he wouldn't answer even if Wright asked. She was more willing to maintain this relationship. Since Chen Zhao trusted her, she should trust him too. "Oh, right," Qin Zhao said. "Does your school have a psychiatry department?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "I have a patient. He's a vegetable. I don't know how to treat him right now, so I hope to talk to an expert in this field." "No problem. When are you free?" Wright asked, smiling. "I finally see that you aren't all-powerful either." "I'm not God. I'm obviously not all-powerful." "Okay, I won't disturb you now. I need to start working too." Qin Zhao hung up. Bang. Qin Zhao heard a bang from his car. He turned and saw a biker kicking his car. It was the big-bearded biker from the fight at the bar last time. He flipped Qin Zhao off and then rode off with exhaust flooding out of the pipes. Qin Zhao wanted to floor the gas pedal and crush him, but considering the functions of the car, he decided not to. The biker didn't go far, though. He slowed down and stuck his middle finger up again. Qin Zhao shook his fists at the man. He hadn't lost in the last fight. The biker drew a circle in the air, pointed at himself, pointed at Qin Zhao, and then clenched his fist. He seemed to be saying, "Find a place, just us two." Qin Zhao nodded. "You want to fight? If I don't break your leg, I'll say my name backwards." "Wait, my name is already backwards in America." Just then, a car ran the red light. The bearded biker flew into the air. When he crashed back down, he was covered in blood. The car responsible was long gone. "Fuck." Chen Zhao quickly parked his car. He ran to the bikers, said to check his injuries. He wasn't dead, thankfully. He was just badly injured. Chen Zhao did some emergency first aid and then called 911. A while later, the ambulance and police were here. The police officer wasn't a stranger. It was Sharon, who'd taken him to the police station yesterday. How come it's you? Why can't it be me? Sharon was annoyed. Tell me what happened. I don't want to tell you any more. Chen Zhao didn't feel like cooperating. Your car parked here is disrupting traffic. Want a ticket? I was trying to save someone. Saving someone doesn't mean you can break the rules. This is stupid. You're also obstructing the investigation. Can't you do anything other than threatening me? Do I need anything else against you? Don't you want to leave the traffic team to join David's crime investigation team? So what? You know David's my good friend. If I mention him to you, he might consider having you join his team. Sharon's eyes brightened. Really? Of course. Then please help me say something. I'm thirsty. Sharon clenched her fists, but she pushed it down. I'll treat you. Chapter 301 Body Double? Chapter 301 Body Double. Chun Zhao and Sharon drank at an open-air coffee shop. Displeased, Chun Zhao said, You want me to speak for you with just a $3 coffee? Don't you think it's too cheap? Are you trying to cheat my money? Sharon looked at Chun Zhao in disgust. Whatever you think it is. Chun Zhao took a sip of coffee. I'll remember you. Just wait. Sharon stood up in anger and left. Chun Zhao looked at Sharon's back. Free coffee was not too bad either. Chun Zhao was about to get into his car when he heard someone say, Are you Mr. Chin? Chun Zhao turned around and realized it was the saleswoman from the car store that time. He could not remember her name. You are. I'm Polly's. Do you not remember me? Oh, Polly's. I remember. Polly's looked at the car behind Chun Zhao. Mr. Chen, is this your car? Yes, why? Didn't you buy an Aston Martin DB 11 AMR from our shop? Actually, I was just buying it for someone else. I can't afford that kind of car. Chun Zhao smiled. Polly's passion was extinguished at once. She glanced at Chun Zhao, not interested in him anymore. I'm leaving now. Bye. Polly's waved her hand. Before Chun Zhao even replied, she turned around and left. She had originally thought that Chun Zhao was a wealthy bachelor, but he turned out to be poor as well. Polly's was very disappointed. Although she was also not rich herself, she looked down on the poor. When she returned to her car, her phone rang. Hey, Polly's, where are you now? On my way back. It was her boyfriend. He continued impatiently, Come back quick. Change your clothes and be prepared. Why? Be prepared for what? I heard that Mr. Steven is recruiting actors for his new movie. Polly's was surprised. Is there a suitable role for me? She was not an actress and had also never acted before, but in Los Angeles, all women dreamed of becoming a star. This was of course true for Polly's as well. No. Then why should I be prepared? Although there isn't a role for you, I heard that the female lead has been decided. The film crew is now looking for a double for her. I've sent your photo to the assistant director. He's very satisfied, but he wishes to interview you himself. You mean I'll be a body double for the lead? Polly's was hesitant. After all, a body double surely would not have frontal and close-up shots. It seemed to be pointless. That's right, Polly's boyfriend said in excitement. If you get to know the female lead, perhaps you can ask her to find me a good role. Polly's finally got it. Her boyfriend had just been thinking for himself and not for her. I still have my own job. How can I just go and be a double? Polly said, Why are you so selfish? Why can't you think about me? If I can obtain a role, even a small one, I can become famous. By then, you won't even need to work. I can give you money. But until now, I'm the one giving you money. Polly said, It's different. They were small directors, not Mr. Stephen. That's Mr. Stephen. Perhaps the director was important for the leading actor, but it really would not make a difference for a person who could not even get an insignificant role in an ordinary movie. Polly's did not even know why she liked such a useless guy in the first place. He could do nothing other than having unrealistic fascinations. 9 out of 10 times when he went for studio auditions, he would be chased out. After he returned home, he would curse the directors, saying that they could not understand his talents and performance. Polly's had to pay for all his food, clothes, accommodation, travel, and weed expenses. Polly's, listen, if you can get this job, you'll be paid $50,000. I can get a new car. Polly's was surprised. $50,000 was really quite high. Were all doubles paid this much? As for the last part of her boyfriend's sentence, she ignored it completely. A parasite who had been relying on her to survive complained about his car. When Polly's returned home, her boyfriend Rocco eagerly urged Polly's to change her clothes and put on her makeup. Change your bra. Wear a sexy one, Rocco said. Polly's suddenly turned her head and stared at Rocco. What did you say? What? Rocco's eyes sparkled. Polly's discovered that Rocco was trying to avoid her stare. Is this really an interview? Polly's, help me. Just once, please. It's $50,000. Scram. Scram out of here. Polly's was furious. She would not usually abstain herself, but that did not mean she was willing to be betrayed by her boyfriend. Her trash boyfriend had renewed her understanding of the word shameless. The thin Rocco was pushed back by Polly's. Drugs had long sapped his strength. Polly's, listen to me. The enraged Polly's threw Rocco, as well as all his stuff, out of the house. Polly's, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Rocco kept knocking on the door. Polly's took out her gun from the drawer, opened the door, and pointed it at Rocco's head. Scram. Never appear before me again. Rocco almost peed his pants. He quickly begged, Polly's, I'll go. Calm down. Polly's watched as Rocco dragged his tattered items and escaped. Only then did she close the door again. When she returned to her room, she noticed the name card on the table. Should I try? What if I'm lucky and actually chosen? It's $50,000. Even if the assistant director wants to sleep with me, I can just close my eyes and it'll be over in no time. Being sent onto another man's bed by her boyfriend and making the decision herself were different. At least, Polly's hated being betrayed by her boyfriend. As for betraying her own body, she did not mind it that much. If the assistant director was rich, she might even form a long-term relationship with him. After some consideration, Polly's still took out her phone. Hi, Mr. James, I'm Polly's. Rocco recommended me to you. Chapter 302, Morgery is fleeing again. Chapter 302, Morgery is fleeing again. Chun, Rasfa, and I have a party in 2 days. Want to come? There'll be a lot of pretty girls. Ever since Stephen recovered his abilities, he became less and less of a respected elder. No, I have a steady relationship right now. I don't want to cause any problems. What a pity. You'll regret it. I won't regret it, Qin Zhao said, unconvinced. Be careful. I don't want to have to treat your STDs later. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Don't overdo it, either. You two are both strong now, but you're still old. Just then, Qin Zhao heard loud singing. A woman with a hat and sunglasses was playing the guitar by the roadside. She had a microphone before her. Qin Zhao parked the car and leaned against the window to listen to her sing. No one stopped when she finished the song, but she didn't care. She began the next song. Qin Zhao pulled some change out of his pocket. Rolling up the cash, he tossed it before the woman. Hey, you're good at singing. Bye. The woman picked up the cash and looked at the SUV driving away. He gave me money. Did he think I'm a busker? Her phone rang just then. Her manager's voice sounded on the other end. Dear, where are you right now? Busking. What? Nothing. What's wrong? The Baroness has a fashion show today. Going? Get me an invitation. No problem. Chun Zhao's phone rang, but it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is it? Hey, Chin. Are you busy? Morgre's phone streamed out. Morgre, you changed your number. I'm in trouble. I need help. Where are you right now? Is anyone next to you? Morgre sounded nervous. No. I can trust you, right? Keep up the nonsense, and I'll hang up. Fine, fine. I'm in that forest cabin from last time. Okay, I'll head over. Qin Zhao had thought that Morgre and his boss had settled down, but he was clearly wrong. Gangsters would never settle down. However, they were friends, so he could not do anything. Qin Zhao turned the steering wheel and drove toward the suburbs. Halfway there, he saw a big tree blocking the street. He couldn't get through, so he had to get out of the car and try to move the tree. Just then he heard a whistle. Following the sound, he saw Morgre hiding by the roadside. Morgre, didn't you say you'll wait in the cabin? How come you're here? It's not safe there anymore. Were you purposely lying to me on the phone? Ignore those details. Follow me. What about my car? No one's going to steal your crappy car. Chen Zhao walked over to Morgre, who came out of the grass. His body was covered in blood. He had a gunshot wound in his thigh, too. Morgre, did you just get back from Afghanistan? Don't mention it, Morgre said dejectedly. Boss is dead. The guys are scattered. Only I escaped. Qin Zhao was surprised to hear that Morgre's boss was dead. I'm not interested in your gang problems. Don't tell me about them either. Find a place for me to treat you. Haven't seen in a few days, and you've gotten all slow. I don't have money right now. So you owe me. I'm already here, so I'll at least take an I owe you back if I can't get money. Qin Zhao could see that Morgre had really fallen this time. It was different from before. He hadn't made excuses about the fee the last time they'd had to escape. Where are you living now? A cave. A cave? Chun Zhao's eyes widened. No way. It's that bad? I don't know who I can trust now, other than you. I have some money. You can take it. No need, Morgre said. I'm too scared to buy things, even if I have money. Did you offend the CIA or something? You look so scared. Whatever. Let's stop talking. I'll take you to where I'm hiding. I'll carry you. Chen Zhao watched how Morgre limped down the rugged forest road. He walked with difficulty. Thankfully, he was physically strong. Otherwise, he'd already be on the ground. Morgre was forcing himself to stay up too. Qin Zhao picked him up. Oh, when did you start shaving your head? You had me help you grow hair before. Didn't you say hair grew out? I suddenly think that being bald suits me better, Morgre answered. How much further? That hill up above. Are you planning on becoming a caveman? I need to hide and then decide. Qin Zhao carried Morgre to the cave's entrance, but heard something inside. It was heavy breathing, like someone was robbing Morgre. When they reached the entrance and looked in, they saw a huge black shadow in the cave. Morgre's suitcase was ripped open. All his clothes were scattered. His food, sausages, crackers, and clean water were destroyed too. Fuck. It was an unimaginably large brown bear. Its burly figure gave off a repressive aura. Its thick limbs could rip apart anything. Qin Zhao estimated that it was more than 500 kilograms and 3 meters tall. This bear was definitely the king of this forest. When he and Morgre discovered the bear, it also discovered them. Roar! The bear let out a roar and rushed out of the cave. Run! Morgre yelled. Chun Zhao grabbed Morgri and sprinted, but Morgri let out a strangled cry. His ankle was in the bear's mouth. Chun Zhao ran too quickly, which made Morgri get dragged off of his back. Chun Zhao looked back to see the bear pounce on Morgri. When he was in the heat of things, he would sometimes turn impulsive when he was extremely afraid. This was what happened. Without thinking, Chun Zhao pounced at the bear. The bear lifted its claw and left 4 gashes on his chest. His shirt was torn and blood started seeping from his injuries. Chun Zhao immediately returned a punch to the bear, but the bear didn't react at all when his fist landed. Chapter 303, Morgri being soft-hearted. Chapter 303, Morgri being soft-hearted. Morgri barely got up from the ground and also leaped at the brown bear, his eyes red. However, before he could even get close, the bear sent him flying away with its paw. Chun Zhao hugged the bear tightly. Its claws were too dangerous and had to be restricted. Chun Zhao used all his strength with every single muscle. He managed to lift the bear into the air. Morgri's eyes almost popped out. He did not know Chun Zhao was so strong. Nevertheless, he could see the bulging veins on Chun Zhao's neck and face. He could feel how tired Chun Zhao was. Chun Zhao threw the bear hard onto the ground and then leaped on it. By then he had already activated the mouth of Glutton. Hidden under his sleeve, his right arm turned as hard as steel. He punched the bear's head. The bear spit a mouthful of blood. Roar, roar. The bear seemed to be begging in fear. However, Chun Zhao raised his right arm and punched it again. 1 punch and another. Just then Morgri suddenly shouted, "Chun, don't kill it." Chun Zhao was brought back to reality. He stared at Morgri, confused. "It almost killed us." Morgri pointed at the distance. There were 2 small brown bears roaring, as if they were trying to expel the 2 humans with their courage. To them, the 2 humans were bullying their mother. After some hesitation, Chun Zhao still stood up. The 2 small bears immediately approached their mother. They stood in front of their mother and roared at Chun Zhao and Morgri. Why would you sympathize with them? Chun Zhao did not understand why someone as tough as Morgri would display this kind of pity. 30 years ago, my mother was killed before me by 2 men, just like this, Morgri said. It attacked us because it wanted to protect its kids. Let's go. Chun Zhao could hardly contain the pain. Blood was oozing out from the wound on his chest. Will it die? Morgri turned his head and looked at the brown bear. If it dies, its kids will die too. You still have the mood to care about them. Unable to ignore Morgri's look, Chun Zhao turned around. When the 2 small bears saw Chun Zhao return, they immediately roared at him. Chun Zhao walked toward the mother bear directly. The 2 small bears bit Chun Zhao's pants, trying to stop him from getting close to their mother. Chun Zhao kicked the 2 small bears away. He squatted down in front of the mother bear and fed it a bottle of potion. Don't go near any human again, or you'll only kill yourself and your kids. When Chun Zhao and Morgri left, the mother bear had already gotten up from the ground. It looked at the 2 from afar. Chun Zhao and Morgri returned to the cave, injured and exhausted. Chun Zhao immediately began to treat their injuries. Just then, they heard some noises outside the cave. The bear's back again. It was clearly the bear's sound. Morgri found his gun among his scattered items. If it comes again, I won't let it off. Give me your gun. I'll go and take a look, Chun Zhao said. Morgri fully trusted Chun Zhao and gave him the gun without hesitation. Chun Zhao carefully left the cave and saw 3 fish struggling on the ground. In the distance, the 3 bears were looking at him. Is this reciprocation? The 3 bears left quietly. Chun Zhao returned to the cave with the fish. Where did you get the fish from? The mother bear put them before the cave. Morgri smiled, but it immediately affected his wounds. He quickly gasped in pain. How can you still smile? As long as I'm alive, I'll be smiling. Morgri, this place is too dangerous. You should choose a new place. Nah, it's fine. Morgri shook his head. I don't want to see your corpse one day, Qinzhao said. I'll stay alive. I hope so. Time for me to go, Qinzhao said. Here, antibiotic, cold medicine, painkiller, and a first aid kit. Keep the portable charger too. What else do you need? Qin, how many things did you bring? Can't believe you actually have a power bank. Chen Zhao had prepared many things in his spatial ring in case of emergencies. Just then his phone rang. Hey, Qin. It was Gaia. Hi, Gaia, yes? Chen Zhao deliberately raised his volume. Did Morgri call you? Gaia asked. No, I haven't seen him in a while, Chen Zhao answered. Morgri understandingly blinked his eyes and kept silent. Really? Did something happen to him? Forget it. Bye. Gaia hung up. Morgri heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Zhao looked at him. What exactly happened between the two of you? I don't want to talk about it. Stop asking, Morgri said. After telling Morgri more things, Chen Zhao left the cave. However, when he returned to his car, he realized that it was moving. The windshield was broken, scattered all over the ground. The two small bears were also on the ground, roaring. Chen Zhao walked to the back. The mother bear had climbed into the car. Roar, roar. Stop shouting. I let you off, and now you're making a mess here. You want to die? Chen Zhao roared. Just then, the mother bear lifted a huge salmon. Chen Zhao carefully approached the rear window and looked into the car. There were more than 10 fish on the car floor. The whole car was filled with a fishy odor. Chen Zhao almost went mad. Are you planning to stay here? Roar, roar. The mother bear placed the salmon before Chen Zhao. It looked as if it was asking Chen Zhao to eat. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. What is this? Are they going to stay here forever? Chen Zhao took out his phone. Feilai. What? Do you mind having a mother bear and 2 small bears in our house? Huh. Feilai exclaimed. What? There will be new members in our house? 3 bears? Very probably. Great. Where are they? When can I see them? I'll bring them home now. You can see them when you get back. Chen Zhao carried the 2 small bears onto his car and then drove away. I don't know if you can understand me, but if you want to stay with me, you have to listen to me all the time. You should never hurt another human, at least not without my permission. It's definitely not allowed. Do you understand? If you do, nod your head. The mother bear nodded. Chen Zhao was pleased. It seemed that the intelligence potion worked really fast. The mother bear was already intelligent. Perhaps it was also the reason why she wanted to follow Chen Zhao. Just then Zola called. Chin, can you and Feilai come now and try your formal wear? Are they ready already? It's just been a night. Yes, we made them as fast as we can. I hope you can come now and try them. If you're not satisfied with them, we'll still have time to change them. Chapter 304, I'll Call You Princess. Chapter 304, I'll Call You Princess. Chen Zhao went to the Baron mansion with the mother bear and 2 kids. When Zola saw how bloody and dirty Chen Zhao was, as well as the 3 bears, she was honestly scared. She hadn't seen such a big bear before and didn't dare to get close. Chen, what happened? I ran into them during a walk. We fought, I won, and they became my pets. Are you sure they won't hurt anyone? Don't worry, Chen Zhao said. I tamed them already. Are your injuries okay? I'm a doctor. Zola thought for a bit. Thinking of Chen Zhao's shocking medical skills, she stopped asking. I'll take you to wash up. She took Chen Zhao straight to the club's swimming pool. There were many handsome men and pretty women playing in the water. When they saw Chen Zhao and the family of 3, they all scattered. Zola touched her chin. watching Qin Zhao push the mother bear into the pool. Qin, do you think they'll cooperate if I design a set of clothes for those three? Qin Zhao was stunned. What do you mean? I want them to walk down the catwalk too, Zola said. Qin Zhao hesitated. After all, these three had just come to him. They weren't canines or demon incarnates, so he wasn't entirely sure. However, this was Zola's request. If he could help Zola, he was definitely willing. Okay, but I have to be backstage, Qin Zhao said. After washing up in the pool, Qin Zhao felt much livelier. Zola handed him a towel. Right, what are their names? I forgot to name them. Qin Zhao waved at the mother. Come here. The mother bear ran over to Qin Zhao. On the side, Zola still felt pressured. Qin Zhao dried the bear with the towel. After getting dried, she became much more spirited too. You'll be princess from now on, Qin Zhao said. Got it. Its fur was dark red, so Qin Zhao thought that princess matched her temperament. But what would actual princesses feel if they knew that a bear was named that? Arg, arg. In the future, you'll make 1 sound if you agree and 2 if you don't. Do you agree with the name princess or not? Arg. Zola was honestly floored while watching from the side. Was princess really from the wild and not stolen from a circus? A while later, Zola had someone bring over fruits and honey. They're called Briar and Bramble. Qin Zhao named the 2 cubs. They hadn't drunk the intelligence potion, so they couldn't be as smart as the mother. However, they were harmless. They would be close to those that their mother was close to. Bears were also just as intelligent as dogs, if not more. The honey they ate before couldn't be compared to the high-class honey that Zola prepared. The family of 3 licked the plate of honeyed fruit clean. After drying Princess, Zola led Qin Zhao and Princess family into the clubhouse. As long as Princess was there, no one dared to get close. On the other hand, Qin Zhao only wore his boxers with gauze over his chest. Cooper, Trish, Nat, get over here. What are you hiding for? The 3 stood fearfully at the door, not daring to come in. Get over here. I need you 3 to work together and make a dress for Princess before the show starts tonight. You can talk to it with simple words. As long as you don't attack it, it won't attack you either. You need to get its permission before measuring it. It'll make 1 sound for agreeing and 2 for disagreeing. The 3 just stood there, not daring to get close. Do you want your jobs? Zola yelled. I'm not afraid. What are you scared of? The 3 finally moved their shaking legs. Cooper held up measuring tape. Just to ask, can I measure your waist? Arg. When Cooper wrapped the tape around Princess' waist, he could almost feel the heat inside her. Thankfully, nothing happened. The 3 designers fearfully finished the measurements. Princess was 5 meters tall and 480 kilograms heavy. This an incredible weight. It wasn't that brown bears couldn't reach this weight, but that mother bears were usually 1/3 the weight of males. Qin Zhao stayed with Princess the entire time. A while later, Zola brought over Qin Zhao's clothes. His suit was black. Putting it on, he felt like it was tight, but not overly so. It was perfect. The material, cuts, and workmanship all showed a perfectionist's attention to detail. Zola personally fixed Qin Zhao's collar and then held his chin as she studied him. To be honest, sometimes the person made the clothes look good. Other times, the clothes made the person look good. Wearing the suit with the blue and white striped, round-collared shirt inside, Qin Zhao's entire aura changed. He wasn't ugly in the first place and had that Asian aura. His figure was also extraordinary. This suit complemented his curves, tactful but not restrained. Cooper was satisfied with his work. Trish and Nat commented on it from the side. Cooper used Croatian soft cotton to fill the suit with elasticity, Trish said. This is a good idea, but it also means that you couldn't grasp the measurements enough. If it were me, I'd use fine cotton. This would enhance Mr. Chen's curves. The straight collar is a flaw too, Ned said. If it were me, I'd use a rounded collar. People of the same field were the worst critics. Chen Zhao was satisfied with the suit, but Trish and Nat made it seem valueless and full of flaws. Of course, every designer had their own temper, style, and insistences. Faced with the two's criticisms, Cooper refuted them all. "Oh, when is Feilai coming?" Zola asked. "She's still at work, but she'll leave early, probably in the afternoon." Feilai's dress was kept in a delicate box. The dress was completely white. It was strapless with a long dress and detailed patterns that were probably hand-sewn. This dress was elegant and graceful, even though Feilai wasn't wearing it. Just touching it gave off a refreshing feeling. Chun Zhao was already imagining how beautiful Feilai would look when she put it on. "Chen, are you satisfied with the dress?" "It's up to Feilai," Chun Zhao said, smiling. "But I'm sure she'll love it." Chapter 305. Stunning. Chapter 305. Stunning. Lucy came to Angel Beach. When she stepped into the Coastal Rescue Team HQ, she attracted the attention of almost every man. The ladies all stared at her with envy and jealousy. Perhaps Robio was the only one who could remain calm. "Hi, Miz, are you looking for someone?" "I'm looking for Feilai. Is she here?" "Oh, she's patrolling," Robio said. "Please sit here for a while." Just then, a male lifeguard approached them. "Hi, are you Ms. Lucy?" "Yes." "Ms. Lucy, nice to meet you. Can I take a photo with you, please?" "Of course." After he successfully got the photo, more male lifeguards began to approach her. Lucy was friendly and approachable. Very quickly, all the male lifeguards became her fans, staring at her in admiration. "Ms. Lucy, do you know Feilai?" a female lifeguard asked. "We're good friends," Lucy said, smiling. "You're good friends? God, Feilai has never told me that she's friend with a star." To be honest, these lifeguards were too naive for the intrigues in Hollywood. Lucy did not even do much before everyone knelt before her, both men and women. "Ms. Lucy, why are you looking for Feilai?" "We're attending a show tonight. I plan to go there with her together." "What show?" "A show for a high-class clothing brand." "I think most people might not really know this brand," Lucy said, smiling. "Can we go as well?" I'm afraid not. I'm a specially invited guest, and I'll be walking on the stage. Feilai has an invitation card." "Why does Feilai have an invite? Did you give it to her?" "Her boyfriend got the invitation card. He's a friend of the owner of that brand." Everyone had different feelings. The eyes of many female lifeguards sparkled. It was Feilai's boyfriend again. That Asian was the perfect boyfriend. He was rich and handsome. He had the unique charm of an Eastern man and was also strong. Moreover, he could bring Feilai to attend high-class social occasions. He was the prince charming that every girl dreamed of getting. Why didn't I notice him when he first came here? How did the fox Feilai get him? Just then, Feilai and Walter came back from outside. She saw Lucy, who was sitting in the rest area, and approached her. "Lucy, why are you here?" "Of course I'm waiting for you, so that we can go to Baron Mansion together. When does your shift end?" "Wait, I need to inform Captain. Chin just sent me a message and a photo of my formal dress. I can't wait to wear it. Just curious, why were you at Baron Mansion yesterday?" "Oh, it's Ms. Zola. She asked her designers to design formal wear for me and Chin. We originally planned to borrow them, but Ms. Zola said we need to have matching dresses for the show. Can't be too casual." Lucy sighed silently. Zola was really close to Chin Zhao. She actually asked her designers to make costumes for them just for the show. Feilai gave Walter to Robio, who would take care of him for the night. "Feilai, did you drive to work?" "Yes, my car is right there." Lucy saw the Aston Martin and guessed that it must have been a gift from Chin Zhao. To be honest, Lucy really envied Feilai. If Feilai were to become an actress, She would be the one closest to success. Her boyfriend could give her everything, all the resources and people that an unknown actor needed. When they arrived at Baron Mansion, they saw Qin Zhao in his gentlemanly suit. Of course, Princess, who was standing behind Qin Zhao, was way more obvious. Princess was wearing a supersized men's clothing. Although she was female, the designers really could not think of a dress that matched her sex. With her formal wear, Princess also had a very special temperament. Qin, this is. She's Princess. These are her kids, Briar and Bramble. They'll be part of our family. Feilai and Lucy just saw the two small bears beside their feet. Ms. Feilai, here you are. Please follow me. Trish walked out. When Feilai came out with her dress, Qin Zhao was truly stunned. The height of her tube top was just nice. It was sexy and yet not vulgar. Her bare shoulders added to her charm. Slightly shy, Feilai stood before Qin Zhao like a beautiful princess. I just feel that something's missing, Lucy said, touching her chin. Me too, Trish said. Right, Ms. Feilai needs an accessory. Qin Zhao took out Red Moon Heart. Feilai's eyes glittered. Qin, why is it here? Of course it's for this moment. When Lucy and Trish saw the pendant, they could hardly breathe. Red Moon Heart was simply irresistible for any woman. It could drive any woman insane. It was a piece of moon crystal from hell. In this world, it was a unique piece. Qin Zhao put Red Moon Heart on Feilai. Lucy and Trish could not even move their eyes away as they muttered, "It's beautiful." Just then Zola came. When she saw the pendant before Feilai's chest, she was also momentarily lost. "It's amazing." Zola approached Feilai. "Can I take a look?" "Of course." Smiling, Feilai took down the pendant. "It's special. What material is the chain made of?" "Platinum?" "It's softer than platinum, and it's also not silver. But the ruby." When Zola placed the pendant below the lights, dazzling red starlight was emitted. It was an indescribable grace. With Zola's understanding of gems, she could tell that it was definitely not man-made. But was there even such a huge ruby on the market? Such a large and pure gem would probably cost more than tens of millions. "Feilai, sorry for my bluntness, but would you sell the pendant?" Feilai shook her head. "Qin gave it to me. I won't sell it to anyone." "All right." Zola hesitantly returned the pendant to Feilai. "Wow, what a huge bear. It's so cute." Everyone heard a voice from behind. A lady had already leaped at Princess. Qin Zhao and Zola were both stunned. The lady stroked Princess's hair. "It's so soft, as if it's real." Chapter 306. I'm not interested in knowing you. Chapter 306. I'm not interested in knowing you. The woman looked up at Princess. Princess also looked down at this unfamiliar woman. "This is real." The woman was stunned. "Miss Quinn." Zola seemed to know her. "What makes you think it's fake?" Charlie jumped aside in fear and pointed at Princess, terrified. "It's real? Aren't you all scared? That's a bear." "Miss Quinn, its name is Princess. Just like you. It's a performing guest tonight." "What? That? It's a bear." "We have so many people here, but it's still sitting there obediently. This means that it's safe. Plus, you came over to hug it. It didn't attack you, right? Can I touch it again?" "Arg. What is it doing?" Quinn stepped back in fear after hearing Princess. "It says sure. You're not lying, right?" Quinn reached out. She cautiously got close and touched. Princess had shaken hands with countless people today, so she knew what to do. She reached out a paw. Quinn finally grasped Princess' paw. "Wow, it really feels nice." Quinn turned around in excitement. "Zola, sell it to me. I don't care how expensive." "Sorry, I can't make the decision. It's not mine." "No problem. You can decide for the owner. I'm sure the owner won't reject my price." "Oh, what price do you offer?" Qin Zhao asked. Everyone looked meaningfully at Quinn, who was still jovial. You look familiar. Quinn stared at Qin Zhao. She finally realized that Qin Zhao was the one who gave her money when she sang on the street today. Qin Zhao didn't recognize her, though, or maybe he didn't know her at all. You didn't tell me what price you'd offer. What is it to you? It's not yours. Quinn, sorry, Zola said, smiling. Princess is his. His? Quinn looked at Qin Zhao. Sell Princess to me. How's $100,000? Sorry, she's not for sale. Quinn, are you broke recently? You probably can't get $100,000 for a bear from a zoo, let alone Princess. All my money went to my album, Quinn said, embarrassed. How are your album sales? It hasn't come out yet, Quinn said, expression pained. How about this? I'll write an IOU for $1 million. When my album is released, I'll return the money. Miss, the door is that way. You. Quinn, stop. This isn't your home. Other than me, no one else will tolerate you. Zola grabbed Quinn, who was about to throw a tantrum. I won't give up. Quinn stomped away. Sorry, Qin. Quinn is like that. She doesn't mean any harm. She's a singer. She calls herself a singer, but no label has signed her yet. She uses her allowance to produce an album, but still hasn't succeeded yet. Is her family rich? Very rich. Zola nodded. By 6, more and more people had come to the Baron Mansion. Many of them were top figures of different fields, including celebrities. Qin Zhao didn't pay attention to showbiz, but he still saw familiar faces. He walked in with Fei Lai, and instantly, Fei Lai became the center of attention. Her features, dress, and that red stone on her chest made people unable to look away. Graceful and relaxing classical music rang throughout the room. Qin Zhao wasn't a musician, but that kind of music was indeed calming. Just then, a man with slicked back hair walked to Qin Zhao and Fei Lai. Miss, may I have this dance? Sorry, I have a partner, Fei Lai rejected directly. The man wouldn't give up. He turned to Qin Zhao. Can I borrow her for a bit? No. Qin Zhao rejected him as well. The man's expression darkened. Sir, this is my card. Let's get to know each other. At events like this, it was basic manners to take out a business card if the other did so. But Qin Zhao was an illegal doctor. How would he have a card? I'm not interested in knowing you. Uncultured. The man turned and left. Qin Zhao grabbed Fei Lai. Don't get impulsive. This isn't our home. Fei Lai looked pleasant, but she really wasn't an upper-class lady. Whatever, let's go in. Fei Lai truly didn't like these kinds of events. It looked fancy, but everyone wore fake smiles. Leonardo's party was much better. They played around and were comfortable. Qin Zhao chuckled dryly. They were family because they were similar. He also disliked this kind of event. It felt suffocating. When they entered the venue, the lights had already dimmed. Qin Zhao and Fei Lai found their seats in the first row before the stage. There were no VIP boxes for shows like this. The best positions were closest to the stage. The stage was also different from other tea stages. It was O-shaped instead. The audience grew gradually quiet. Qin Zhao discovered that Quinn sat beside him. Hi, I heard your Qin, right? How can I help you? What do you think about my suggestion earlier? If you're not satisfied with $1 million, how about $2 million? Miss Quinn, the show is about to start. Let's just watch the show. Plus, aren't you a performing guest? Why are you sitting here? As a performer, Lucy had gone backstage long ago to prepare. I'm just singing a song at the end, Quinn said. Also, miss, your necklace is really pretty. Fei Lai looked over Qin Zhao to Quinn. Thank you. Can you sell it to me? Fei Lai glanced at her and stopped talking. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes without holding back. How come this girl was so annoying? Just then, all the lights dimmed. Everyone quieted down too. Next, a spotlight shone at the end of the stage. Princess and Lucy stood before the curtains. It was a Beauty and the Beast unit. As the music sounded, this strange unit started walking to the center of the ring-shaped stage under everyone's eyes. Princess stood up. Her giant figure set off stunned ripples through the audience. Under the dazzling lights, Princess reached out her arms and picked up Lucy bridal style. Lucy's dress complemented her beauty today. Under the graceful music, Princess spun around with Lucy in her arms and then put her down softly. Finally, the Beauty and the Beast walked to the other end of the stage. The lights dimmed gradually as well. It was only a fashion show, but the guests and audience all felt like they'd watched a stage play. Applause sounded. Qin Zhao heard Quinn murmur, "I must have it." Chapter 307, Return Home. Chapter 307, Return Home. Lucy and Princess exited backstage, where Zola was at. Zola hugged Lucy in excitement. To be honest, Lucy had a very powerful aura. On the stage, her feminine aura was fully displayed. With Princess at her side, she gave everyone a feeling that she needed protection. Then the models began to go out on stage one after another. They all walked in couples, wearing carefully designed costumes. With the help of the lighting, all the pairs of models appeared to be particularly stunning. The audience below the stage occasionally applauded for them. "Ms. Lucy, your performance was outstanding. Do you mind giving me your number? Perhaps we can work together again in the future." Lucy was elated. Being able to exchange contact with Zola meant that Zola had quite a good impression of her. Lucy was even more grateful for Chen Zhao's help the night before. If Chen Zhao did not help her, she probably would not even have appeared on the stage. She would not have made the perfect show and left a strong impression on many of the famous people present. Indeed, there were many influential and powerful people present at the show. Leaving a good impression on them was more important than acting a small role in a movie. The show was rather successful. Reputation was actually only secondary for Zola's brand. If Zola wanted a reputation, she only had to find a few celebrities. All of America would know her brand in just a few days. What she really needed was style and a deep impression on the upper social class. She needed Baroness to be the first brand these people thought of whenever they had to attend an occasion or tailor-make a dress. It was a different business route. For normal international brands, no matter how luxurious they seemed to be, most of their products were aimed at the general public. Their products could be bought with just money, but Baroness was different. Apart from money, one also needed some status. All their costumes were tailor-made. It would be a truly luxurious brand. This was Zola's ideology. Zola had in fact been very successful. All the Hollywood stars now took pride in owning a Baroness dress. They were like the wind vanes of fashion. The other upper-class people would think that they were right. As celebrities, their aesthetics were obviously thought to be superior. Since they were rushing to get Baroness dresses, the rest would not want to fall behind. Before this, Qin Zhao and Fei Lai had never been to a real show. However, they realized that it was not as good as they had thought. It was merely a place for those upper-class tag people to interact. Even though Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were wearing gorgeous dresses, they were still poor people. Their characters predetermined that they would never be in the upper class. Living in such an environment would only be more uncomfortable for them. Hence, one could foresee that they would never accept an invitation to such a show again, even though Zola had invited them with good intent. After the show ended, Qin Zhao and Fei Lai bid goodbye to Zola. "Jonal, has that woman left?" "Her car has already left Baron Mansion. Follow her. Keep your distance and don't alert her. Follow her to her house. There's an SUV behind her car. Maybe it's her bodyguard. She's wearing such a precious gem, after all. Jonal, are you sure the ruby on her pendant is real? Bart, have you forgotten what I worked as before this? I can tell if it's real or not by just looking. But don't kill her later. She's too beautiful. We can have some fun after we kin the gem. Del, Phalai and I are going home. You can send Beelzebub and the rest there. You know where my keys are. After Del hung up, he looked at the courtyard. Faith was still riding on Black Ma. Many parents would buy a pet for their kid because the pet could keep their kid company, especially dogs. Just like children, dogs are very energetic and would hardly be tired. Therefore, dogs are the best choice to keep children company. Faith had been playing since the morning and she was still not tired. Faith, let's go and visit Uncle Chin. Are we sending Black Ma and the rest home? Yes. All right. I'm going there on Black Ma's back. Anyway, Del's manor was only 10 minutes or so away from Chin Zhao's residence. He did not mind walking there and coming back. When Del arrived, Chin Zhao had yet to reach. Del took the keys and went in. Soon, he heard a car being parked outside the house. Faith shouted and ran to the door. Wah! Faith suddenly made a series of exclamations. Del thought that something had happened and quickly ran to the door as well. When Chin Zhao walked into the house, there was an enormous brown bear beside him. The bear was also carrying 2 small bears. Del also exclaimed. Funnily, the father and the daughter exclaimed in the exact same way. Chin, where did you get the bear? No, 3 bears. Faith was not scared at all. She had already leaped at Princess and hugged Princess's huge head. How big was Princess? She was about as heavy as Black Ma, White Ma, Abitos, and Walter combined. Princess opened her mouth and bit Faith's shirt, after which she walked inside. Chin, you have to give me one of them. You have 3 bears. Give me a small one. Let it grow up with Faith. No way. You can't just separate the family. Phalai, introduce Princess, Briar, and Bramble to their new friends. Tell them not to fight. Also get them some food. Hearing the word food, Black Ma, White Ma, and the rest all crowded toward Phalai. Faith kept following Princess. Princess was already intelligent, and she also really liked Faith, given that she was a mother herself. Chin Zhao heaved a sigh and removed his jacket. Del took 2 cans of beer and threw Chin Zhao one. The 2 sat beside the swimming pool. Chen, where did you go today? Look at how handsome you are and how pretty Phalai is. A show for a clothing brand, Chin Zhao said. I already regret it. Shouldn't have gone there. It's too painful. I don't like that kind of occasion either, Del said. Del was similar to Chin Zhao. Although Del was born into an upper-class family, he was not a person who would follow the rules. His actions in the past were sufficient to illustrate his personality. Just then, Faith stuck her head out from upstairs. Dad, I'm sleeping with Princess, Briar, and Bramble tonight. Chapter 308, Jewel Pirate. Chapter 308, Jewel Pirate. How about you let Faith stay here tonight? Chin Zhao asked. You're really going to let her sleep with a bear? I'll have Phalai bring her to our bed at night, Chin Zhao whispered. He was hurt right now, but he didn't want Phalai to know, so they obviously wouldn't have sex tonight. Fine, Del agreed. Yay. Princess, we can sleep together. I'm going back, Del said, finishing his beer. Chin Zhao walked Del to the door. Del only took 2 steps, and 2 masked men jumped out from beside the road. One pointed a gun at Del's head. The other pointed at Chin Zhao. Chin, is this your prank? Del couldn't figure out if these 2 were real robbers or if it was a joke. Chin Zhao gulped. Seeing his expression, Del finally realized that they were really in trouble. Chin Zhao would joke with him, but never about something so dangerous. Hey, if you want money, Chin Zhao said, all the money in my wallet is yours. No reason to shoot just for that. The robber pointing a gun at Chin Zhao said through the mask, You think we're just hooligans? You think we'll come to find you for a few $100? That's the most I can give you. Go. You 2 go in. The other masked robber pushed Del. Chin Zhao caught Del. He didn't dare do anything out of hand under the two guns. Go slowly. If you do anything abnormal, we'll shoot. Chun Zhao and Dell raised their hands and slowly retreated to the living room. Once there, the two robbers started looking around. Where's the woman? Who? That pretty woman in the white dress and red necklace. There's no such woman here, Chun Zhao said calmly. Bullshit. We saw her come here. Chun Zhao looked at one of them. They knew that Fei Lai wore a white dress and had the red moon heart. They must have hidden outside the mansion and gotten ideas. They might have noticed Fei Lai at the show. Chun Zhao observed them. Gradually, his eyes fell on one of them. He realized the man's identity, or rather, his face. This man should be the one with slicked back hair who tried to dance with Fei Lai but gotten rejected. Jonal seemed to notice Chun Zhao's eyes and grinned. You found me out. Jonal didn't keep hiding. He pulled his mask down. I didn't think the upper class would also be common robbers. Jonal laughed. My elite lifestyle is supported by my work, but I don't like being a robber. I like to call myself the Jewel Pirate. Jonal, stop wasting time talking to them, Bart said, annoyed. Find the person and get the stone. Jonal really enjoyed the moment, the feeling of being the victor. Asian, call the woman out and let us have fun. Don't waste our time. We'll let you two go if we feel good. Fei Lai walked out. She'd been busy in the kitchen and didn't know what was happening. As soon as she made a sound, she realized something was wrong. The instant Jonal turned his head, Chun Zhao moved. But the next moment, Bart fired. He shot Chun Zhao's shoulder, making him falter. He looked down to see his left shoulder spewing with blood. Jonal looked at the injured Chun Zhao. Don't pull tricks before Bart. He was in Afghanistan and killed more than 30 people. Bart looked at Chun Zhao. He could feel Chun Zhao's dangerous aura. You'll regret it, Chun Zhao said, expression cold. Most people fall down with a bullet, but you can stay up. Did you train in this? Chun Zhao didn't speak. He just stared coldly at Bart. You can't beat me. I won't let you get close to me. If you move again, I'll shoot your head next. Jonal looked at Fei Lai with shining eyes. Bart, I said the girl's pretty enough, right? Very pretty. Bart licked his lips. You, come over, Jonal called out. Chun Zhao shook his head. Fei Lai don't. Jonal scoffed. You think it'll be okay if she doesn't come over. Fei Lai retreated back into the kitchen. Jonal walked toward Fei Lai. He didn't think Fei Lai could pose any threat to him, especially since he had a gun. Jonal, don't kill her, Bart said. I haven't had fun yet. I know. One time isn't enough with such a pretty girl. We have the entire night. Jonal was already inside the kitchen. They heard a bunch of bangs and crashes. Bart smiled at Chun Zhao. Do you hear that? Jonal is playing with your girl now. Dell was nervous, but his eyes carried some sympathy. He saw Chun Zhao's cold face and knew that he wouldn't let this fly. Bart thought that it was about time. He lifted his gun. He was going to aim at Chun Zhao's head this time. Pulling back the trigger, bang. Chun Zhao raised his hand instantly. Pain traveled from his palm and blood flowed out. Bart was shocked. How come the bullet didn't penetrate Chun Zhao's hand? Chun Zhao opened his hand. His palm was a bloody mess with a bullet embedded inside. Was this a joke? Catching a bullet with his bare hand. Bart raised his gun again, but before he could shoot, a brilliant red flower bloomed on his arm. He turned around, incredulous, and saw Fei Lai holding a gun. He suddenly noticed a black shadow behind Chun Zhao. It was like something was about to jump out of it. You! Terrified, Bart took 2 steps back, but he bumped into something behind him. When he turned around, he saw a huge gaping maw. Black Ma had gotten behind him at some point. Bart fell to the ground in terror and stared at Black Ma. Jonal was dragged out too, but White Ma was biting his neck. White Ma didn't apply any pressure, but Jonal didn't dare make a sound or move around. The fangs touching his veins make him truly feel death. White Ma tossed Jonal next to Bart, and Chun Zhao walked over. What did I just say? You'll regret this. Chapter 309. Who do you want to be eaten by? Chapter 309. Who do you want to be eaten by? Del was finally relieved. Fei Lai walked up with the gun. Chen Zhao approached her and grabbed the gun. Darling, don't use the gun again. Chen Zhao held Fei Lai's hands. Her hands were cold and trembling. She was clearly shocked as well, but she was more concerned about Chun Zhao's injury. Chen, your shoulder. It's fine, just a small wound. Even if Chun Zhao was about to cry in pain, he had to hold it. How do we handle them? Fei Lai pointed at Bart and Jonal. Chun Zhao kept silent. After a while, he said, I don't want to call the police. Fei Lai suddenly snatched the gun from Chun Zhao. I'll do it. Chun Zhao quickly seized the gun. You'll do nothing. Go back to the bedroom. Chun Zhao turned his head and glanced at Del. Del, you should leave now. Chin, who do you think I am? I won't tell anyone about it. Also, I don't think I can keep myself out of it, Del said excitedly. He felt that he had been belittled, so he wanted to prove himself. I'm not looking down on you, Chun Zhao said lightly. I just don't want to share them with you. When Bart and Jonal heard that Chun Zhao did not plan to call the police, they almost peed their pants. They knew what it meant. If Chun Zhao called the police, they would at most be jailed for a few years. They were already recidivists and did not mind sitting behind bars for a long while. However, Chun Zhao would not call the police. It was evident what Chun Zhao was going to do. Killing them might be the most direct outcome. But what if Chun Zhao asked the beasts around them to eat them? They shivered at the thought. Suddenly, Bart jumped up from the floor and leaped at Fei Lai. If he could subdue Fei Lai, they might still have a chance. However, Chun Zhao clutched Bart's ankle. Crack! Ah! Bart screamed. His ankle was broken by force. Just then, Jonal seized the opportunity and ran out of the living room. As long as he could get out of this place, he would live. He did not care about Bart at all. Chun Zhao did not stop Jonal. Even Jonal did not expect himself to escape so easily. However, he suddenly tripped over something and fell onto the ground. Then he felt something bite his leg. Ah! An advantage of the hillside villa was that there were no neighbors to be alarmed. Even the closest neighbor was about 1 kilometer away from them. Just now, Jonal and Bart dared to fire their guns freely precisely because they had inspected the area. The villas here were very scattered and nobody would hear them shoot. Of course, nobody would hear them scream, too. Jonal was dragged back into the living room by Abito's. His entire right leg was covered in blood. Abito's teeth were like the ones on a saw. Whenever Jonal moved a bit, Abito's teeth would sink deeper into his flesh. How many beasts does this bastard have? When Princess moved her fat body and strolled into the living room, the two were even more desperate. Princess was definitely large enough to finish both of them. Take some time to decide. Who do you want to be eaten by? Smiling, Chun Zhao looked at Bart and Jonal. Jonal suddenly struggled and knelt down before Chun Zhao. Sir, I'm really sorry. Please forgive my offense. I was just hot-headed. Please forgive me. I remember there's such a line in movies. Forgiveness is God's job, and my job is to send you to God. Do you get it? Chun Zhao smiled gently. Chun Zhao was a very revengeful person. Indeed, he still hated the Mexican gang leader even though a long time had passed, let alone Bart and Jonal. He only wanted to tear the two into pieces. You're committing a crime. You'll be jailed. Just then, Del said, Perhaps you don't know me, but it's not important. You just have to know that I'm rich, and so is Chin. Here, the rich can do whatever they want. Del sounded as if he was telling a joke. Do you know? A kidnapper has been buried in my manor for 12 years. If you dare to kill me, my people won't let you off. Bart threatened. Do you have your friends' numbers? I don't think you're enough for my pets. You two are quite skinny after all, Qin Zhao said. Qin Zhao glanced at Feilai. Feilai, you really need to go back to the bedroom. You won't like what's about to happen. Actually, Feilai did not want Qin Zhao to dirty his hands, just like how Qin Zhao did not want Feilai to dirty hers. Nevertheless, Feilai could tell that Qin Zhao was really furious. It was not something that could be pacified by time alone. Don't dirty the room, Feilai said, after which she turned around and went upstairs. To be honest, she could not allow their pets to eat Bart and Jonal. Of course, she believed that Qin Zhao would not accept it too. Perhaps Qin Zhao really wanted to kill the two, but he would not ask his pets to eat humans. Dell, get me my toolbox. Dell trotted over and took the toolbox. Chen, what are you going to do? Dell saw Qin Zhao take out a set of silver needles. These hair-thin needles had been frequently used to treat him in the past. However, when Qin Zhao took them out now, he looked rather fearsome. What is the most painful medical condition? Qin Zhao asked. What? Paralysis, full paralysis. Qin Zhao pressed Bart onto the floor. He pushed Bart's head to one side and stuck a needle in. Bart struggled wildly, attempting to break free from Qin Zhao's control. However, Qin Zhao was too strong. Even though he had a gun wound on the shoulder, he was still incredibly powerful. Can't move, can't speak, can't even express your pain to others. The silver needle pierced into Bart's spine, destroying his spinal nerves. When Qin Zhao withdrew the needle, Bart lay on the ground, motionless. Apart from his eyes, he could not move any part of his body, including his tongue. Full paralysis was as terrifying as ALS. Qin Zhao looked at Jonal, who had already peed himself. Don't be so nervous. It won't hurt. Very soon, you'll realize that you don't have to worry about anything anymore. Someone will take care of you for the rest of your life. Doesn't that thought immediately brighten your mood? Chapter 310, New Train of Thought. Chapter 310, New Train of Thought. It would be weirder if he would feel better. Jonal struggled in fear, but Qin Zhao was stronger. Just then, Blackie said, Human, if you want them to be in more pain, you can use the flesh fusion spell to connect their bodies. This way they can share their pain. You can also connect an object to them. What's the point of that? After connecting them, you can attack them by attacking the object. Is it like the Bloodline Blend spell? No. Bloodline Blend is connecting souls of people with blood relations. It's a coexistence. On the other hand, flesh fusion completely forces two bodies or objects to be fused together into a new creature. Qin Zhao kind of understood. Bloodline Blend was like Movich Tudis, fusing his relatives' souls into his body. Flesh fusion was for fusing solid objects. Are there any special conditions for fusing items with their bodies? It can be any object. At least most items can be used. For example, if you connect a cup to them, they'll die when you shatter the cup. Qin Zhao got an idea. What if I connect 3 items to Movich Tudis's body and then move the 3 souls onto the items? Would that work? Blackie was stunned. Hey, that seems to work. It technically doesn't change anything, but it can make Movich Tudis go back to normal. There's one thing, though. If the items he's connected to get destroyed, he'll also die. Before this, Qin Zhao, Blackie, and the other demons only considered how to extract the 3 souls from Movich Tudis. However, they'd already become one. Taking them out meant that they would die. Blackie's unexpected interjection gave Qin Zhao another direction to think. Then how about I fuse him with something strong and indestructible? Would that work? There are no truly indestructible items, but you can replace it with a badge. Badges are hard to destroy. Qin Zhao thought for a moment. He'd have to ask Beelzebub, Zophie, to help get badges. He didn't need any special functions. It just had to have regular effects, like the Red Moon Heart. Qin Zhao looked around and picked up 2 goblets. Dell looked at him in confusion. Did Chen Zhao want to drink wine? But then he discovered that Chen Zhao's actions were strange. He took a drop of blood each from Bart and Jonal and dripped it into the goblet. It looked like he was doing some ritual. A few minutes later, Chen Zhao said to Dell, "You can call the cops now." "Call the cops? You're letting them go?" "Of course. Do you really want to kill them?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. "Look at them right now. They're like a pile of mud. Isn't it more interesting when they're alive?" Dell looked at the supposed mud and shrugged. "Fine, whatever you say. How will you explain when the cops come? They broke into my home while armed and my pets attacked them to protect us. I don't know how they ended up like this." A while later, the cops came. David happened to be the leader. "Chen, what happened?" Seeing how Qin Zhao was shirtless and had gauze all over his shoulder and chest, he couldn't help but get anxious. These 2 called themselves Jewel Pirate. Fei Lai and I attended a fashion show and they got their eyes on us. Of every 10 sentences, Qin Zhao only lied once. He told the truth about everything except turning them into vegetables for revenge. David was familiar with Qin Zhao, so he knew some of these things. However, he only had to confirm their identities. As for whether they ended up like this because of Chen Zhao's revenge, he didn't care to ask. Chen Zhao didn't think that David would be the leader either. He wasn't from Beverly Hills Department, right? "David, how come you're responsible for this area?" "I got moved to be the crime investigation captain at Beverly Hills yesterday." "Oh, let me introduce you to Dell, my friend. He lives nearby." "Hi, David. Come hang out when you're free." After everything, David left with his men. Dell went home as well. Chen Zhao had Black Ma accompany Dell for a bit, since it was at night. Next day, "Chin, how come these goblets broke?" Fei Lai was cleaning up in the morning. "They're just useless trash," Qin Zhao said, stretching. "Who knows how they broke? We usually drink beer instead of wine. I think we should just toss them out." A while later, Dell came over. Instead of taking Faith away, he brought 2 more troublemakers. Vera and Ronnie went to find Faith in the morning. Hearing that she was at Chen Zhao's house instead and that he had 3 new bears, they insisted on coming to play. After getting Laura and Risfar's permission, Dell brought the kids to Qin Zhao's house. Princess was lazily sunbathing by the pool. Faith, Ronnie, and Vera played happily with Bramble and Briar. "Principal, you seem spirited these days." Wright replied to the praise with a smile. It was just spirited. In order to not get discovered, she even put on some makeup to look older. She went to the meeting room. There were some deans and figures of the management level. "Let's get straight to the point today," Wright said. "Right, I discovered an unfamiliar name in the medical school system. Zhao Qin, specially invited professor, traditional Chinese medicine. I also checked his attendance record. It seems that he hasn't held any classes. Can you explain this?" The speaker was Fosbind, dean of the medical department. He used to be under Wright. Now that Wright was the principal, he became the dean. "This is a professor that I appreciate," Wright said indifferently. "Must I explain?" In UCLA, Wright had the highest seniority, status, and power. She didn't have to explain her motives and intentions to anyone, especially someone who used to be under her. "Wright, you're abusing your power." "Please, Fosbind, don't talk about abusing power. I just became the principal. Can't I enjoy my power a bit?" Wright's reply was rascally. Everyone in the room chuckled wryly. Half of them had been her student. They couldn't say anything. Even though this professor had a title of being a lecturer for traditional Chinese medicine, his salary was 0. Thus, Wright wasn't really using her special power to benefit herself. They were also familiar with her. She was very strict. For example, Fosbind had worked in the school for 20 years before becoming an official professor. Fosbind was only curious about this, Zhao Qin. He didn't actually want to go against Wright. "Okay, next topic. I don't want you to doubt someone I chose anymore. Principal, the University of California Joint Sports Competition is starting soon. We haven't chosen a leader yet. The athletic team's representative also requested a budget of $200,000 from the school. The University of California was made up of 10 universities throughout the state, including UCLA. There was no hierarchy between these schools. They shared staff and resources. Of course, even though they were all UC schools, there was obviously still competition. They would compete over everything, from academics to athletics. There was also a sports competition every year. The 10 schools would compete against each other. That's impossible, Wright said. What would the $200,000 be used for? Does training require that much? They usually train in our school and don't use that much money. Plus, the event will be held on our campus this year. Why would they need $200,000? Chapter 311 Rear End. Chapter 311 Rear End. The 10 campuses of the University of California are UC Berkeley, UC Los Angeles, UC San Diego, UC Irvine, UC Davis, UC Riverside, UC Santa Cruz, UC Santa Barbara, UC Merced, and UC San Francisco. UC Berkeley used to be the main campus. However, as the other campuses developed, there is no longer the main campus today. The other campuses are already comparable to UC Berkeley in terms of their resources and academia. All the campuses are now on the same level and only belong to the University of California. Every year, many competitions are held within the University of California, among which sports competitions and academic competitions are official. UC Games was the most popular one. Even the media might be present. According to the sports club representative, they need to hire a coach. What sport is it? Is it a coach for professional athletes? Wright asked. I don't know the details yet. Then ask the sports club rep to see me. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I won't approve the money. UCLA was very rich since it would receive donations from its graduates every year. This year, in particular, the donations even summed to $30 million. Nevertheless, as the principal, Wright had to calculate the university's spending carefully. After all, many things in the university needed money. She would never approve a $200,000 application that easily. Mr. Chin, do you have a solution already? Movich Tudis was very anxious. He would ask Qin Zhao every day if he had a solution. Qin Zhao was his only hope and mental support. I already have a solution, but I need to prepare first. Be patient just for a few more days. I promised you that I'll definitely solve your problem in 10 days. Chen Zhao could feel Movich's anxiety. He also wanted to end the case as soon as possible and get his pay. Today, Chen Zhao had to bring Princess, Briar, and Bramble to the pet hospital to get them vaccinations and the appropriate certificates. In America, one could keep any animal as a pet, provided the animal was vaccinated for specific diseases. When Chen Zhao brought Princess into the pet hospital, the hospital staff were still astonished. After all, Princess looked a bit too fearsome. Nonetheless, with Chen Zhao around, Princess was very obedient and clever. Briar and Bramble, on the other hand, were the real troublemakers. Soon, the pet hospital produced their certificates. Princess was not afraid of needles at all. When Chen Zhao left the pet hospital, he received a call from Stephen. Chen, I'm at Raspa's place. Aren't you coming? No, you guys have fun, Chen Zhao said. Come and drink together. Even if you're not going to play, we can at least have a gathering. Chen Zhao glanced at his watch. It was already afternoon, and he probably would not have another client for the day. Fine, I'll be there. Paris was working at the moment. Suddenly, her phone rang. Hi, Mr. James. When Paris received James' call, she could hardly contain her excitement. After all, she had already paid the price, but James had yet to give her a confirmatory reply. A few days had passed. Paris thought that James had merely wanted sex with her and made an empty promise. James' call today was a delightful surprise for Paris. Ms. Paris, are you free now? Yes. Mr. Stephen is holding a party. I'm invited too, and I need a female companion. You mean I can meet Mr. Stephen? Yes. What time is it? Now, go change your clothes and make yourself pretty. If you can satisfy Mr. Stephen, maybe you'll be more than just a body double, James said. Yes, I'm coming now. Paris could not care about her job anymore. She hurried home and changed her clothes. Meeting Stephen was the only thing on her mind. Paris was somewhat unfocused. She was driving her car way too fast. Suddenly, she saw the red light before her, but her car already hit the car in front of her. Shit! If she wasted any more time, she might miss the opportunity. However, Paris still had to leave her car to check the situation. The driver in front also alighted. Jen, it's you? Ms. Paris, what a coincidence. You look really beautiful today. Are you going to a party? It's my friend's party. I'm sorry, Mr. Chin. It's my fault. Paris forced a smile on her face. How do you think we should settle this? Chen, I'm in a rush. Can you give me your number? After the party, we'll talk about compensation. Chin, Zhao gave it some thought. He could see that Paris was really in a hurry. All right. Anyway, the damage was not severe. The back of his car was slightly dented and would not even cost $100 to repair. Overjoyed, Paris gave Chen Zhao a warm hug. After 20 minutes, Paris finally met James. James was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. He had been Stephen's assistant director a few times already and was quite powerful in Stephen's film crew. Why were you so slow? James looked at Paris. But you're really beautiful. Thank you. Paris bit her lower lip gently. She could feel the lust in James' eyes. What happened to your car? I bumped into another car on the way. Forget it. Board my car. James' car was much better than Paris. When she boarded the car, she felt as if she was already a female star. However, James suddenly unzipped his pants. Use your mouth. Paris glanced at James and then lowered her head. Given her skilled service, very soon, James could not take it anymore. Paris lifted her head and looked around her. Mr. James, where are we going now? Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills. It was the most luxurious region in America. Almost everyone dreamed of living in Beverly Hills. Paris did not expect herself to come here. As the car drove into Beverly Hills, Paris was fascinated by all the opulent shops along the street. Paris had been here before, but it felt totally different this time. She felt that she was already on the edge of success. Mr. James, are we going to Mr. Stephen's house? No, it's Mr. Stephen's friend's manor. Remember, it's someone you definitely can't mess with. If you enrage Mr. Stephen, you'll at most be kicked out of Hollywood. But if you enrage this sir, you might not even be able to stay in Los Angeles anymore. Chapter 312, Don't Disturb My Meal. Chapter 312, Don't Disturb My Meal. When James' car arrived at Rasva's manor, he stopped. The guard tapped on the window, asking, Sir, how may I help you? James took out his invitation. The guard checked it and let them through. Seeing the dreamy manor, Paris grew even more excited. She'd never come to somewhere like this before. Even the parking lot was surrounded by greenery. There were countless fancy cars in the parking lot. James' car was the least eye-catching one. Paris followed closely behind James. She didn't dare to walk around alone. Everything here gave her pressure. It was obvious that the mansion was extremely expensive too. Merely the garden that they walked past was the size of a soccer field. There were a dozen gardeners fixing things there. After the garden, the golden beach appeared before her eyes. It was beautiful. It completely changed her impression of what enjoyment meant. As the saying went, being poor restricted her imagination. Paris had been quite confident before coming. Now that she was here, she grew timid and shy. A few pretty girls ran around on the beach in bikinis frolicking. After arriving at a mansion, James held Paris' hand and walked into the living room. Paris saw Stephen and another older man. They were talking on the sofa, each with a woman clinging onto them. Paris wished she could become those women. She didn't recognize the other man, but he must be important if he could talk to Stephen like this. "Oh, James, you're here." Stephen saw him. "Your partner is beautiful." "Mr. Stephen, hello." James walked forward. "This is Paris." "Hello, Mr. Stephen." "I'm discussing something with Raspa," Stephen said. "Go have fun by yourself." James took Paris to the porch. A server brought 2 glasses of wine to them. "Is the man speaking to Stephen the owner of this place?" "He's Raspa, a billionaire and the CEO of PLM Film." "That's him." "They're men standing at the peak of Hollywood's food chain," James said. Paris' eyes flashed. She felt disappointed. She should have performed better just then. Maybe then that Mr. Raspa could look at her some more. "Come eat with me at the restaurant." "Hi, Paul." Chen Zhao pulled up to the entrance of Raspa's manor. Paul was there to invite the guests. When he saw Chen Zhao's car, he immediately went over. "Chen, should I park the car for you?" "No need. It's not my first time here." Chen Zhao parked and found that Paul was waiting for him outside the lot. Paul looked at Briar and Bramble in Chen Zhao's arms, as well as Princess behind him. Paul didn't find it strange anymore. This was Mr. Druid after all. He wouldn't find it strange, no matter what animal was beside Chen Zhao. "Chen, do you need anything?" "Take me to get some food. I'm hungry." "Sure, follow me." Chen Zhao went to the restaurant and Paul went to tell the kitchen. He knew that Chen Zhao had a big appetite. Soon, a big platter of meat and fruit salad was served. "Thanks, Paul." "No problem. Chen, do you need anything else?" "Help me take care of this family. Her name is Princess, and these are her kids, Briar and Bramble. Princess is really obedient. The kids are a bit playful, though. Watch them for a bit." "No problem. I'll go work now. Call me whenever you need anything." "Princess, let's go." As expected, Princess followed Paul away. Briar and Bramble stuck close behind too. Chen Zhao shoved meat into his mouth as if he hadn't eaten in days. Just then, 2 people came to the restaurant. It was James and Paris. The latter immediately saw Chen, who was devouring food. Him. Paris was surprised to see Chen Zhao here. James heard Paris' voice. Looking at Chen Zhao, he frowned. So unrefined. He doesn't even care about the environment. "Paris, do you know him?" "I saw him twice before. We're not close. I bumped into his car today." "Oh." Holding Paris' hand, James walked over to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was happily munching. He looked up to see James and Paris. "Oh, Paris? What a coincidence." "Hey, pay attention to the surroundings." "Surroundings? What surroundings?" Chen Zhao was taken aback, finding this weird. It was just a restaurant in the manor. It's not like it was a fancy place. Plus, he was eating here alone. Did he have to pretend to eat daintily? If he ate like that, he wouldn't be full until tomorrow. Paris looked at him with disgust too. She felt that Chen Zhao's presence lowered the class of this place. She had no clue how Chen Zhao got in here. Oh, maybe he came for a part-time job and get a free meal. It must be like this. This is the Dream Manor. Do you know who the owner is? Don't embarrass him. Are you the owner? Chen Zhao asked. You're not, right? Then what right do you have to scold me for embarrassing the owner? He hasn't even said anything. Mind your own business. Chen Zhao glanced at Paris. Uninterested, he started eating again. James was speechless from his words. Half a beat later, he said, I heard that Paris bumped into your car today, right? This is $1,000. Don't appear before her again. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. I'll take the money, but please leave. You're disturbing my meal. Whatever. I don't want to waste time talking to someone so unrefined and uncultured. James didn't get to feel arrogant with Chen Zhao because he completely ignored James. He didn't show any fear. Usually, the crew would all be terrified when he scolded them and apologized submissively. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao wasn't under him. He couldn't scold Chen Zhao even if he wanted to. Paris, let's go. Someone like him pollutes the air of the restaurant. Chapter 313, A Very Big Trouble. Chapter 313, A Very Big Trouble. Chen Zhao had a satisfying meal. Of course, he did not drink any alcohol, since he was going to drive later. Even though Chen Zhao had a high alcohol tolerance, he knew very well that he should not drink and drive. Moreover, he would also not drink when he still had clients to treat. Clients would surely be unhappy to see him filled with the smell of alcohol, just like when he met Laurent last time. Anyway, as Chen Zhao walked in the manor, he saw James and Paris again, flirting with each other. When the two saw Chen Zhao, they stopped immediately. Where are you going? James looked at Chen Zhao, clearly displeased. It's none of your business. It's the main living room ahead. You can't go in. Why can't I go in? Only guests are allowed. You're just a worker. Are you the housekeeper here? Chen Zhao asked. James was enraged. I'm a guest. Then you're not the owner. Who are you to care about where I go? You're just not allowed to go in. If you insist, I'll have to ask someone to chase you out. Chen Zhao pushed James away. Are you crazy? Paris purposely shouted. Mr. Chen, are you sure you want to be a monkey here? It won't do you any good. Chen Zhao was baffled. He did not recall offending them before. He did not understand why they kept picking on him. What the fuck? Chen Zhao walked directly toward the living room. James chased him at once. Paris also followed them closely, thinking that Chen Zhao's foolish action might actually be good for her. If she managed to display herself before Rasfa and Stephen, they might just remember her. When they entered the living room, James blocked Chen Zhao again. He even deliberately raised his volume. I said you can't come in. What's wrong with you? Don't you know where this is? Mr. Chen, please stop. Don't disturb Mr. Stephen and Mr. Rasfa, Paris also said loudly. Are the two of you insane? Chen Zhao turned his head and looked at Stephen and Rasfa. Stephen, Rasfa, did you hire them to pick on me? Stephen and Rasfa had also noticed the noise. Rasfa's expression was rather weird. Stephen, did you arrange this? Stephen looked even more stunned. James, what are you doing? Mr. Stephen, this guy forced his way in. I wanted to stop him. Didn't want him to disturb you and Mr. Rasfa. Stephen was so angry that he threw a wine glass at James. Scram! Chen's our friend. We had a hard time inviting him here. What were you doing? James was astonished, so was Paris. Chen Zhao sat down beside the two and said to the beauties beside them, Excuse me. The two ladies moved away. Rasfa and Stephen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen, I'm sorry, he's one of my assistants. He probably thought that you work here. Do I look like a worker? Rasfa, be honest. To be frank, you really do. Why did you dress up so casually? You didn't tell me to dress up. When Stephen called me, I was strolling on the street. I came here only for the free meal and to chat with you. Stephen glanced at James and Paris, who were still standing at the door. You too come here. Mr. Stephen. The two quickly walked up like two kids who had just done something wrong. They stood before Stephen, not daring to sit down. James, can you explain why you wanted to provoke Chen? James faltered a few words and could not explain himself. Clearly, he could not tell Stephen that he had wanted to pick a pushover and show off before Paris. James thought about it and finally said, Paris accidentally hit Mr. Chen's car today. I wanted to speak up for her. Stephen glanced at Paris in disgust. James was shoving the responsibility onto Paris. Stephen, of course, thought that Paris was the one who had instigated James to start the conflict. Paris could not regret more. If she had known that Chen Zhao knew Stephen and Rasva, she would have asked him for help. It was obvious that Chen Zhao had more power than James. James did not even dare to speak before Stephen and Rasva. However, Chen Zhao was talking to the two like they had equal status. Chen, look at you. Why must you drive that cheap car? Just take a car from my garage, Rasva said. I don't plan to change it. My car is great. Chen Zhao felt that cars were only tools for transportation. Apart from functioning properly, he only needed his car to be big enough. Rasva only had sports cars and luxurious cars in his garage, which were not suitable for Chen Zhao at all. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao now had Princess and her 2 kids. He indeed planned to change to a bigger car. Chen Zhao lifted his head and realized that Paris and James were still before them. Are you not leaving? Chen, I'm sorry. Paris could do nothing but apologize, hoping that it would redeem Chen Zhao's poor impression of her. It's fine. Chen Zhao did not intend to blame them further. Also, Paris looked at Chen Zhao anxiously. She was worried that she would lose her role as the body double. What? I'm the body double for the female lead in Mr. Stephen's movie. Paris thought that she might as well be direct, since she could not change what she had done. Oh, you're the double for Yafin. Chen, what do you think? You should be the right person to ask. After all, you recommend Yafin to me, and you two also had a story in the past. I think she's fine. It's your movie. I won't make any decision. All right. Since you said so, I'll use her, Stephen said. When Paris heard that the female lead of Stephen's new movie had actually been recommended by Chen Zhao, she regretted even more. If she knew it the first time she met Chen Zhao, she would have pushed him into the restroom by force. She had actually missed such a golden opportunity. If I can date him, no, even if I just have sex with him, he will at least give me a supporting role. Thank you, Mr. Stephen, Chen. Chen, let's go out to the sea and play one day. What do you think? Rasva suggested. I'll think about it. You know that I've been bothered by the construction of my new house. When will it be ready? Less than 2 months. Great. When I finish my new movie, we'll go together. Chapter 314. Be careful she doesn't drown you in the sea. Chapter 314. Be careful she doesn't drown you in the sea. Who exactly is that Asian? How can he know Stephen and Rasva? James was still frustrated. He'd randomly pissed off someone he shouldn't have. I don't know. The first time we met, he came to my workplace to buy a car. The second time he drove a Ford SUV. I thought he was normal. Paris was filled with regret now. As for James, she disliked him more and more. In the future, she might be able to have another chance with Chen Zhao. She had his number after all. Plus, she already got the gig as a double. She didn't need James anymore. James blamed Paris for not telling him clearly, while Paris was also disgusted by James. They both disliked each other, so they separated unhappily. Paris went to search by herself, looking around for a rich target. It was her first time to a wealthy man's manor, but she had a good radar. She could tell what level the other was at a glance. Subdirectors like James weren't enough for her anymore. Most people in the manor were at his level too. She stood on the balcony and observed all the people, most of those who matched her requirements. Unfortunately, all had a female accompaniment. The women might not be the man's wife, but they looked at their men like declaring their territory. They'd glare ferociously at any woman who approached. Update by VIP Novel. Paris wouldn't have the chance to take them down even if she wanted to. She looked at the beach from afar and saw that Chen Zhao was lying on a recliner alone. Getting an idea, She got 2 glasses of red wine from a server and strolled over. Have a drink. No, I have to drive later. Chen Zhao glanced at Paris. He really wasn't interested. Paris clearly approached him with an ulterior motive. When she heard that he didn't have money the second time, she left with an ugly expression. Chen Zhao wasn't interested in women like that. She was pretty, but there were plenty of beauties in Hollywood. For example, Yafin or even Lucy were both as pretty as Paris. If Chen Zhao really had needs, he could go find them instead of Paris. Chen, I'm truly sorry for what happened earlier. You already apologized. No need to come over and say it again. Chen, can't you help me? Paris asked straightforwardly. I'm new to Hollywood. I'll pay anything for this. Sorry, I can't help you. No, you can. You only need to say something to Stephen. To you, it's just a sentence. We're not that close. Chen Zhao refused her. If Stephen needed a role in a movie, and Chen Zhao happened to have a suitable friend, he didn't mind recommending them, such as Yafin or Vincent. However, he wouldn't use his connections to help someone who wasn't even his friend. His connections weren't that cheap. Chen, I can do anything for you. An actress said the same thing to me last time. I have enough women. With your looks, it's actually not hard for you to survive in Hollywood, but you don't have to look for opportunities on me. Chen Zhao was speaking the truth. Women like Paris might not become superstars, but she should have many chances for a handful of roles in a year. Excuse me, that's my spot. Just then, Paris heard a woman's voice behind her. She turned to see a woman in her 30s. She wasn't as pretty as Paris, but she had an undeniable aura. Paris was the hot-tempered type, so she wanted to shoot something back. Don't piss her off, Chen Zhao warned. She'll drown you in the sea. Paris' expression faltered. Any woman who could get in here were all hard to deal with. Judging by her aura, this woman wasn't easy either. She forced a smile. Sorry for disturbing you. With that, Paris ran away. Zola sat down beside Chen Zhao. Have a drink. I just rejected that woman with the excuse that I'm driving, and now you bring me another glass of wine. This is less than 5 kilometers from where you live. I'll just have someone drive you. Fine. Chen Zhao accepted the glass. I heard from Paul that you had a conflict with a woman. Was it her? Yeah. Chen Zhao replied nonchalantly. You can't keep doing this. You don't even fight back when you get mistreated. She's just an average woman. Am I supposed to ruin her life? She didn't really hurt me. You're too soft-hearted. Zola shook her head. Oh, what did you and Feilai think of the fashion show last night? You want the truth. Okay, never mind. I bet you don't like it. I won't invite you anymore. This is the best news I've heard today. Zola glared at him and sipped her wine. But you have to lend me Princess. You still need her. You don't know how great her effect was. I'll agree if it's not every day. I only have 1 show per season. Your Princess can't do it every day, even if she wants to. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. He checked and saw it was Gaia. Zola glanced at him. What? You don't want to pick it up? Chen Zhao's smile was a bit forced, but he still picked it up. Hi, Gaia. What's up? Chen, tell me the truth. You really don't know where Morgary is? I don't know. Do you swear? Chen Zhao hesitated and Gaia immediately said, You really do know. Tell me where that coward is hiding. You're my friend, and Morgary's my friend too. Chen Zhao clearly couldn't tell Gaia where Morgary was. With their rivalry, Gaia would definitely cut him into pieces if she found Morgary. Then keep protecting him. When I find him, no one will be able to stop me. Not even you. Hearing Gaia's words, Chen Zhao really got a headache. If you have some bad relationship, I suggest you beat him up. The fuck you know. Chapter 315 Fitness Coach? Chapter 315 Fitness Coach. Gaia hung up, leaving Chen Zhao feeling awkward. He did not know what had happened between Gaia and Morgari. The more they did not want to talk about it, the more curious Qin Zhao was. Humans are curious creatures. Given how reluctant Gaia and Morgari were to talk about it, Qin Zhao really wanted to know their past. Qin Zhao reached home before Fei Lai did to prepare dinner. In the evening, Fei Lai returned home. When she saw the dinner, she removed her jacket and hugged Qin Zhao. "How come you're already back?" "I didn't have much to do today," Qin Zhao answered. "Do you want to shower first?" "No, I spent too much time in the sea today. Let's eat first." "I may need to leave for 24 hours in a few days' time," Qin Zhao said. "Oh, to that place?" "Yup." "When?" "I'm not sure yet." Qin Zhao shook his head. He had already asked Abidos to tell his father about it. Qin Zhao was also unsure when Abidos could give him an accurate reply. "Hi, Madam Wright." Lucian bolted into Wright's office. Wright pushed her glasses. Actually, she no longer needed them, but to avoid suspicion, she still had a pair of fake glasses. "Lucian, what is it?" "Madam Wright, I am here to explain to you the reason for applying for $200,000, Lucian said. "All right, please explain." "Our college has been participating in UC games for many years. We've never needed $200,000 unless you want to stay in a 5-star hotel during the competition. Actually, it's a request from track and field. They would like to hire a coach. I heard that the coach is very expensive. Do you not have the details?" "I'm afraid not. In fact, I don't even know who the coach is, but according to Grint, a long-distance runner from track and field, the coach they want to hire is very strong himself. He also has special training which can greatly increase the fitness of our athletes." "How long will the coach be here? 1 year? 2? And how long do we need to see the results? How many students will he train?" I heard that the coach won't be training too many students. He'll only be carrying out very specific training for no more than 20 days. "What? You want me to spend $200,000 just so that 1 or 2 students can have a chance to perform better in a single sports competition? Mr. Lucian, please leave my office, because I'll definitely not approve it." Actually, even Lucian felt that it was too much, let alone right. He was a coach in the sports department too. Indeed, he had been a coach for several schools, and was in charge of the sports department at the moment. Nevertheless, he had been a coach for secondary schools in the past. His annual salary was less than $60,000. Now, they wanted to hire a coach who cost $200,000 for just 20 days, or even fewer. It was more like blackmailing. Even Lucian found it unbelievable, not to mention right. Track and field had been strongly requesting it, so he wanted to try it out. Just as expected, he only received a scolding from Wright. Lucian went to the track and field department. When Grint saw him, he immediately ran toward him. "Mr. Lucian, is the money approved?" Lucian shook his head. "You should know that the college will never approve it. I'm willing to take the money as a loan. When I become a professional athlete in the future, I'll slowly return the money to the college." Lucian gave a bitter smile. If a project was very promising, the college would surely invest in it for free. However, who could promise that Grint would certainly succeed? Moreover, while Grint had been achieving fantastic results in the college, there was still a significant difference between him and a professional athlete. Lucian shook his head and patted Grint's shoulder, after which he left. Just then, Evely walked up. "Grint, how did it go? Did the school approve it?" Grint shook his head. "No, there's no way the school will." "Will you take a personal loan from me?" Evely suddenly suggested. "What?" "I'll lend you the money, but you need to record down for me that person's training methods and diet requirements." "How about the interest?" Grint was really tempted to agree. "If you can unearth the secret of his training, I won't charge you any interest. But you can't. You'll have to pay the bank interest." "All right, but I don't have his number." "I'll get it for you." "Also, are you sure it'll work?" Grint was still somewhat hesitant. After all, 200,000 was not a small amount. Even his family could not afford it. If the training was effective, everything would be fine. He could become a professional athlete, achieve good results, and then pay the debt. However, if the training was ineffective, he would have a huge debt for the rest of his life. That's none of my business. If you're willing to bet. It's too risky. I need to think about it. Grint still retreated. Although it was alluring, the consequences might be very severe. The huge debt was enough to ruin his life. Evely shrugged her shoulders. She was just being curious. However, she would not waste 200,000 just to satisfy her curiosity. Normans. Evely called Normans. What? Are you sure that Guy is a good coach? Yes, he's an excellent one. As long as you follow his training and diet plans, it'll be very effective. I want to hire him as my swimming coach, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Oh, you're afraid that you won't improve. Of course. You told me how expensive it is. He took 400,000 from Uncle just for 30 days of slimming. I don't think any coach in the world is paid as much as him. Wrong, NBA coaches are. But he's no NBA coach. He's only an illegal doctor, not even a professional coach. Then do you want it or not? If you do, I'll help you to call him. Normans, why don't you pay some of the fee for me? Look at how much you're recommending him. No, I won't benefit even if you improve. Why should I pay for you? We're good sisters. Forget it. In my fattest 3 years, you only visited me thrice. Fine, but I still want to meet him in person and discuss it. When do you want to see him? Chapter 316. Judging from her suggested price, she's genuine. Chapter 316. Judging from her suggested price, she's genuine. Chen Zhao didn't go out today. He just lay on the yellow duck in the pool, basking in the sun. Abitos slowly moved to the side of the pool. Ada, my father said that he's ready. He'll summon you to hell at midnight tonight. Okay. Just then, a figure appeared at the edge of the pool. Chen Zhao opened his eyes to see Normans. How did you get in? Chen Zhao glanced at her. He didn't think Normans would come here. Your door is unlocked, Normans replied. You're not busy. Not really. Chen Zhao lay on the yellow duck, moving with the waves. What do you need? Evely wants to hire you to be her swim coach. No. Chen Zhao rejected without even thinking. He was pissed just thinking about how Evely had led a group of students to block him last time. She'll pay, Norman said. I won't go even if she pays. $200,000, Normans added. How long? Normans knew that Chen Zhao cared more about money than his life. Before, he still refused to be Evely's coach. After hearing the price, he changed immediately. Can't you be a bit more reserved? From her suggested price, I can see that she's genuine, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. I never reject a genuine person. Can you toss me the can of beer? Normans hurled the beer at Chen Zhao, who caught it accurately with one hand. 10 days, Norman said. I'll accept this request, Chen Zhao said happily. She has a special request. I won't sell my body. Normans rolled her eyes and looked at Chen Zhao. You like joking around to take advantage of people. Fine, what's her special request? She wants to see an obvious improvement in her swimming speed. I can't promise that, Chen Zhao said. Why not? Increasing 1 second is an improvement. Increasing 0. 1 second is also an improvement. Everyone's state is different and their abilities are different too. Maybe I'm training her well, but she suddenly gets her period during a meet and turns the pool into a bloody battleground. Will she blame me for that? Normans was speechless. So you don't want to accept this job? No, I will. Why won't I? Didn't you say that you can't promise her performance? As long as she cooperates with my training, following my every order, then I'll accept it. I can promise that. She'll cooperate fully with your training. No disobeying at all. She won't disobey any of your orders. She'll eat whatever I tell her to eat. Yes, Norman said quickly. You can answer for her. Of course. She entrusted me, so I have the power to decide for her. Also, there can only be 4 hours of training per day. You're getting paid $200,000, and it's only 10 days and you're only going to train for 4 hours? Think about your weight loss days. How much did your father pay me, and how many hours did you train for? Norman's thought back to those miserable days. Chun Zhao's training was completely random and went with his feelings. Sometimes it was longer, other times shorter. If he was in a bad mood, he'd add more training and let out his anger on her. If he was in a good mood, he'd add more training. Torturing Normans made him happy. If he was in an okay mood, he'd reduce the training for no reason. So, Normans knew that this guy did whatever he wanted without caring about others' feelings. What if I want to train too? Will you pay? What if I say no? Then just go play by yourself. Chun Zhao rejected heartlessly. Normans gritted her teeth. I'm your old client. Can it be cheaper? What price do you have in mind? $100,000. What do you think? Sure. Chun Zhao accepted without hesitation. Training one person was training. Training two was also training. There was no reason why he would miss out on $100,000. Can we start tomorrow? No, I won't be here the entire day. When are you free? I'll call you when I'm free. Normans was pissed, but she couldn't do anything. Chun Zhao was stubborn. If she complained, Chun Zhao would probably just leave. When will you pay me? After the training. Pay me half right now. You don't trust me. I do, but I don't trust Evely. Normans chuckled. Fine. You can go now. You're kicking me out? Normans was taken aback. Am I not clear enough? Chun Zhao asked naturally. Why, I brought you 2 big jobs. You should at least treat me to lunch. This isn't too much, right? I have a girlfriend. I won't eat in my house alone with another woman. Normans was angered and she glared at Chun Zhao. No problem. You think I want to stay? Wait. Chun Zhao called out just as Normans was about to leave. Normans was slightly happy. Turning to Chun Zhao, she asked, What are you regret? When you leave, please close the door for me. Normans was even angrier now. I can't be bothered. Go die. What a beautiful day. Chun Zhao stretched. After Normans left, Chun Zhao didn't keep being lazy either. He didn't have work today, but he still had to make lunch for the various beasts in his house. He prepared the food. Princess family could eat most of what the demons ate. Brown bears had complicated diets. They could eat meat, fruit, and even honey. However, they couldn't eat everything. For example, dragon meat was only for demons with demonic bloodlines, so it had to be separated. Just as Chun Zhao was about to continue being lazy, he heard a pained cry. He ran in and saw Princess wailing. What's wrong? What happened? Chun Zhao asked anxiously. Master, Princess stole my dragon meat, White Ma said, feeling wronged. Princess seemed to be in pain, so Chun Zhao hurriedly went to check. He was burned as soon as he touched Princess. Oh no! Chun Zhao took out some potion from his spatial ring. This was the demonic potion that he'd made for Walter. He'd made another serving, but never used it. If he didn't pour it down Princess now, she wouldn't be able to withstand the dragon meat. It was toxic to her. Dragon meat contained demonic power. Those without demon blood couldn't withstand the power. Chun Zhao had wanted to have a true pet, but now he had no choice but to turn Princess into a mixed demon too. Chapter 317. I Don't Want Insurance. Chapter 317. I don't want insurance. After consuming the demonic potion, Princess's howling softened gradually. Slowly, she recovered a bit of strength, but she felt extremely hungry. Princess started to eat. She wolfed down all the dog food, but it was still not enough. Chen Zhao could only take out his own food from the fridge. However, it was still insufficient. After some consideration, Chen Zhao asked Princess to try some wyvern meat. Terribly starved, Princess would obviously not mind it. Moreover, wyvern meat was actually very nice. In Chen Zhao's opinion, it was a delicacy that could not otherwise be obtained in the human world. Very soon, Princess finished a piece of wyvern meat that weighed at least 20 kilograms. However, she continued roaring, still hungry. Chen Zhao had to take out a bigger piece of wyvern meat that weighed 100 kilograms. It was still not enough. Princess's appetite was more than just enormous. Chen Zhao had no choice but to continue satisfying her with food. Finally, after eating 200 kilograms of wyvern meat, Princess stopped. By then, Princess seemed to have become much larger. Just as Chen Zhao had expected, with her new demonic bloodline, Princess's size was going out of control. Princess needed that much food precisely because her body was developing. It seemed that the food Princess had just eaten was now part of her body. Roar! Princess howled and smashed the marble floor with her paw. Fuck! Chen Zhao cursed. You're eating my food and staying at my place, and now you're even destroying my stuff. Princess immediately lowered her head and whimpered, knowing that she was in the wrong. Even she did not expect herself to break the floor tiles with just a casual slap. Princess was probably already more than 700 kilograms. She was a true giant. Go and play outside. Don't come in today. Chen Zhao pulled Princess's hind legs and dragged her out. Just then he saw a person walk in. Gaia? Why is she here? When Gaia saw Chen Zhao dragging a terrifyingly huge bear with his hands, she was flabbergasted. Gaia was already a dinosaur among humans. However, the bear being dragged by Chen Zhao was a real monster. Does he do this with such monsters every day? That explains his strength. Gaia, why are you here? What's in your hands? Air. Can't you tell? A bear. Are bears that huge? She's a Kodiak brown bear, Chen Zhao replied. After Princess joined his family, Chen Zhao deliberately went online to find out Princess's species. In fact, Princess was just an ordinary brown bear. Chen Zhao had found out that Kodiak bear was the largest species of bears. A Kodiak bear could weigh as heavy as 800 kilograms. They were also the largest carnivorous mammal on land. At the moment, Princess was similar to a Kodiak bear in terms of size. A person would probably not be able to distinguish between the two unless he or she was a bear expert. What happened? She smashed the floor tiles, so I'm chasing her out of the house. Wait. Chen Zhao continued to pull Princess's hind legs. Her claws rubbed against the floor, producing a sharp noise. Fortunately, Princess was not using any force, so the floor was undamaged. Gaia was speechless at the sight. Indeed, only a monster could live with monsters. Normal people probably would not even dare to walk close to such a bear, let alone touch her. Gaia had to admit that she was not brave enough. The bear was too much bigger than her. In the natural world, a sufficiently large size automatically meant absolute power. However, Chen Zhao actually dragged Princess out. He was not scared that the bear might attack him at all. After a while, Chen Zhao walked into the house, rubbing his hands clean. Gaia, sorry to keep you waiting. Gaia stared at Chen Zhao in silence. Unable to take that kind of look, Chen Zhao touched his face. What? Is there something on my face? I need you to tell me where Morgari is. Chen Zhao kept silent. Gaia glared at him with a demanding look. Do you only want to help him but not me? Most of the time, Qin Zhao was willing to help Gaia. However, he could not do it now. He was afraid that Gaia would kill Morgri after knowing where he was. Qin Zhao could not betray Morgri on both sentimental and logical grounds. Morgri and I used to be a couple. Although it was a weird combination, Qin Zhao was unsurprised. He had guessed it from their short conversation in the past. Gaia and Morgri must have had a relationship before. And then, he abandoned you? Qin Zhao could not control his curiosity. Even Beelzebub, Black Ma, White Ma, Raymond and Carrie gathered around them, dying to know Gaia's and Morgri's past. Gaia shook her head. No, we didn't break up. In fact, we even confirmed our marriage date. And then, he left you on the wedding day and ran away himself? Qin Zhao asked excitedly. Gaia widened his eyes at Qin Zhao. No, that didn't happen. Then what happened? Qin Zhao quickly asked. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's phone rang. It was an unrecorded number. However, he knew that it was Morgri's. Qin Zhao immediately picked it up and shouted, I said I don't want insurance. Don't call me again. Then he hung up directly. Let's continue the topic. However, the phone rang again. It was still Morgri. I said I don't want insurance. Can you stop pestering me? Chen, is Gaia beside you? Stop talking nonsense. If you call me again, I'll put you on my blacklist. Give the phone to Gaia. Huh. Gaia saw Qin Zhao's expression and sensed something. Is it Morgri? Qin Zhao's cheeks twitched, but he still passed the phone to Gaia. Hello. Gaia, I'm at West End Forest Park. If you want to kill me, come here, Morgri said. Gaia, don't be too impulsive. You were a couple. Qin Zhao quickly stopped Gaia. At the same time, he cursed Morgri silently for his decision. When Morgri was still healthy, Gaia could already beat him and Qin Zhao together without much effort. Given Morgri's condition now, Gaia could really beat the shit out of him. Qin Zhao did not know if Morgri would die, but he would at least be severely injured. Ignoring Qin Zhao, Gaia stood up and left. Qin Zhao chased her. Gaia, please think about it. Maybe you can even resume your relationship. Gaia turned her head and glanced coldly at Qin Zhao. Didn't you want to know why we turned from a couple into enemies? I'll tell you. Chapter 318 can still be saved. Chapter 318 can still be saved. He killed my little brother. Ivan really worshipped Morgri at that time, treating him like an idol. Ivan even joined his gang, but then he disappeared for 3 full years without any explanation. Qin Zhao couldn't reply. If Morgri caused someone closest to him to die, he would probably react like this too. I'll take you to see Morgri, Qin Zhao said. West End Forest Park is so big, you might not find him. I'll take you there. Qin Zhao thought that Morgri was voluntarily coming to repay his debt by contacting Gaia. Even if Qin Zhao didn't lead Gaia, Morgri would still appear before him. If Gaia really wanted to kill Morgri, Qin Zhao had to stop her. He couldn't just watch Gaia kill him, right? Gaia didn't refuse. Qin Zhao drove to the West End Forest Park. There'd been 2 rainstorms since the last time he went there, so the ground was all muddy. Just then, he noticed that Gaia had a gun on her hip. Oh no, Gaia was really out for blood. Qin Zhao gulped. As promised, Morgri appeared before Gaia, standing before a small hill. Gaia! Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with concern. But Gaia didn't plan on wasting time talking to Morgri. She pulled out her gun. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 bullets buried into Morgri, and he fell to the ground. Gaia turned and left. Qin Zhao rushed to Morgri. 1 bullet had hit his artery, 1 in his chest and 1 in his stomach. Morgri's pupils were already dilated and blood bubbled in his mouth. Qin Zhao hurriedly performed surgery on him, pouring a mouthful of the perfect crystal potion into him. Then he took out acupuncture needles to stop the bleeding. Don't close your eyes. Open them. Open your eyes. Chen Zhao kept slapping Morgre's face, but the man was already losing consciousness. Chen Zhao tried his best to save Morgre. He didn't think that Gaia would be so decisive and regretful. Chen Zhao had thought that Gaia would play a game of cat and mouse before. Instead, Gaia had come with the intention to kill Morgre. There were no other words. It was just cold-blooded murder. Right now, the most troublesome part was that Morgre's artery was scraped by the bullet. Blood kept spewing out with no restraint. Morgre was at the brink of death. It was Chen Zhao's first time feeling so panicked. He had to repair the artery, but what could he use? Regular medication obviously wouldn't work. Chen Zhao racked his mind. Various medications flashed past his mind, and he rejected them all. Finally, Chen Zhao thought of an ointment. The cohesive ointment was mostly made up of demons' sticky saliva. Its main function was to repair injured parts. As long as the cohesive ointment was applied to a wound, it would mend the area quickly and have certain functional effects. Put simply, if someone cut his arm off and used the ointment to stick it back on, he could manage to move his arm. The cohesive ointment could temporarily act as a transmitter for the nervous system. The injured would temporarily recover a bit of function. Of course, it wouldn't be complete. Chen Zhao's hands were covered in blood. He applied the cohesive ointment on Morgre's artery with his bare hands. The scene was too bloody, but he didn't have the time to care about hygiene. Saving Morgre's life was the most important thing right now. Everything else could come later. Whoosh! Morgre suddenly let out a long exhale. He rasped out, "I'm not dead." Chen Zhao slapped his sticky hand on Morgre's face. "Next time you want to die, call Gaia yourself." Chen Zhao wrapped Morgre's neck in gauze. The man was very weak right now. Chen Zhao still had to extract the bullet in his chest and stomach. Morgre looked weakly at him. "Gaia knows you can save me. She didn't want to kill me." "Bullsh*! Chen Zhao shot back. "Barely anyone could save you from your condition just then. She really wanted to kill you. With her aim, she could just shoot my head if she wanted to kill me." "Okay, whatever you say." To be honest, Chen Zhao couldn't figure out if Gaia really wanted to kill Morgre or just get over the knot in her heart. No matter what, Morgre's life was saved. "Take a nap." Chen Zhao gave Morgre some anesthesia. Morgre quietly closed his eyes. With Chen Zhao beside him, he could sleep in peace. Then Chen Zhao took out all the material he'd prepared for Morgre. A lot of food, a mattress, bedsheets, a blanket, and clothes to change into. A few hours later, Morgre woke up to a delicious smell. He opened his eyes and saw Chen Zhao roasting something outside the cave. When he turned back, he saw the stuff in his cave. "Chen, how much did you move here?" "My car's big. I could bring quite a lot." Chen Zhao walked in with a piece of meat and gave it to Morgre. "Are you sure I can eat it?" "Eat," Chen Zhao said. "No matter what bad shape you're in, it can't be worse than before." Morgre had an injured neck now. Any slight movement would affect it, so he could only chew slowly and carefully. But it was his first time eating meat in a few days. He felt very satisfied. "I might not have time to come over for a few days," Chen Zhao said. "You've already done enough for me. Live well. Don't look for death again." "I won't. Contact me if you need anything." "Okay. Thanks, Chen." Chen Zhao dragged his exhausted body back to his car. When he saw Gaia sitting there still, Chen Zhao froze. "You didn't leave. You didn't give me the keys. How do I leave?" Gaia said matter-of-factly. Chen Zhao looked at the car door. It was clearly broken into. Since Gaia could force open the door, she obviously could start the car without keys. She stayed just to wait for news about Morgre. Now, Chen Zhao believed Morgre when he said Gaia didn't plan on killing him. In the end, she still had feelings for Morgre. Chen Zhao laughed, and Gaia glared at him. "What are you laughing at?" Chun Zhao wiped his mouth and focused on driving, not talking anymore. I don't care if he's dead or not, but our old scores are resolved now. Chun Zhao pretended he didn't hear anything. If Gaia really wanted to end things, she would have been less merciful. However, this may be the best result. If you keep laughing, I'll shoot you. Seemingly pissed off by Chun Zhao, Gaia pointed the muzzle of the gun at Chun Zhao's temple. Okay, I won't laugh. Move the gun. I hate having a gun pointed at me. Bang!